Chapter 1, Brothers Disagree. Where is the hometown of the Yordles? People have different opinions on this issue, but some mortals claim to have passed through invisible portals and entered the strange magical world beyond the physical realm, where they saw the city of the Yordle. In their descriptions, the magic there is flourishing, not just because all the Yordles living there are magical, but the place seems to have magical powers: flowers, birds, fish and insects, landscapes, trees and rocks, all things are, it seems, to have their own life. Those reckless and arrogant intruders will be led astray by countless strange scenes in that world, and finally lost in endless dreams. They will never find their way back home, and they will never be able to return to the material field. In their description, in the Yordle city named Bandar City, any alien traveler who is lost will feel that all of his senses have been strengthened, and this strengthening is like it is for their convenience, so that they can better appreciate the beauty of that world, and it is a very special welcome ceremony for them from that world. In their descriptions, everything seen in Bandar City is colorful and colorful. The taste of food and water is even more intoxicating over the years. The taste buds explode. As long as you taste the food in Bandar City, you will live a lifetime. Memorable. In their description, the sun melts in Bandar City, the spring water is endless, and the right breeze is blowing on the face, like a lover's caress, making people fascinated and incapable of stopping. Just blowing the wind can be stunned. Blow all afternoon. In their description, every plant in Bandar City will bear many fruits, and every big tree in the sky will provide cool shade for travelers to rest. Perhaps some of these descriptions are indeed true, and perhaps these descriptions are simply false, because no two storytellers can agree on what they saw and heard in Bandar City. There is only one thing that can be certain and can get the unanimous approval of those narrators, and that is that Bandar City and the residents inside have a certain property of transcending time. This may explain why the mortals who came back from there were all aged so much in one night, and even more people simply disappeared and never returned and died in that world. And this may be the reason why their sense organs can be strengthened, because they paid the price of their lives. In short, the legends related to the Yordles and Bandar City have never ceased in the entire Rune Land, and have always been like this since ancient times. Kenan. Is that what you did to your brother? Your lightning magic is really innate and powerful. Unfortunately, you don't know how to use it. Bandar City, a magical place between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, belongs to the homeland of the Yordles. At this time, Reed was arguing with his brother Kenan. They had just fought in their own manner. The destructive power of the two men was so great that almost all the flowers, crops, and fruit trees in the manor were destroyed. Reed and Kenan have very obvious physical characteristics of Yordle males, that is, they are short and only about 1 meter in size, and their bodies are fluffy like animals. The Yordle is a short creature with a height of about 1 meter. Males and females of the Yordle can be clearly distinguished. The faces of men are generally hairy and look exactly like a certain animal, while women are. The face is hairless, and the skin is smooth and appears blue or purple. And the pair of Yordle brothers who are arguing, from a human perspective, they are probably two very cute, anthropomorphic little animals in clothes, although there is one wearing a purple ninja costume, which is very wrapped. Yan Shi, can't see her face anymore. The two Yordles of these brothers are not the same in size. One of them is dressed as a drifter, wearing a black hat, wearing a blood cloak, and 2 swords commensurate with his height in the waist, which is taller than his brother. It is taller and stronger, the body color is black and white, the cheeks are round, and there are 2 big dark circles. At this time, this Yordle with the characteristics of an iron eater, the hair on his body was exploding fluffy, and even the white hair was slightly burnt black, as if it had been electrified. Obviously this was what they had just fought. Result. Reed, you are still the same as before, always relying on your own brute force to cause all kinds of troubles. When will you be able to understand the true meaning of the balance? As an elder brother, Kenan was not at all polite to his younger brother. After punishing Reed with his incomparable lightning magic, he ignored Reed's clamor, and instead began to educate him as his brother. Germany. Balance. Balance. You know balance all day long. Guarding the 1/3 of Ionia, one day you will understand that balance can't do anything. Go to TMD balance. And his younger brother Reed didn't have any desire to be soft. He didn't actually act in the battle. After all, Keenan is his elder brother. Some things are not suitable for fighting with his relatives. He endured it, and didn't get angry because of it. But Reed didn't want to be with Keenan anymore, this stubborn guy. He didn't want to be too speculative. He turned around and left home without any nostalgia. Since Keenan left home and started wandering in Runeland, this house has become less and less homeless. After that, Keenan settled in Ionia, and only occasionally came home to see it. The brothers Reed and Keenan belong to the kind of Yordles with a rather special personality in Bandar City. Unlike most Yordles, Keenan has a naive and quirky character. He has an extraordinary perception of the balance between the spiritual realm and the physical realm. Of course, it must also exceed the ordinary Yordle people. And this led him to always work hard to find a way to balance the two, which made him seem out of place among the Yordles, and also made him finally leave Bandar City and settle in Io in Rune lands. Nia. And his younger brother Reed is a little different from him. Although Reed is not as nonsensical as ordinary Yordles and not as innocent as they are, it is because he has been in his 20s since he was born. The memory of the people on earth is not because he is also blessed by nature. Although that memory, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com only occupies a small part of his life spanning tens of thousands of years, but that memory is undoubtedly the most important part of his personality. It has a profound impact on him. This lightning squirrel, when the Noxians hit Ionia, he will know that his balanced is no longer. Although Reed is now scornful of the way of balance, he actually followed Keenan and spent some time in the balanced sect before witnessing and participating in the establishment and rise of the balanced sect. Keenan relied on his wisdom and responsibility to obtain the position of Raging Heart and became the 3 leaders in charge of the balanced sect alongside Twilight Eye and Shadow Fist. And Reed relied on his incomparable strength to get the title of Blade of Gale, but he was not willing to directly participate in the management of sect affairs, so he did not join the 3 in the management. After staying for a period of time, Reed retired from the balanced sect in a direct and substantial sense. Because he discovered that those who are full of balance are seriously inconsistent with his ideas, the so-called way of balance cannot get his heartfelt approval. And his decisive withdrawal from the balanced sect also directly caused the relationship between him and his brother Keenan to deteriorate, but this was actually just a fuse. After all, Keenan has already criticized him for running around in Runeland and mixing up many things that should not be mixed up. Just like Keenan said just now, he thinks that Reed is just running around. It's troublesome, but it's clear that Reed never thinks so. The 2 brothers are obviously different from ordinary Yordles in terms of acting styles and thinking concepts, and there are obvious differences between the 2 of them. Chapter 2, The Big Shots of Bandar City. Hi. Reed. You don't seem to be very happy. Want to play with Lulu? Let's go find something interesting to do. Pixar, do you have any good ideas? Reed, who just broke up with Keenan just now, almost ran into Lulu, the fairy witch wearing a wizard costume, but with his outstanding physical ability, he successfully braked the car and stopped. Chuckling Lulu was in front of her with a smile. The reason why the 2 of them almost ran into each other was because of Lulu. This guy didn't walk well, and deliberately quickly slipped to Reed's body. He also giggled himself, as if it was funny. Look like. Thank you Lulu, but I don't need it for the time being. I have other things to do and I can't play with you. Reed declined Lulu's invitation. Although this quirky fairy witch is very cute, she has the ability to torture people. The most important thing is that looking at her cute, headless appearance, even if you have been tortured by her, but you still can't do anything to her, this is the most annoying. Reed couldn't help but think of the embarrassment of being sent directly to Fruljord by using magic indiscriminately on the way when she went out to play with her last time. At that time, in the Frostguard Lord's fort in the far north, Reed took a lot of effort to escape from the Frost Witch who had traded with the Void. The woman who buried everything, but she doesn't care about her old feelings at all. If Reed hadn't neglected her practice these years, the old witch would have taken it down. After all, he could not really kill that woman. Since then, Reed has become very resistant to going out with Lulu. After all, it is really a dangerous project. He, a 10,000-year-old elderly person, can't withstand such excitement, although he also knows Lulu didn't mean it. But this quirky fairy witch has a spirit of perseverance. The more he resists going out with her, the more this Yordle girl wants to invite him out to play. Reed is right, this is very helpless. Well, when will you have time to play with me there? We were so happy last time. I can't wait to go out on an adventure with you again. Obviously Lulu misunderstood the definition of having fun, or what she said was having fun, but she was very happy. In short, Reed didn't think there was any having fun last time. Next time, definitely next time. Reed casually talked about Lulu, but the silly fairy witch pouted this time. She was shorter than Reed, but this was because of Reed's size, which was among the Yordles. It's the reason for being stronger. Lulu put the staff in her hand half a head higher than her on the ground, with one hand on her waist. Her bun's face was puffed up cutely, and she slightly raised her head to look at Reed. You said the same last time. Last time too. Last time too. Reed, you big liar. Facing Lulu's sudden accusation, a cold sweat began to form on Reed's head, and he felt a little hard to get off the ground. If this quirky girl becomes angry, it will be a disaster for the entire Bandar city. Because just like her title, the magic of Fairy Witch Lulu is the wild magic she got from Fantasy Wonderland. And under her slightly comical application, those mysterious powers from Fantasy Wonderland actually possess very terrifying destructive power. Fantasy Wonderland is a magical place, even more distant and mysterious than the existence of Bandar City. So far only Lulu has ever set foot there. And this girl has also become a walking Fantasy Wonderland. She can change reality as she wants, just like she did in the Fantasy Wonderland. Everything in the world must be changed according to her mind. Sir. Merlin Gunner Tristana salutes you. While Reed was worrying about how to appease Lulu, a crisp voice greeted him, and the greeting was full of respect and admiration for him. Reed turned around and looked at it. It was a female Yordle with white hair. She was wearing a ranger's soldier armor, carrying a large caliber hand cannon in her hand, and wearing goggles on her head. She looked admiring. Look at him. This is Tristana, a soldier in the Merlin Commando of the Yordle Special Forces. As an elite soldier among the Yordle, she was praised by Reed and was awarded the Merlin Gunner honorary title. Hello, Tristana, are you going out on patrol now? Reed greeted Tristana and responded to this little fan. At this time, in his heart, he had already thought of how to dismiss Lulu, the fairy witch. Yes, sir. I'm patrolling in accordance with the schedule of the Merlin Commando. Merlin Gunner Tristana answered Reed with high morale. As the founder of the Merlin Commando and the current and only captain, Reed is the object of worship for all Merlin Commando members. Tristana is no exception. UU reading www.uuganshu. What's more, she also received the honorary title of Merlin Gunner from Reed. Tristana, your patrol mission has been cancelled. From now on, I will issue you a special mission. For Tristana, the person who came to the rescue on his own initiative, Reed would naturally not let her go easily. Special mission? What mission? Hearing Reed's words, Tristana's ears immediately stood up. The special task that could be directly issued by Reed, just thinking about it, had already made her curiosity beat up unconvincingly, and was able to be Tristana also felt honored when Reed was selected. Of course, Lulu, the fairy witch who pretended to be angry with her mouth pouting, also pricked her ears and listened intently. The 4 words special mission are really attractive to them. Big. It's not right, not just for the 2 of them, but for most Yordles, the special tasks that Reed said will arouse their strong curiosity. After all, regardless of the nature of the Yordle, in Bandar City, the special mission issued by a big man like Reed is definitely very touching. I want you to go to Secret City in Demacia to find Bobby, and then bring her back to Bandal City. I want to talk to her about some important things. Reed noticed Lulu's reaction, which made him smile involuntarily, but he still maintained a seriousness on the surface, and seriously entrusted the task to Tristana. Yes, sir. The mission must be completed. Tristana stands at attention and salutes. These are the rules set by Reed. It is really not a simple matter to set rules in Bandar City, after all, the Yordles tend to be free and sloppy. Chapter 3, I Really Love Mead. Seeing Tristana happily accepting the special mission, as if she was about to set out to perform the mission, Lulu immediately gave up the idea of continuing to struggle with Reed. Tristana. I want to go with you. Lulu yelled and approached Tristana. Together with the little fairy Pixar, she bounced around Tristana, repeating in her mouth, "Take me with you, I'll go together, take me together." Tristana was a little embarrassed. She pushed away Lulu, who was too close to her, and looked at Reed for help, as if she wanted Reed to help her out so that she could perform the task. But Reed's purpose is to let her take Lulu away, how could he help her out? Well, it's okay to let Lulu follow. One more person has more strength. You two have to cheer, I'll go first. In Tristana's incredible gaze, Reed simply agreed to Lulu's request to go with him, and then left this place of right and wrong directly and leisurely, leaving Lulu who was happy and Kui who was sluggish. Stana. But there is no way, since Reed has given the order, Tristana can only go with Lulu. She is a member of the Merlin Commando who is very strict with herself. Her self-discipline is a role model for the recruits. She is also the recruit instructor of the Merlin Commando appointed by Reed, and is the protector of the gate passage and the Yordle forest. After getting rid of Lulu, Reed went directly to the central square of Bandar City. Bandar City is a place like a fairy tale world. Reed from the earth felt very strongly about it. He had always only seen in movie scenes and descriptions in fairy tale books. And his own image and appearance gave him this feeling, a cute and loving Pandaman. At the beginning, he almost thought he had come to Pandaria. But his golden squirrel-like brother named Keenan, and his no longer growing size, let him understand his identity as a Yordle. Tens of thousands of years have made him gradually forget many memories. After all, the memory of the Yordles is not very good, and he no longer misses home from time to time, because he clearly remembers that before he came to this world, the earth it was already exploded, and he couldn't go back even if he was homesick. Sir. Captain Timo salutes you. When Reed was walking and starting to reminisce about the past, a small raccoon Yordle dressed as a scout appeared in front of Reed and paid him a military salute. Looking at the smiling squinted little raccoon in front of him, Reed laughed, and he waved his hand to say hello. Timo, where are you going? Tavern. Looking at Timo's relaxed look, he should be resting, so Reed guessed that he should go to a tavern for a drink. As the captain of the Special Operations Squad of the main ship scout team, Timo, who was awarded the title of Swift Scout by Reed, is a true elite scout and has shown amazing talent since he was a child. He was born to do this. Yeah, sir, do you want to have a drink with me? The Beeswax Tavern has the most seasonal mead today. It is delicious in the world. It would be a shame not to have a drink. As expected by Reed, Timo is going to drink in the tavern. This is one of Timo's few hobbies. He is a big fan of the honey wine in the Beeswax Tavern. Of course, I'm happy, and I'm about to go. In fact, Reed also likes to drink the mead in the Beeswax Tavern, and Timo's habit is actually largely influenced by him. As the founder of the main ship scout team, and the current and only one captain, Reed is also Tima's idol. There is nothing wrong. The two major special forces in Bandar City, the main ship scout team and the Merlin Commando team, were all established by Reed, so as a big figure in Bandar City, Reed is truly worthy of the name. The topic comes back to mead. Mead is a kind of wine that is similar to beer in all aspects, but should be classified into the category of wine. When he was on Earth, Reed had only heard of it, but he hadn't really drank it. After all, it was a wine that was not popular among flower growers, and it was basically not sold seriously. After drinking this specialty wine in Bandar City, Reed instantly felt that he opened the door to a new world. From then on, he fell in love with this special mead. Reed and Timo walked together, and soon came to the Beeswax Tavern near the central square of Bandar City. This tavern is not large in scale, or even a little bit cramped, but it is such an inconspicuous tavern. Produced the mead that people can't stop. Reed. Timo. You are here. I knew you were coming. After all, today is a new day for mead. Reed and Timo had just walked into the tavern, and there were regular customers in the tavern, and they began to greet them enthusiastically. Obviously everyone knew they would come. That's natural, how can you miss this kind of day? Reed is also unassuming, just like an ordinary drinking buddy. He and Timo sat together in front of the bar, which was the place everyone agreed to leave them. Of course, there are people who are willing to sit, but in the new days of mead, everyone will specially set aside these two positions, specifically for them too. If it is not surprising that Reed was able to get this treatment based on his reputation and status, Timo was able to get this treatment. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com undoubtedly illustrates his work in the main ship scout team over the years. What a great job! Although the smiling little raccoon now looks harmless to humans and animals, and is sincere, gentle, amiable, and very charming in daily life. But in the past few years, the invaders who died under Timo's blowgun, those who came from the material realm with bad intentions, have to be as many as 3 digits, to say nothing. Timo has long become one of the Yordles. A legend. Of course, Timo's most worthy of praise, but also to count the scout regulations tasks he completed. He is the Yordle who has completed the most expedition missions in the Bandar City Scout Mission Regulations so far. The book Bandar City Scout Mission Regulations was created when Reed was fine. It contains a variety of expedition missions, some are very dangerous, some are relatively simple, and it can be said to be all-encompassing. And Timo can become the Yordle who has completed the most tasks. Naturally it has been able to explain his strength, and it is normal that he can be respected by the drinkers. Cheers! For Bandar City! For the freedom and glory of the Yordle! As the owner of the Beeswax Tavern, he personally filled Reed and Timo with clear mead, then Reed stood up and invited everyone in the tavern to raise their glasses. Cheers! Everyone shouted in unison, responding to his words from the bottom of their hearts. After a free drink, everyone immediately began to chat with joy and laughter. The atmosphere in the pub was very lively. Feeling the deliciousness that stimulates the taste buds, listening to the laughter of the people around you, Reed filled a glass of mead again, and touched a glass with Timo alone. I really love mead. Chapter 4, Technological Innovation in Bandar City. After drinking some mead with Timo in the Beeswax Tavern, Reed's horrible mood due to the dispute with his brother Keenan finally eased. He stopped thinking about the old stubborn thing, and turned his attention back to the matter of Bandar City. He still has a lot of things to deal with. After all, as one of the oldest Yordles, Reed is not only the founder of the two special forces Merlin Commando and main ship scout team, but he is also the de facto leader of Bandar City, Yordle the recognized CO leader. He is responsible for the affairs of Bandar City, and is responsible for protecting the safety of the people of Yordle. But those things can be postponed until tomorrow. Reed now only wants to go home and have a good sleep. Even if the star-casting Dragon King Thor comes, he can't hold him back. Returning to his manor, looking at the courtyard that had been reorganized, and the fruit trees and vegetables that were replanted, Reed just sneered and shook his head, and went straight back to his cozy hut with his head covered. Sleep. In the balanced sect, there is a special spell, and they also have special spells, which are researched to protect their so-called balance. Keenan uses the balanced sect method. Everything was restored to its original state in such a short period of time. Reed really knows Keenan too well. He will leave after the fight and leave a mess for Keenan, because he knows Keenan will do it. Perhaps sometimes, balance is still useful. Looking at his renewed courtyard, Reed, who woke up, couldn't help but sigh with the convenience of the spell. He picked a fruit and wiped it with his hands. While eating the fruit, Reed went to the town hall of Bandar City. I was lazy yesterday, but today he has to do business. Reed had arranged for Tristana and Lulu to find Bobby in Mayan City, northwest of Demacia. He was not just trying to get the other party apart. He really had something to do. Discuss with Bobby. As the glorious ambassador of Bandar City to Demacia, Bobby is the link between Bandar City and Demacia. Of course, what Reed wants to discuss with Bobby is also related to Demacia. Reed wants to develop international trade between Bandar City and Demacia, although he knows that it is very difficult. After all, for Demacia, who rejects and prohibits magic, Yordle is born with magical powers. People are simply their natural hostile countries. But because of some historical reasons, the Demacians are actually relatively friendly to the Yordles. Besides, Reed doesn't want to do magic-related business with each other. Bandar City is not only magical creations. Therefore, Reed is actually quite confident about getting Jarvan III to nod and agree to the development of international trade. The Demacians should not be so ungrateful yet. Heimridinger, I need you to upgrade weapons for our special forces. New recruits need new equipment. Not every Yordle can use their own weapons like Timo and Tristana. At the town hall in Bandar City, Reed sat in the office, and Heimerdinger, who came to him, made a request. Yes, Reed, what you said is correct. I have the same opinion as you. It just so happens that what I'm here to talk about is actually about weapons. Heimerdinger shook his fluffy head and replied to Reed. His two grey beards are very conspicuous on his face. It is obvious that Heimerdinger is also a very old Yordle. People, at least they look like this. I have improved the automatic picture H28G in accordance with your requirements. I have to say, Reed, you really have the full ability to innovate. Your whimsical ideas seem to never dry up. I don't have any. I thought that this machine could be improved into a fort. As soon as he talked about his invention, Heimerdinger started to get excited. This guy is a real tech freak. Since Reed knew him, he has always been like this. The infinite curiosity of the Yordle is vividly reflected in him. This guy's desire for knowledge and the exploration of the mysteries of the universe have never stopped. The automated pitching device H28G mentioned by Heimerdinger was his inspiration from watching young Yodles playing a pitching game. His original intention was to create a machine that could automatically throw the ball and let the Yodles pick it up. But because the launch speed is set too high, this pitching machine has lost its game function, because apart from Reed, no young Yodle can catch the ball it throws, even with the lowest use. No one can catch the speed of the gear. And Reed's suggestion to him was to convert the automated pitcher H28G into a turret as a defense weapon for Bandar City. Heimridinger readily accepted this proposal and went back to do an improvement experiment. He just today after finishing the work, immediately come to Reed to report the results. Very good, you really did not disappoint me, my good partner. It seems that the next H28G construction will be on the schedule. Regarding the good news brought by Heimerdinger, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Reed is naturally very happy. After all, This H28G fort is not unfamiliar to read, because this thing is Heimerdinger's Q skills. However, the entity of this H28G is much more exaggerated than in the game, especially after the new transformation of Heimerdinger. This H28G has become a city defense gun, and it is very powerful. Amazing! The most important thing is that the operation is still very convenient and very smart. But, Heimerdinger, I still need to upgrade the soldiers' side weapons. Obviously, the H28G cannot be carried with me, at least in the case of individual combat. Although the successful development of the H28G made Reed very happy, it still did not solve the problem that Reed raised just now. The weapons currently used by the Yordle soldiers cannot satisfy him. That is not in line with their current situation. It's time to upgrade the level of technology. You know, under the cooperation of Reed and Heimerdingr, Bandar City has realized the modernization of people's livelihood thousands of years ago, and it uses clean energy to facilitate daily life. While living, the environment of Bandar City is protected to the greatest extent. With Reed's own ability, of course he can't do this kind of thing. After all, he's not the kind of big guy who knows a little before crossing, but he has his wonderful ideas, and Black Merdinger's brain and hands-on ability are simply a perfect match. Yes, yes, I am here for this. Heimerdinger continued calmly. Hextech, which has flourished in Piltworth, will be the general trend of future technological development. We should start contacting them. Hextech weapons sounds like a good choice, don't they? Chapter 5, Yordle and number 039, S. Empathy. Hextech. Hearing Heimerdinger's words, Reed couldn't help but frowned, which made Heimerdinger mistakenly think that he didn't understand Hextech. After all, this technology from Piltworth is indeed very new. Heimerdingr himself has only recently heard of it. It is completely different from their technology in Bandar City, and it is worthy of careful study and study. Yes, Piltoff's hex technology, that is a new and unexpected fusion of magic and technology, I can't wait to study it. Heimerdinger is obviously very interested in this new technology, but the meaning of new in his words is not so friendly to humans. Although a period of 100 or 200 years, to the Yordle, it is only a small part of a long life. But this time span is long enough to kill 2 generations of humans. Hex technology is nothing new at all, but it has been monopolized by Piltwolf. Heimerdinger, if you know how the hex crystals were obtained, you won't continue to praise hex technology. The Pigeon guy has covered up the truth. Reed shook his head. He wanted to directly kill Heimerdinger's yearning for Hextech. That is not the future of Bandar City, and the Yordles shouldn't have anything to do with that troublesome thing. That's for them. It's not worth the loss. The truth? What truth? Heimerdingr looked at Reed curiously. Although he did a certain investigation on Hextech before coming, his investigation was obviously not deep enough to let him know the truth behind the scenes. He investigated the direction is not in this respect, he only paid attention to the application of hex technology. Furthermore, the secret agents of Piltwolf's families are not vegetarians. How can this kind of news be spread at will? How can it be easily obtained by people? The hex crystals were actually taken from an ancient creature called the shell human race living in Shurima. Each hex crystal represents the life of a shell human race, and the shell human race has a collective consciousness. Special races, and those crystals, are the carriers that connect their collective consciousness and inherit their own existence and memory. Reed's words made Heimerdinger dumbfounded. Although he had never been in contact with the shell humans, he could tell from Reed's description that the ancient creatures, the shell humans, were obviously a sapient race, just like their Yordles. This, too cruel. As a Yordle, Heimerdingr found it difficult to accept Mrs. Piltworth's behavior. In addition to the goodness, friendliness, and peace-loving factors of the Yordle, the reason Heimerdingr feels unacceptable is because the shell people and their Yordle are the same in the eyes of humans. For humans, they are just two alien races with completely different looks, habits, and abilities. In ancient times, I used to communicate with people from the shell human race. They have a lot of similarities with us. They are even more talented than most of us in terms of their perception of the spirit of nature. Reed actually feels very emotional. The shell race is a race that lives in isolation, idyllic and peaceful years. The migration of humans from the land of the firstborn to the Shurima continent has brought them to their lives. Great destruction. Because of the arrival of mankind, endless wars and chaos have been brought about. In order to avoid the war, the shell people sank into the ground and fell asleep, but obviously mankind still did not let them go. Well, it seems that Hexdeca's path is not working, but their idea can be used for reference. The combination of magic and technology. Both of us are very good at Yordle. Maybe we can make it. Hex crystal that belongs to Bandar City. Although Hexdeca's route was blocked by Reed, the great inventor Heimridinger was not discouraged. They disdain to use the cruel hex crystal, but they can try to use their own power, to create something similar to that kind of crystal. This is a good idea. There seems to be something similar in Piltwolf, the synthetic hex crystal of the Philos family, but they still produce the hex crystal based on the hex crystal. They want to make the hex crystal completely. Crystals should still be very difficult, otherwise the Pigeon guys who are profiteering would have already made them. Reed expressed support for Heimerdinger's ideas, but he was not very optimistic about the prospects of this research. After all, Piltworth also has many geniuses, but he has not heard of anyone who can make hex crystals. If it works, you have to try it. I'm Heimridinger. And Heimerdinger, who has found a new research direction, is in excitement. He is not the kind of person who can easily admit defeat. Reading www.yunshu. Besides, compared with ordinary people in Piltwolf, the Yordles are more blessed in magic, and maybe they can really help Heimerdinger. I won't tell you, I'm going back to start researching. I feel that my ideas are going crazy, I can't wait to experiment immediately. Heimerdinger waved his hand to Reed anxiously. Although he didn't know what he was thinking of, he was indeed the whole person. He was immersed in the research of the Bandar crystal and could not extricate himself from it. What about my individual combat weapon? Seeing Heimerdinger was so excited, he was about to drive away quickly. Reed only had time to shout to his back, and Heimerdinger replied from a distance. It's ready, CH2 electronic storm grenade. The name CH2 electronic storm grenade is also quite familiar to Reed. Isn't this the E-skill in the Heimridinger game? It's quite suitable for individual soldiers to carry. But that baby is still a drawing, I'll give it to you in 2 days. It's just that the second sentence that Heimerdinger passed from a distance caused Reed to shed a few drops of cold sweat on his head. Authoring this CH2 electronic storm grenade was still a bad check from him, even I haven't made it yet. However, Reed still trusts Heimerdinger's research and development capabilities. Although the CH2 electronic storm grenade is still in blueprint status, the guy said that it is okay. This is Reed's unconditional trust in his old friends. Heimridinger returned to the workshop to start his research, while Reed continued to stay in the office to deal with official duties. It was not until Lulu and Tristana brought Bobby in that Reed put down his hand. A pen that never stopped. Chapter 6, The Yordle with the Hammer. Reed. We are back. And we have brought Bobby back. As soon as he entered Reed's office, Lulu yelled to Reed proudly with her waist in her waist, as if she was asking for credit. Yes, thank you guys, the task was completed very well. Reed enthusiastically praised her and praised her a few words, which made Lulu, who is always a childlike heart, giggled. She was very happy to be able to help Reed. In fact, it was mainly because she felt this adventure is very interesting, she had a lot of fun, and it would be nice to be able to help by the way. Of course, there are very few things that make Lulu feel boring. She will always look like this carefree, as if there is nothing in the world worthy of her troubles. Maybe this is the reason why Fantasy Wonderland chose her, and only Yordles like Lulu can still maintain their original heart and a childlike innocence after gaining that kind of terrifying power. Thinking of being able to play around happily every day. Sir, Tristana does not humiliate her mission. On the other hand, Tristana reported to Reed with a very serious salute. Tristana, who had been asking herself strictly, would not be as rudderless as Lulu. Very good, my Gunner, you can go to rest. Reed also praised Tristana, which made the little gunner very happy, but she still tried her best to stiffen her expression and saluted Reed seriously. What? Lulu, are you okay? Tristana has turned and left, but Lulu is still jumping right and left in the office, seeming to want to find some fun in Reed's office, and she has no intention of leaving with Tristana. Hey? Of course. I have to wait for you to play together. Although Lulu went out with Tristana and had fun, she still didn't forget about going out with Reed, which made Reed not know for a while. Still troubled. Reed silently looked at Bobby, who had maintained a posture since he came in, a quiet and peaceful face, and Bobby looked at him with staring eyes and gave him a friendly attitude. Smile. At this time, the two Yordle girls formed a sharp contrast in front of Reed's eyes. One was bouncing and joking, like a happy little frog, while the other one was a breeze. Quiet and indifferent, just like the lady of a big family. Although this eldest lady with a double ponytail is holding a pair of her high hammers in her hands, she is wearing armor. Helplessly holding his forehead, Reed called Tristana an emergency, and then continued to throw Lulu to the little runner. Tristana, the automated pitching device H28G in the square, has been transformed into a fort by him riding her. Could you please help arrange the deployment? The Bandle gunners should also start to familiarize themselves with how to operate it. You will also be responsible for that thing in the future. Reed's reason is very valid, Tristana has no doubts about it, and this reason is not at all like Reed made up casually to divert Lulu's attention. But after hearing the name Automated Pitcher H28G, Lulu was still attracted to it, because she had played this thing. Although at the very beginning, this thing was actually a very failed invention in the eyes of the Yordles because they could not play at all, but Lulu still found it very interesting. This girl is actually a champion in another sense. There are no things and things that she finds boring. I want to go together. Lulu raised her hand again, and Pixar flew happily beside her, seeming to express how happy Lulu was. This time, without even waiting for Tristana to start asking for help, Reed directly agreed to Lulu's request, which made Tristana swallow her refusal. Looking at the helpless back of Tristana, who led Lulu out, Reed silently said apologize in his heart. But he felt that Tristana and Lulu's auras should be more compatible. After all, with Lulu, Tristana did not encounter any danger, and Lulu did not cause any trouble, which is already very serious. It's rare. Teacher, is there anything you came to see for me? Seeing that the office finally calmed down, Bobby proactively saluted Reed and asked. She called Reed a special name because she had been instructed by Reed together with Oren, so she kept saying does disciples consider themselves. Although she is not a disciple of the Storm Sword School, she has not learned the storm swordsmanship, and she doesn't even use swords at all. That's it, Bobby, I hope you can convey what I mean to Jarvan 3. This is a good thing for Demacia and Bandar City. Reed simply told Bobby of his thoughts, and then handed Bobby a reel, which contained his letter to King Demacia, Jarvan 3 of the Light Shield family. Good tutor, I will do it. Poppy accepted this task solemnly. She will not relax at all about Reed. She has memorized everything Reed told her so that she can repeat it to King Jarvan 3 of Demacia. After explaining the official business, Yu read www.yunsha.com and Reed signaled that Bobby could relax a little bit. Now they can get along as a master or apprentice, or as a friend, without being so restrained. Bobby, are you still looking for that hero for Oren? Reed took a sip from his teacup. The unique King's Inn tea in Bandar City made his mind feel a little refreshing. The refreshing effect of this tea is very significant. Yes, mentor, I haven't found that hero yet. Bobby's expression was a little sad. She felt that she had failed Oren's instructions to her. Oren had been dead for 600 to 700 years, but she hadn't even found that one. She could use this Oren hammer. The hero who protects Demacia, but she will never stop searching. Oh! Hearing Bobby's words, Reed couldn't help but sighed, which made Bobby seem a little confused. The girl looked at her mentor Reed, hoping to get Reed's explanation. Poppy, I told you 700 years ago that your problem is a lack of self-confidence, but you have never gotten rid of this lack of self-confidence. Reed's words made Bobby a little ashamed, and she immediately bowed to Reed and apologized, obviously respecting Reed very much. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Poppy's attitude is very sincere. She actually knew what Reed meant, but she didn't think it was that way. I know what you mean, but the hero Oren is looking for will definitely not be me. I am just the person he entrusted to find, because he knows that my lifespan is very long, and he will definitely be able to find that hero for him. Poppy's words are very confident, she obviously believes in this, and this makes Reed want to sigh. In addition to her lack of self-confidence, this girl has a particularly stubborn temper. Chapter 7, A Call for Help from a Cat. I don't know if I should be happy for Oren, or regret it for Oren, regretting that I didn't explain clearly at the beginning. Oren is the founder of Demacia. He is a true hero. His short but meaningful life left a deep impression on Reed. He is a friend who deserves to be mourned by Reed from time to time. During the Rune War, Oren led refugees from all over the Valoran continent to form a refugee tribe. He led them all the way to the west of the Valoran continent and came to what is now Demacia. Because of the fight for the world runes and the rune wars that caused these refugees to be devastated by magic, Oren established the country of Demacia based on Demacia's forbidden magic stone. The fear of magic all stems from that devastating war. During the rune wars, Reed was very active. He participated in a lot of things and got what he wanted. In the difficult process of establishing Demacia, Reed gave Oren a lot of help, is very kindly called by Oren as a life mentor and guide. And this is the reason why the Yordles are not so much rejected by the Demacians, because in the Demacian capital, there are even statues of Reed. The statues of Reed are better than the pair of flying wings. The statue of the appeared earlier, I hope it has not been forgotten by the Demacians. Rather than speaking, Oren and Poppy are actually the same. Of course, compared to Reed, who is a mentor, Bobby actually learned more from Oren, because the two of them have a very close personality. Among the Yodels, Bobby has a special personality. From the moment she can remember, she has been looking for the purpose of life. She prefers to find the law and order around her, and is often immersed in it. It is not like it at all. A Yodel who has a flamboyant personality, only knows how to play, and is always whimsical and full of whimsical ideas. Therefore, like Keenan, she finally left Bandal City because of this difference, wandering in Runeterra, and happened to encounter Oren and his mixed refugee tribe, as well as Reed, her life mentor. Bobby was attracted by Oren's personality charm. Oren's words and deeds seem to inspire everyone like a soul. If someone becomes discouraged, he will come to remind them of the purpose of this long journey. If someone feels when exhausted, he will cheer them up again. This reminded Poppy of some Yordle spells, but Oren achieved the same effect without relying on magic. After joining Oren's refugee team, Bobby quickly integrated into those refugees with goals. For Bobby, who has been searching for meaning in life, the appearance of Reed and Oren is very significant. Demacia's order, regularity, and orderliness deeply attracted Poppy, just like Ionia was to Keenan, but compared to Keenan, young Poppy is more susceptible to Reed's influence. Under Reed's guidance, Bobby made it his mission and goal to maintain the friendly relationship between Demacia and Bandar City. Of course, when Oren was dying, he entrusted Bobby with the hammer of Orin and told her euphemistically that she hoped she could become a peerless hero of Demacia and hoped that she could protect the unity of Demacia. Peace and unification will enable Demacia to truly be in peace and stability for generations to come. Poppy, who misunderstood Orin's meaning, regarded finding the owner for Orin's hammer as one of his life goals, and he did not stop searching for it for hundreds of years. Reed felt very sorry for Bobby's ability to understand. Orin, as the founder of Demacia, as a leader who builds a country based on his personal charm, has an extraordinary significance for the warhammer he has always carried with him. Orin's hammer even became the sacred symbol of that new country for a time, and was even promoted to the point where it had the power to destroy and shake the earth. In a sense, Orin handed the holy hammer to Bobby, which was actually giving Bobby the leadership of Demacia, but Bobby, who was honest, didn't think about that. I hope you can find the legendary Demacia hero as soon as possible, or see yourself clearly as soon as possible. Reed is helpless, he has always had no good way to deal with Yordles like Bobby and Keenan. Thank you, mentor, I will definitely find him. Poppy still respects Reed very much. If others have been telling her that the hero is her own, then she would have started to say that the other party's words are nonsense. Go to Jarvan 3, and convey my meaning to him. Reed stopped talking, and directly asked Bobby to return to Demacia. In fact, he came back and forth quickly. Because the portals of Bandar City's gates exist everywhere in Runeterra, this is a huge advantage. After all, these gates are only open to the Yordles except for some specific moments. Of course, even for the Yordles, it is not easy to return to Bandar City from Runeland. On the contrary, it is easier to get out, just go to the doorway, and enter which doorway you want. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. But even so, if Demacia and Bandar City can carry out international trade, the transportation cost of the goods will also be extremely low. Of course, the war potential of the Bandar Gate passage is also not low. Good mentor, I hope I can often have the opportunity to listen to your teachings. In my free time looking for heroes, I will definitely come back to Bandar City to see you. Bobby bowed seriously to Reed, then took her sledgehammer and left. The attitude of this child always gave Reed an illusion, and always made him think that he was old enough. Not much to the point. With a helpless smile, Reed cleaned up the various documents on the desk, and then left the office. The backlog of work for a long time has been processed by him, and there are many days to rest. Bandar City itself does not have too many problems to deal with. Although the Yordles without of character will always cause a lot of troubles, they are all children who are not bad-hearted. No matter how big the troubles are, where can they be messed up? Where to go? Many things can be handled properly by the Yordle people. Therefore, as the leader of the Yordle people, Reed will have so much leisure time to wander around the Rune land. If this is replaced by the rulers of Demacia and Nakuz, if they go out and hang around for several years, then I am afraid that the whole country will not be ruined when they come home. Reed. I found it. I found Nora's trail. In Shurima. But a big monster prevented me from continuing to explore. Come with me. As soon as Reed walked out of the office, the air in front of him suddenly distorted violently. A slightly embarrassed blue cat jumped out of the portal that opened suddenly, followed by a magic book. End 2. Chapter 8, Karakse. Wait a minute, don't worry, Yumi. Facing Yumi, who was pulling his clothes and wanting him to jump into the magic book with her, Reed remained calm, and he held down the anxious magic cat. Reed. I found the trace of Nora. In a ruined city in Shurima. I found a blue ceramic fragment. I recognized that fragment. It was a teapot that Nora once collected. Fragments. Yumi was in a hurry. This is the first time she has found clues related to her owner Nora in such a long search. So it's no wonder that she is so anxious that she can't wait to pull Reed over. Fear that Nora is in danger, but no one can protect her. Did you get the ceramic shard? Reed asked Yumi this way. His memories are slowly emerging, those long-term memories. As Yumi hurriedly talked about them, he gradually remembered them again. Yumi fled back to Bandar City hurriedly from Karaksay in Shurima, where she smelled some of Nora's breath and found the ceramic shard. And the reason why she fled back to Bandar City in such a panic was that when she was digging up the debris, she alarmed the owner of Karaksay, the Queen of Void Creation Exel, the Avoid Escape Beast. Rexel. No, that monster is really horrible. I was madly attacked by that monster and I could only run away desperately. I didn't hold the ceramic shard and accidentally fell to the ground. Yumi is a little confused. Why does Reed care so much about the ceramic shard? Shouldn't they immediately destroy the monster and save her master Nora? I think Nora didn't take the teapot with him when he disappeared. Maybe it's still in the hut in the woodland valley. The fragment you picked up is just one similar to that teapot. Reed gradually recalled those wonderful stories, including all the stories of Yumi, Nora, and Rexel, which completely calmed his emotions and made this judgment. You can be responsible for your own words. That piece of ceramic fragment definitely does not belong to Nora. You don't believe me? Yumi, who was questioned by Reed, was a little angry. She even got a little blown hair. This magic cat is very emotional now. Yumi can't understand why Reed is like this. Are he and her master Nora, aren't they good friends? Why did she find the trail of her master? But Reed was not excited at all, and didn't mean to save her master at all. Yumi didn't understand it very much. Follow me. Reed naturally has his reasons. He greeted Yumi, and asked the other party to follow along with the gates. He took the magic cat and the book of doors to the outskirts of Bandar City, and came to the place they were most familiar with, the beautiful woodland valley. There is a small house built here, which is the home of the witch Nora, and the home of the magic cat Yumi and the ghost magic book. Although it is daytime, there are still many moon moths shimmering in the woodland valley. On the bank of the creek where Yumi often plays, a few rainbow fish jump up from time to time, bringing up one. The rainbow of the road. This scene made Yumi almost fascinated. She has not played with moon moths or rainbow fish for a long time, and even the sweet air of Bandar City has not been breathed for a long time. In order to find the master, Nora, she has been wandering outside with the gates, constantly passing through the portals of the gates, looking for Nora's traces everywhere in Runeterra. Look, let me just say it, this teapot has always been here, never left, and it's still intact. When Yumi recalled the past, Reed had already opened the door of Nora's hut and found the teapot that Nora had collected. The reason why he was so sure was because he gave it to Nora. Nora's hobby is very special, but very Yordle. She likes to collect all kinds of weird items, such as chipped teacups, shards of stained glass, and knitted fabrics embroidered with fun patterns. And this teapot is a gift from Reed to Nora, a teapot from ancient Shurima, with many interesting patterns and special words carved on it, which is very inspiring to Nora and was treasured by her. But entered the room and looked at the intact teapot. Yumi was a little dumbfounded, but she quickly reacted. It turns out that the cat's reaction speed is indeed very fast. But even if the fragment of the teapot was not left by Nora, the breath left by Nora I smelled there is absolutely true. I can't smell it wrong. Yumi admitted that she was too anxious, so she mistakenly recognized the fragment, but Nora has indeed been there. This is an indisputable fact. They still have to go to Karaksay to find where Nora left. Trace. Let's go. Read. If Nora is still there, reading www.yuyugonshu.com. That monster is not something Nora can handle. Yumura came over to the dome magic book floating in the sky, and the dome magic book immediately turned to a page with the color of yellow sand, which was the gateway to Karaksay. The door, the pages of the book sent to Shurima, are all in this color, just like the pages of the book returning to Bandar City, all of which are green. This gateway magic book allows people to travel through all the doorway passages of Rune Land as they like. Each page of it represents a doorway passage portal. After having this book of gates, wherever you want to go, you don't have to wait for the gates to open, and you don't have to pass through the transit station of Bandar City. The person holding this book can freely shuttle straight between the two different doorways in Runeterra, saving a lot of things. Well, then I'll go with you. After all, you won't be able to hide what should come, and you won't stop if I don't go. Reed is very helpless. He knows that Nora is not in Carrick, but looking at Uami's posture, if he doesn't go today, this magic cat can always rely on him. The Book of Doors is not small, its page size is more appropriate, it is specially designed for the Yordle. If you change to a human, it will be difficult enough to get into the portal of this page. After all, even a panda like Reed almost didn't get in. The space was distorted, a blue magic cat, and a black and white fur, dressed in a drifter costume, a Yordle with two swords hanging from his waist jumped out of the portal. So, they are standing on a sand dune that is not too small at this time. Chapter 9, Dangerous Void. Carricksai is in the south of Shurima. It used to be the place where the Rai tribe lived. But now, this is a place name that is unwilling to be mentioned in Shurima. Only those who are desperate will choose to travel through Kali. Kese. Carricksai is called the Sea of Bones by the people in the north of Shurima, but they don't understand the meaning of Carricksai at all. The Sea of Bones is a wrong translation. The people of the Lai tribe have never seen the sea. Stuffed in the Lai language refers to a plain of sand and gravel, which makes people walk slowly and painfully. The name means that this land has been riddled with holes, it means that this land is full of tunnels, it means that Exil is hunting here, it means that death is lurking under the gravel, and it may jump up at any time. Standing on the top of the sand dune, Reed and Yumi can easily overlook the landmark here, which is a huge skeleton. Thousands of years of wind and sand have corroded its flesh and blood, and now only huge ribs are left obliquely inserted into the sky, and the shadow cast by each rib is enough to cover a caravan. No one knows what this monster was when it was alive. Look like. Now, when you see this skeletal landmark, it means that you are about to enter Carricksai next. Maybe this is why the Northerners translated Carricksai as the Sea of Bones. Reed knew that this huge skeleton might be the corpse of a certain warrior, or it might be left by a certain void monster, or even a combination of the two. There are too many dangers in the territory of the lost Shurima Empire, and Rek'Sai is one of them. The reason why Reed is not enthusiastic about coming to Carrick is not that he doesn't care about Nora's safety. As Nora's good friend, of course he wants to take her home, and even as the leader of Bandar City, save someone who has fallen into trouble. The dangerous Yordle is also what Reed should do. But Nora is not here. Reed is very sure. Nora is actually in the void. The breath of Nora that Yumi smelled here should be the breath that oozes from the void. This is based on the memory of Reed. Among them, the inference made by the story between Uami and Rexel. As the creation of the Void Watcher, the mission of Rek'Sai and her tribe, Exil, is to dig, and keep digging until they dig a tunnel leading to the void, and now her mission has been half completed. After thousands of years of excavation, the tunnel dug by Rek'Sai can even ooze the breath of the void. Although it is still incomparable with the situation of Ikathia and the Howling Abyss, one day, Rek'Sai will complete her task and welcome the arrival of their creator. Go. Reed. Let's save Nora together. Uami shook her tail, looking a little impatient. After bringing Reed over, she instantly felt confident. Only her own words, she can't defeat the terrible monster, but with Reed, Reed will be responsible for the attack and she will be responsible for the protection. She believes that their combination can definitely defeat the monster. Yumi is a cat who is born with powerful protective magic. She is one of the many magical creatures in Yordle City. Her protective magic is very powerful, and this is why, Reed will let her carry the reason for the chaos of the rune-filled land in the Amentia magic book is now. You have to know that Gates is like a master key to Bandar City, which can open all the doors of Bandar city. If it is obtained by malicious people, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. If Yumi does not have enough power to protect herself and the gondola, Therda has already confiscated the gondola. Although the gondola has its own consciousness, it cannot resist. Read. Puff puff puff. The magic of the door is floating in the sky, and it is also urging Reed, which makes Reed feel a little bit dumbfounded. Both this cat and this book are very nervous about their owners. It seems as if Reed doesn't care about friends. Reed couldn't tell Yumi and Ghost Grimoire that Nora is now in the void, because this pair of strange combinations does not have the ability to protect herself in the void. Now that I don't know where Nora is, Yumi and the Ghost Grimoire can boldly scurry around in Rune Land. But if Reed tells them that Nora is in the void, the pair will definitely go to the void to find Nora, which is undoubtedly a dead end for both of them. After all, even Reed has to be very careful in the void. That is not the field that ordinary people should set foot in. It is enough to go to the void to find Nora. He does it by himself. Let's go, let's find the legendary monster Rek'Sai, let her tell the news about Nora. If she doesn't say anything, then we will beat her up. Reed vocally echoed Yumi and the Ghost Magic Book. If you only need to fight with Rek'Sai, if you can make these two guys give up, then Da doesn't mind looking for it. The Void Escape Beast Queen moved her muscles and bones. A Yordle, a magic cat, a flying magic book, this strange combination entered the Carrick race, and their actions did not cover up. For mortals, if they want to cross the Carrick race, they must avoid the ears of the Exels. For this reason, the people of the Rai tribe have invented a special quiet walk. Only by learning to walk quietly, every step is as light as a mouse and as far as an antelope. Only those who walk fast and quiet can walk out of Carricksay alive. But Reed's purpose is to attract the Exels, so naturally they don't need to hide their whereabouts. Even Reed is worried, can the sound of their combination really attract the Exels? Yumi squatted on the magic book, and the magic book flew in the air. Among them, only Reed himself was walking in the sand sea. Although his body is relatively strong among the Yordles, it is far better than that. Not a normal person. Maybe in the ears of Exel, the sound of Reed walking is the sound of a human child walking. Fortunately, they have one goal, which is where Yumi dug a hole before. Reed guessed that Yumi, this guy, may have dug into Rek'Sai's lair, otherwise it wouldn't be so coincidental. Stuffed. Soon, Reed and his party were discovered. A few Exeters cruising nearby heard their voices. Because of Rexel's rage, these Exeters were more active than usual, even if they were. With a faint sound, they came over to check. Chapter 10, Queen Rexel. The dry wind whistling in the desert blew Reed's cloak. He stretched out his hand to hold down his slightly raised hat, and shook the yellow sand and gravel accumulated on it. Looking at the exposed dorsal fins of a few Exel wandering in the sand in front of him, Reed knew that there was no Rexel inside, these were just ordinary Exels. In fact, there are still great individual differences between Zers and this void creation. There are behemoths as terrifying as Rexes, and there are ordinary Exel the size of a jackal hound. And these Exels in front of them can be judged by the size of their dorsal fins. Obviously they are not very big, but they are just ordinary individuals in the Exel group. Of course, this size Exel is actually big enough for the petite Yodles. It's no more than a general armed caravan, but the guards have some courage, and only 3 or 4 people can kill such an Exel. Of course, they may have to pay 1 or 2 people for this as the price of killing it. In fact, using a camel as a bait first, and then letting the guards kill it is the best way. The Rai people who serve as guides generally recommend this, but in the current Shurima, life is much cheaper than a camel. Up! Monster! Go to hell! Yumi didn't panic, she shook her tail, and a magic missile was thrown out by her, and it hit an Exel who jumped out of the ground breaking through the sand. With its flaming tail swaying, it looked like a yellow fish-like missile. Although it looked cute, it was not too powerful at all. The missile hit the Zer's head and directly hit the X-Saw. Flew out. Wow! I like magic. Looking at the results of her fishing and flying bombs, Yumi was obviously a little proud, but her attack did not cause much damage to the Exel, and the knocked out Exel shook. His head quickly rushed toward Yumi and mentioned magic book again. This caused the strange combination to immediately stage a scene of flying with each other. Yes, Yumi himself can actually fly, but this cat is too lazy, and usually let the ghost magic book take it with you. She flies together. But there is no way, can you count on how diligent a cat is? Even if this cat is a magic cat. There was a sound of a sharp blade out of the sheath, and when the Exel who pounced on Yumi and the ghost grimoire fell to the ground, it was already cut in half by the sharp blade in Reed's hand. The Exel fell to the ground. Although it had just been killed, its flesh had begun to flow out disgusting pus and foam, and the rate of decay was very abnormal. As expected, this creature is not edible. Reed shook the sharp blade in his hand. There was no blood or dirt on the shining sharp blade, and he knew it was a good weapon. But what he said made Yumi a little dazed, and almost failed to fly, and fell from the air to the ground. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you can eat it, right? Looking at the weird and horrible creature in front of him, Yumi has never made any connection between Exel and food. The void creatures like Exel are very special. They have no eyes. They only have a mouth on their entire face. The mouth is full of huge teeth, and a long tongue sticks out from time to time, sniffing the scent of prey in the wind. The powerful forelimbs bow left and right, and together with the tail that drags behind them like leeches, they support their bodies, and there are dorsal fins on their backs, which will be exposed when they dive into the yellow sand. They rely on the ability to track their prey, but they can only hear the sound of movement. If the prey is still, they cannot find it. This is actually the reason why the Rai people practice the quiet step. The real quiet step master can even escape in the hands of the avoid escape beast Rek'Sai, and can even fool the queen. Perception. Roar. A companion was killed, making the remaining Exel feel threatened, and one of them immediately began to retreat, not knowing whether it was fleeing or moving to rescue soldiers. But those Exels roared almost at the same time, which made Reed certain that they wanted to call the Queen Rexel, who was in a rage, to come over. Reed was surrounded by the wind spirit, his figure became blurred, and the cold light flickered continuously. When the wind spirit ceased completely, Reed returned to his sheath. Those Exel stopped yelling, and their bodies broke apart from the middle almost at the same time. Disgusting pus and foam began to flow out, and the corpses began to decay rapidly. Wow! Reed, you are so amazing! Seeing this scene, Yumi, who is very competent next to him, became a boasting group. It seemed that he always played the 666 pendant at the first time after the teammate show operation. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Don't do 6 basic exercises. Reed waved his hand casually. These are just peanuts that are not even an appetizer. Killing them is a waste of time. No matter how many of these Xer come, they will not be able to force him out of the first place. 2 swords. It is Rek'Sai, the queen of these X's, who may give Reed a chance to draw a second sword to fight. Should we continue to find Rek'Sai? Yumi, who thinks they can defeat the monster, becomes more and more anxious to take Reed to find Rek'Sai. Wait, that guy should be here soon, if her hearing is not that bad. But Reed felt that they didn't need to go to each other anymore. The exaggerated roars just now should have attracted her. Even if she was too far away to hear, Reed deliberately let go of one. Report to her. Yumi did not object to Reed's statement, so they began to wait for the arrival of the avoid escape beast Rek'Sai, and in order to keep that guy from losing his goal, Reed kept spinning around to make a sound especially intimate. And the monster did not live up to their expectations. It didn't take long for her to rush over here. That is really a huge creature, just looking at her purple dorsal fin exposed on the sand, it is already several times the size of those little Exel's dorsal fins, just like a big shark wandering in the desert. Come on! That monster! Yumi also spotted Rek'Sai, who was approaching quickly. She immediately approached Reed, blowing a big magic shield bubble around them, wrapping her, Reed and the gates together. Up! Chapter 11, Clash. Rek'Sai appeared in front of Reed and Yumi, and she jumped directly from under the sand to pounce. She is very big, and the scene of her pounce on Reed and Yumi is like a hungry wolf hunting two little mice. A huge mouth opened above her eyeless, sharp face, biting at Reed and Yumi, blood-glowing teeth, and fiercely stabbing the magic shield that Yumi was holding up. Grumbling. How powerful Yumi's defensive magic is, it was revealed at this time. Rek'Sai's fangs slipped on Yumi's magic shield. Reed and Yumi also have the ghost magic, rolled out with the spherical magic shield, and drew a distance from Rek'Sai. Crack! However, the magic shield still did not hold up, and finally shattered, throwing a book of Yordle and a cat inside to the ground. No, it was only Reed that was thrown to the ground. Yumi and all floating in the air. Ahem! Reed slapped the sand on his body, coughed twice, and got up from the sand very quickly. This is really a unique way of escape for the Yordle, although you are just a magic cat, not a Yordle. Reed couldn't help sighing. Yumi's magic shield undoubtedly couldn't sustain the bite of void evacuation beast Rek'Sai, but even in a dangerous situation, the Yordles could always the funny way turns bad into good fortune. Although the spirit of nature in this already riddled land is very weak, Reed still feels its kindness to the Yordles, but it is too weak to give Reed any effective help. If you want to defeat this terrifying void monster in front of you, you still have to rely on Reed and Yumi's own abilities. Reed raised his head and looked at Rek'Sai in front of her. She was huge, more than 2 or 3 times that of a normal person. Her 2 strong forelegs are bigger than those little Exel, and her tail is like a leech, the size of which is equivalent to a crocodile, being dragged heavily behind her. Her long tongue danced in the air like a cobra. The structure of Rek'Sai was so strange and perfect. This void monster must be the beloved work of the Void Watchers. It is no wonder she shoulders such an important task. Roar! Rek'Sai's anger can be easily seen. The Queen of Exel herself has a grumpy temper and was dug into the house by a cat. As a result, the cat ran away, which undoubtedly stimulated Rek. Stop, and what makes her even more angry is that this cat even dared to come back. Wow, this big guy feels like he wants to eat me. Yumi floated by Reed's side, was startled by Rek'Sai, but Reed suddenly thought of something. Yumi, this guy doesn't seem to be able to speak. Even if we can beat her, she can't tell us where Nora is. Can you understand what she said? Looking at the roaring Rek'Sai, Reed thought of this question as soon as Reed's brain circuit turned suddenly. Obviously, although Yumi is a cat and a serious animal, she doesn't understand Rek'Sai at all. What are you yelling at? Even the well-informed Menfei is also awkward. Although it is proficient in various languages, it does not understand the void. The pages on the void are all torn by Nora. Dropped, the Yordle which was the first to set foot in those pages of the portal. These portals that involve the dangerous void land, but even Bandar City don't have them, they only exist on this magical gates. The dialogue between Reed and Yumi and Gordon is a bit unreliable, and Rek'Sai's anger has been accumulated. The monster sank into the sand again, and then quickly broke through the ground in front of Reed and Yumi. She waved her 2 huge forelimbs, and her claws bowed left and right, as if to tear the 2 of Reed and Yumi. A nasty little guy. Reed pulled out the sharp blade on his waist in an instant, and directly held up the terrifying claws that Rek'Sai had swung over. And that huge power directly caused him to sink into the sand. There is no way. Who made the Yordle too short? It's just a leg sinking when replaced by ordinary people, but ordinary people can't stop Rek'Sai. Claws. Rek'Sai missed a hit, jumped up again and dived into the sand, leaving only one dorsal fin exposed on the ground, while Reed jumped out of the sand at this moment, and he shook his body first. Covered with gravel. Hey! Spit out an extremely hot breath from his chest. Reed's hair began to slowly redden, his originally fluffy, round face of the cute little panda began to transform into a bloodthirsty beast. The Iron Eater gradually revealed his fangs and claws. And Rek'Sai, who is walking down the sand, has launched another attack. First, a group of terrifying dark energy shoots out from her dorsal fin, reading www.yukanshu.com tore the ground, and then she followed behind and pounced towards Reed. Roar! This time the roar was made by Reed. In the face of Rek'Sai's pounce, Reed counterattacked without showing any weakness, and his petite body quickly grew bigger in the air. When he and Rek'Sai collided, there was no Yordle, it was a huge beast, it was not much smaller than Rek'Sai. The huge Iron Eater swung the equally huge blade in his hand, and slashed at Rek'Sai, who was waving his forelimb claws. This sword of Reed is a masterpiece of the forging and has such magical power. It's not surprising. The skins of Exel are the older and thicker. As the queen of the entire race, the hard skin of Void Escape Beast Rexel is a hard thing that cannot be matched by any armor in the world. And the sharp weapon in Reed's hand did not live up to the reputation of the forging Orn, and the hard skin formed by Rek'Sai's growth over millions of years could not stop the sharp blade that shone with cold light. Of course, this powerful void monster is not easy to provoke. Her claws pierced Reed's fur and flesh and blood, leaving a terrible scratch on his side. Reed. Seeing that Reed was injured, Yumi released the magic very anxiously. Her healing magic was also very powerful. The wound that Reed was still bleeding in the last second, was touched by the light of life emitted by Yumi, and immediately began. Heal. Roar. 3 or 4,000 years, counting from the day Rek'Sai came to the Rune continent, no creature has ever hurt her. Although Reed's blade did not cut very deep, there is no doubt that the Yordle in front of her hurt her. Chapter 12, Rek and number 039, Sai and number 039, S Strength. Reed's eyes were full of blood, and his own black and white fur was also stained with blood at this time. The transformation under fury was one of his many abilities. Like some Yodles wandering in Fruljord, this skill actually belongs to their natural ability. It's just that, unlike the quirky little naughty, Reed can better control his emotions and consciousness. He can even complete the transformation without accumulating anger, and he can also change back at any time. At this time, Reed's body shape is similar to Rek'Sai in front of him. It is not inferior to this monster in terms of strength and speed, and may even be even worse. Reed obviously has not really moved with this monster. Really? Come on! You ugly void monster! Have you tasted the iron fist of the Yordle? I guess you must not. Reed gasped for short and hurried breaths, and the hot breath continued to erupt from his mouth and nose. Although he said that he could control his emotions and consciousness well, this state could only be aroused by rage. Yes, so he will be a little different from usual after all. Roar! Facing Reed's provocation, Rek'Sai responded with a loud growl. Although she didn't know if she understood Reed's words, she clearly felt Reed's provocation. On the purple dorsal fin behind her, dark energy was accumulated. A ball of dark energy exuding an ominous aura came towards Reed. The one that Rek'Sai hit when he broke through the ground was hidden by Reed. Passed, and this one also failed to hit Reed. But this in itself is not Rek'Sai's special skill. Rek'Sai only uses this dark energy ball to find the way. Even if the dark energy ball didn't hit the target, as long as it escapes in the air and gets into Reed's body, it can help Rek'Sai accurately locate Reed. This allows the monster's attack to hit Reed with incomparable precision, so that she can hit Reed without any errors in her attacks. The two huge bodies scrambled together, roaring one after another, like thunder and lightning. Reed threw away the sharp blade in his hand, and instead used his huge double fists to hit the crusty of the void monster. Each of his punches was filled with manic anger, punch after punch, all hitting Rek'Sai's thick and hard skin. Rek'Sai also did not show any signs of weakness or fear. Her terrifying and powerful claws forelimbs tore Reed's fur and flesh again and again, raising large swaths of blood. But she couldn't shake Reed at all. Instead, it made Reed more violent and made his fists stronger. This kind of injury was just tickling him. Reed did not throw away the sharp blade made by the demigod because he lost his mind, but because he had discovered that even the sharp-forged half-god blade only pierced the crust of this terrifying void monster. Therefore, Reed chose to believe in his fist. Since the sharp blade cannot penetrate the monster's crust, let's use his fist to beat her up. Reed doesn't believe in Rexel's crust and can also reduce it. Shocking function. Yumi was not idle either. She kept releasing healing magic for Reed on the sidelines, and at the same time, she had been attacking Rek'Sai with fishing missiles, although Yumi's fishing missiles could not cause Rek'Sai what kind of harm, but it can play a role in decelerating harassment to a certain extent. After Rek'Sai was hit by Yumi's fishing and flying bullets, there was a very slight sluggishness in his body movements. After several missed opportunities, Reed finally caught it once, and he hit the thunder with a punch on Kesai's chin. Crack! Rek'Sai's jaw was hit hard by this, and one of the two huge sharp teeth broke and flew out directly from the middle. Reed's fist caused a lot of damage to her. Ha! How does this punch feel like? Rek'Sai, you can call it strong hand cracking skull or Kuran power. Reed, who succeeded in one blow, did not pursue the victory, but stood still and rubbed his fists. Good guy, although he was calm on the surface, he was actually uncomfortable. Rek'Sai's jaw was really hard. Cough roar. Rek'Sai was repulsed by Reed, and after falling to the ground, he dived directly into the ground. This huge void monster slid down the sand and shuttled through her cave. The land of Karaksay, in the long loss of Shurima, has always been occupied by the X's. The underground of this sandy plain is full of pits excavated by the Xels. Although most of Rexel cannot be used, after all, her size is placed here. Generally, Rexel dug holes. Can't get in. But how could Rek'Sai's ability be comparable to those of the weak Xel? Rek'Sai can dig out countless tunnels directly with a little effort. At this time, under the land where Reed, Yumi, and Rek'Sai were fighting, Rek'Sai had dug several tunnels. This is not your full strength, right? Queen of Xel, in the era of Shurima or the last Emperor Azire, you were already here in Karaksay, right? Or say, you were actually made earlier. Reed knew that Rek'Sai had not left. Although her dorsal fin had disappeared on the ground, the monster must still be hidden underground, waiting for its prey to reveal its flaws, and waiting for the chance to give him a fatal blow. Reed is actually not too clear, exactly when Rek'Sai was created by the Void Watchers. But that time will certainly not be later than the time when Azire, the last emperor of Shurima, reigns, because the legend of the legendary beast Rek'Sai that survives in Karaksay has been passed down since that era. So Reed guessed that Rek'Sai was probably created shortly after the Ikathia War. According to reason, such a horrible legend will definitely be intervention of the state, especially after experiencing the war between Ikathia and the Void. After that, the Shurima Empire should spare no effort to eliminate any existence that may have a relationship with the Void, and that Azire is a very capable and popular emperor, he should not ignore the horror legend of Karaksay. Therefore, Reed thought that Rek'Sai should have fought against Shurima's warriors. The huge bones in the Karaksay desert fit the image of a warrior. And it is very likely that it was a celestial warrior who participated in the Ikathia War and was infected by the Void, that is, those who later fell into Darkborn. Reed had fought against the celestial warriors, and also fought against the Dark Descendants after the fall. If Rek'Sai had only this kind of strength, she had no reason to survive until now, so Reed did not let go of her vigilance. Chapter 13, Let End Number 039, Go with the Wind. Reed could feel that the Void monster was staring at him, and she left a mark of void on his body. The wounds caused by Rek'Sai have been quickly healed with the help of Reed's self-healing ability and Yuumi's healing magic, but the mark left by Rek'Sai has not been removed. Will launch an offense. Roar. After a terrifying and sharp roar, Rek'Sai, hiding under the sand, finally launched an attack. The mark of the void on Reed's body gleamed with Rek'Sai's scream, and the Queen Exel flew towards Reed at a terrifying speed. This time, Reed didn't even react a little bit, and was directly thrown to the ground by the Queen Exel. Rek'Sai pressed Reed to the ground with a void rush, and then her terrifying mouth directly bit into Reed's head, although two sharp teeth on the lower jaw were broken by Reed's hammer. But the fangs are still full of deterrence. At the moment, Reed's two hands stretched out, and they were directly stuck between Rek'Sai's blood basin and mouth. Rek'Sai's sharp teeth pierced Reed's strong palm, but they could no longer bite. Reed broke apart. But Rek'Sai's two powerful claws' forelegs can attack Reed unscrupulously. Her terrifying claws tore the fur and flesh of Reed's chest. Hiss! Although Reed's defensive ability is not weak, his chest is still ripped apart by Rek'Sai. Yuumi's healing magic is used madly on him, but it can't resist the furious Rek'Sai's attack. Bump! In the end, Reed strenuously kicked the violent void monster out. Although that made his palm almost torn, he was confident in his self-healing ability and Yuumi's healing magic. Yuumi did not hesitate, and released the healing magic on Reed's palm. She knew that Reed needed to attack now. It's almost done, you void monster, but it really made me suffer a lot. It seems that you are still a bit strong, and you can be regarded as an opponent worthy of my sword. Reed ignored the palms. He pulled out the sharp blade on his waist again, this time he pulled out two directly. Although the two sharp blades in Reed's hand are called swords, they are actually more knives. They are not straight swords in the traditional sense, but are similar to Tato weapons, but the swords are not divided into families. It doesn't matter. These two weapons made by the forging Aoan have no names. After all, the demigod does not have the habit of naming weapons. The name of his own weapon, the hammer used for forging, is called hammer. And Reed himself named the two demigod weapons. The most commonly used one is called chop and the less commonly used one is called chop. It can be said to be concise, and a bounty. The hunter's two guns have the same effect. The two sharp-edged long knives in Reed's hand both possess special abilities that change with his body. After all, this is an exclusive weapon customized from a demigod. The blue gust of wind began to linger around Reed. He put on a posture, ready to use one of his most proud sword skills to play a song of death for this powerful monster. Feng Chen. Junian Zhan. Reed's figure was slightly curved, and the two sharp blades in his hands were crossed in front of his chest. The blue violent wind lingered around him wantonly, and he looked at the manic Queen Exel. The violent gale roared, Reed's figure was walking on the wind, and he passed through Rek'Sai's body in the blink of an eye. The two knives splitting and slashing were swung crosswise. Two scary wounds were left on the wall. Rek'Sai was hit by the gust of wind and flew up. Reed's body instantly turned, the direction of the sharp blade in his hand changed, and the violent wind around him took him into the air. The wind, break! The two sharp blades swung wantonly, with the violent wind, and in a flash, I didn't know how many slashes there were. Rek'Sai had no resistance in the air. He could only eat all of Reed's attacks abruptly. This was not her problem, but Reed's tricks were so well connected. There is no way, as the founder of Ionia's long-standing blast sword school, Reed's sword skills are unparalleled. And his natural control of storm magic, and his affinity for the wind element, made his sword skills even more powerful. Rek'Sai fell back to the ground, and she dived directly into the sand. This Queen of Xi, who had been extremely violent, chose to escape in a shameful manner. Because she felt a real death threat. Hurry up! Reed! She's going to run away! Seeing Reed stalking Rexel's head-holding mouse, Yuumi hurriedly yelled out in a hurry, but there was no way. Rexel was on this piece of land that belonged to her, trying to escape Reed and Yumi's pursuit. It is too simple. After the Queen Xer slipped into the sand, she left here directly through her intricate underground passage. Reed and Yumi couldn't find her at all. Even the howling wind cannot bring effective information to Reed. Rek'Sai has already walked away in the blink of an eye. It seems that this guy can survive to the present. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is not necessarily relying on unmatched strength, maybe it is relying on unmatched escapability? Then what shall we do? Yumi was a little bit stunned. She didn't expect that the final outcome would be like this. They obviously defeated the monster, and they still beat her so hard to fight back, but they couldn't catch up with her. Of course I don't chase it. Even if it catches up anyway, we can't communicate with her. Don't waste our energy. Reed looked very open. It was really difficult for Rek'Sai to catch Rek'Sai who wanted to escape. But we finally found some news about Nora. Yumi was still a little unwilling, even the immortal magic book beside her was anxiously fluttering the pages of the book. The spirit of wind has already told me that Nora is not on this land. Maybe you miss her too much, so you have hallucinations. After all, you can see Nora's teapot from that ordinary ceramic fragment. Had a fight with Rek'Sai, and Reed felt that this should be regarded as satisfying the requirements of Yumi and the ghost magic book, so he began to persuade this pair of Lord Seekers to give up. Yumi, I think you should take a break. You have been traveling around looking for Nora with the gorilla. It may have put you too much pressure. You should know that you are just a magic cat. That's not it. You should endure the pressure, play around with your host, and warm your host's feet. That's what you should do. Reed actually wanted Yumi to stay in Bandar City along with the gates. After all, this is the best way to protect the gates. Chapter 14, Void Tunnel. As for Reed's persuasion, Yumi was actually very heart-stricken. Her favorite life was the life in the woodland valley. It's okay to tease the moon moth, tease the rainbow fish, and lie at the feet of the Yordle master Nora to warm her feet. The time spent in the suburban hut in Bandar City will still be replayed in Yumi's mind frequently. She missed the life at that time immensely, and missed the carefree, peaceful life at that time. She herself was not a magic cat with a particularly adventurous spirit. Laziness was her character. She was the kind suitable for domestication. But, the more she missed the life at that time, the more she couldn't stay at ease in Bandar City, in the hut in the woodland valley on the outskirts of the city, because only the master, Nora, was there, and life at that time was complete. Thank you, Reed, we are going to the next place to look for Nora. If we find anything, we will tell you as soon as possible. Don't worry about us. Unsurprisingly, Yumi rejected Reed's proposal. Reed had given them such a suggestion more than once, but Yumi and the ghost grimoire were unwilling to listen. Watching Yumi waved goodbye to herself, and then plunged straight into the ghost grimoire, and disappeared in front of him with the grimoire, Reed only felt very speechless. You sent me back first. Reed sighed weakly, and her figure gradually became smaller and recovered. Although Yumi is not a Yordle, but the unreliable energy that belongs to the Yordle in her is not a lot at all, and the Yordle is the same. Comparable. Forget it, I don't plan to leave for the time being anyway. Reed put the knife into its sheath, and as his figure became smaller, and as he turned back to the cute and lovable image of the Yordle, the two magic weapons named Cleave and Chop also changed back. As it was, and Reed was not in the state of bursting clothes at this time, his shorts were still intact. In fact, all of Reed's clothes were specially made in Bandar City. It was a kind of clothes with very good elasticity and would not be damaged by his transformation. But in the battle just now, Void Evacuation Beast Rek'Sai's torn, made Reed's clothes puffy, and the places where they weren't bad were also made bloody, so Reed simply broke them up. The outer clothes were all taken off, only a pair of lined shorts that were well preserved were left. Thanks to the fact that Rek'Sai is really sparsely populated, there are basically very few people or creatures wandering here, otherwise Reed would not be embarrassed to stay here. Rek'Sai's lair is where she has dug through half of the tunnel that connects to the void. It's here. If you don't destroy that tunnel, it's a bit unreasonable. After all, everyone has to protect Rune Land. Responsibility. The reason why Reed stayed was because he had to go to Rek'Sai's lair. Although it was difficult to catch Rek'Sai who was running around, but the queen couldn't run away, Reed didn't believe in the emptiness. The tunnel can also be transferred. Without any hesitation, Reed ran fast on the sand of Karaksay on the blue gust of wind. He was looking for the location of Rek'Sai's lair. Although some sporadic memories are not clear, and the story about Rek'Sai has been forgotten simplistically, Reed still remembers one thing, that is Rek'Sai's lair, which seems to be relatively conspicuous in one local. So as long as Reed sees a place that attracts his attention, he will take the initiative to take a look to see if it is Rek'Sai's lair, and whether there is a void tunnel. Soon, he found the thing he was looking for, in a canyon made up of huge rocks. On the thick rock wall, huge holes, like the blood basin of a giant beast. The mouth is generally open. That is the opening of the tunnel dug by Rek'Sai. Only her body can use the opening of that scale. And among all Exel, only she, the queen, can dig through it so easily. Rock. Reed simply entered the rock passage. Rek'Sai was not inside, and there was no aura belonging to Rek'Sai in it, but the terrifying void breath filled the entire passage, making people shudder. Tisk tusk, this kind of weird feeling, although it is not as good as walking in the courtyard of the 9 sages of the crying abyss, but it is not too much to give up. With this Rek'Sai level of dedication, it is estimated that she will not be able to complete the remaining half of the project in thousands of years. When that happens, it is very likely that another Acacia war will break out. Looking at the weird circle matrix in front of him, Reed seemed to have already felt the terrifying aura coming from the other end of the matrix. This is completely different from when Reed usually enters the void from Ikathia, because there will be no void watchers in that place. They have suffered a betrayal, and they will no longer easily appear. Between life and life, an Acacia also has layers of seals to add weight. But here is different. Unlike Ikathia and Howling Abyss, there are no seals here. And the tunnel digging is done by themselves throughout the whole process, and the Void Watchers don't need it anymore. Worried about being betrayed by the bad woman, and then trapped in the gap between the void and the material realm. The huge rock wall in front of Reed is full of burrows dug by Rek'Sai, and the burrows are connected together to form a regular circle shape. Between each burrow, there is a strange dark energy flowing, dripping from time to time like some kind of viscous liquid. The circle matrix formed by these weird holes in the ground stretches and distorts the surrounding space. It seems that behind this huge matrix that has begun to take shape, something is waiting for the passage to be opened and come to this world. To satisfy their endless hunger. It seems it's time for you to come on stage, my baby. Now that he has decided to destroy this half-built void tunnel, Reed has no more scruples. He relaxed his body and mind directly, and then hid it in his body. The treasure that had been chased by the world and brought endless disasters to the Rune Land was slowly released. This was the thing at the bottom of his box. It was a spar with a strange green light and terrifying energy. Its shape was irregular, and it exuded a mystery that ordinary people could not understand. On top of that spar, it seemed engraved with an open palm. The spar slowly floated out of Reed's eyebrows, and then Reed held it in his hand. Chapter 15, Invitation from Demacia. Boom. Rumble. After a huge explosion, Rek'Sai's lair and the huge gorge slowly began to sink and collapse. This huge geographical structure, as if it was squeezed by a hand, was directly erased from Karaksay's map. This kind of terrifying power cannot be mastered by humans, it is a great power that can shape Runeterra. This power has been lost for a long time. It can give life to the world, turn the ungrown rocky land into aliveness and magic. It can also destroy the world, it can split mountains, drain the ocean, and burn the sky. This power will last forever in the world. It has never dissipated, but is increasing day by day. This is what Reed wanted from the rune war that swept the world nearly 1,000 years ago, a piece of world rune called Indestructible Grip. Oh, I'm going to leave my clothes and hide my fame. As a Yordle who doesn't care about fame and fortune, he just saved the world again. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. After carefully confirming that he was complete and destroyed the fruits of Rek'Sai's thousands of years of hard work, Reed put away the world rune and happily left Rek'Sai, leaving behind the mess of the earth. Passing through the doorway near the periphery of Rek'Sai, Reed quickly returned to Bandar City. Compared with Shuramana's suffocating yellow sandy sky, Bandar City is really a place like heaven, and the air here is sweet and refreshing. Ah, it's still comfortable in Bandar City. Let's change your clothes first. You can't be too presumptuous in Bandar City. After returning to Bandar City from the doorway passage, Reed's whole body directly rolled up a violent wind and wrapped him in it. This blue violent wind quickly left the doorway passage, and the people in Yordle reacted. Before, Reed had taken the path back home. After returning home, Reed first cleaned up the dirt on his body. Although the spirit of the wind has combed his hair, he still can wash with water to make people more refreshed. Many of Reed's habits can still be maintained quite well. After tidying up his appearance, it was not very early. After Reed went out to the Beeswax Tavern for a few drinks, he returned home and prepared to rest. Although he had a fight with Rek'Sai today, for him, that kind of battle does not actually consume too much energy. What really makes Reed need a good rest is that he uses the world rune to destroy the behavior of the void tunnel. Nothing happened all night. Early the next morning, Reed woke up. He finished washing, getting dressed, wearing weapons, and then tied a gourd mead around his waist. This is what he was in last night. It's made in a beeswax tavern, and you can take it with you for a couple of drinks. No way, Reed is good with this bite, but for him, even if he drinks too much mead, he won't be wrong. Hey? Bobby? Why did you come back so soon? Did the news arrive? What kind of attitude is there? In the town hall of Bandar City, not long after Reed came here, he saw Bobby, the ambassador of Bandar City to Demacia, who had hurriedly returned. Of course, mentor, I have conveyed your letters and words to King Jarvan III of Demacia. Poppy put the Oran's hammer in his hand beside him, and respectfully greeted Reed with a greeting, and then he was about to report to Reed on the completion of her mission. However, Reed noticed that there seemed to be some blood stains on her Oran's hammer, as if she had just fought and had not had time to wipe it off. Looking at Bobby's neat armor, we can know that the battle should only be her unilateral crush. Are you in danger on the way here? Reed's words interrupted Bobby, who wanted to report on the situation. The girl with two ponytails was taken aback before replied. There is no danger, I just encountered a few monsters, and I easily smashed the skull with a hammer. Poppy thanked Reed for his concern, and the battle was just like Reed thought, it was Bobby's unilateral crush. Reed nodded, indicating that Bobby can continue to report, and Bobby didn't think much about it, and continued to speak. Jian III would like to invite you to Demacia Xiangdu to talk in detail. It just so happens that his wife is about to give birth. He wants to invite you to witness the birth of his first heir, and is eager to get it. Your blessings. Bobby's words surprised Reed. It seems that Demacia's Light Shield family still has some respect for him, the former patron saint of Demacia. Yes, did he say a suitable time to go? It happened that I have nothing to be busy recently. It's not bad to go to Demacia. Since Olen's death, I haven't set foot in that land for a long time. You read www.yuyuganshu.com. Reed agreed to Jarvan III's request. His son, who is about to be born, unsurprisingly, should be the Prince Jarvan IV of Demacia. Reed remembers that Jarvan III, King of Demacian, seems to have only one son, Jarvan IV, and it seems that his queen died of dystocia when he gave birth to Jarvan IV. This king seems to be still an infatuated species. Since then, he has decided to be alone and dedicated to running the country and cultivating offspring, without any concubine or queen. The story of Jarvan III made Reed couldn't help but diverge his thoughts, reminding him of another infatuated king, but that guy's infatuation brought a completely different result, and as a king, that guy is considered a monk. Ming Jun's Jian III is incomparable. It seems that the international trade with Demacia should be stable. Reed smiled, his words made Bobby a little confused. She didn't know how her mentor made this judgment. After all, even her messenger did not know anything from Jarvan III. Message. King Jarvan III said to ask you as soon as possible, because his wife's expected delivery date may be in these days. Although curious in her heart, Bobby didn't ask much. She first answered Reed's question. Anyway, she was going to Demacia with Reed. Then she would naturally know why her mentor Reed would do it. That kind of judgment. Oh? So what are you waiting for? Let's set off now, go to Demacia Xiangdu, but don't miss the business. Hearing Bobby's words, Reed immediately got up and prepared to set off. He couldn't miss the time. If he went one step later, there would be no room for manipulation. Chapter 16, Forbidden Kingdom Demacia. Demacia is a powerful kingdom with the supremacy of jurisprudence. It rose to the west of the Valoran continent. In the hundreds of years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, Demacia has gained great fame and reputation, and is the protector of countless vassal countries around it. Under the influence of the patron saint of flying wings of Demacia, the people of Demacia uphold justice, glory, and responsibility, and are almost fanatically proud of their own traditions and heritage. The tradition of Demacia is more influenced by the sister of the patron saint of flying wings, which is now the righteous star Kyle. The younger sister Morgana, who advocates humanity and repentance, has been gradually forgotten in the long river of history. It is precisely because of this that the Demacian people used the rigidity of the righteous protagonist Kyle for their own use, and they also learned a stubborn look. At this time, the Demacian has become more and more isolated from the world, and has gradually become synonymous with isolationism. And the newly crowned King Gavin III, although he was a great king, he could not solve Demacia's problem. Even before Reed crossed over, he was assassinated and killed in a major incident. Reed and Bobby, through the doorway of Bandar City, came directly to the vicinity of Demacia's male capital. Starting from Bandar City, there is no direct access to the doorway portal in Demacia's capital, because that majestic capital was built on the basis of a white rock forbidden magic stone that can suppress magical energy. Magic is very suppressed in that city. The forbidden magic stone is a special building material made from the magical tree fossils in the forbidden magic forest mixed with lime. Just like the tree fossils in the forbidden magic forest, the forbidden magic stone is also extremely resistant. At first, this city was only a refuge for refugees who suffered from the magic of rune war. Later, under the leadership of Orin, the city-state kingdom named Demacia was established, and it has continued to this day. Roland Continent, compete with Nakus on the other side. Looking at the huge and magnificent silver-white city in front of him, Reed can also feel the difference between this place and Bandar City, as well as the depression brought by those forbidden magic stones. Magic creatures like the Yordle, in such an environment, you will feel that everything around you seems to be aimed at you, but this is just a keen illusion. After all, the forbidden magic stones themselves are not aggressive. The function of these stones is only to absorb magical energy, which can protect the Demacians from rune magic and suppress the mages who act in this environment. So the Yordle is in the Demacia male capital, but the magic is suppressed very powerfully, but the magic cannot be used, which is nothing to Reed and Bobby. And outside of this Demacia male capital, the most eye-catching thing may be the huge statue that spreads its wings. Reed recognized the big guy. It was Galileo made by the master sculptor Durang using the forbidden magic stone, but the big guy was sleeping in a half-dream and half-awake at this time, and only the powerful magical energy stimulation could awaken it for a short time. Let's go and meet the newly crowned King Jarvan III. Maybe he needs my help right now. Reed did not hesitate, and went straight to the Demacia capital with Bobby. The silver forbidden magic stone under the radiance of the sun made the majestic capital extraordinarily magnificent. The tall flying-winged patron saint statue on the city wall is like an angel, facing away from Galio, who is standing outside the city with wings spread out. Reed and Bobby were not prevented from entering Demacian, because in the eyes of humans, Bobby and Reed are just two ordinary human old men. This is the innate talent of the Yordle, and because of age, most of the Yordle is the image of an old man in the eyes of humans. Even Tristana, Lulu, and Bobby are such lovely girls as Yordles, who are regarded as old women by humans. Only when the Yordle no longer hides themselves, they can see what the Yordle really is. Reed and Bobby traveled all the way to the grand square of Demacia's majestic capital. The buildings of Demacia's majestic capital were full of a strong sense of sacredness. The magnificent square of the central landmark building is even more sacred and splendid. Not long ago, Jarvan III had just been crowned here, and he was appointed amidst the thunderous praises of the people, and became the new king of the Demacian kingdom. Yes, Demacia is not actually a true monarchy. The king of this country is actually similar to the consul and was elected by everyone, but it just so happened that these generations were elected by the Guangshield family. After the assassination of Jarvan III in the future, Prince Jarvan IV of Demacia was not recognized by the major families and was never able to succeed the emperor of the empire. He only governed the country as the head of the parliament. On this magnificent square, a rather strange statue stands in the center. The statue is also made of forbidden magic stone, which is very commensurate with the surrounding environment. This statue has a very long history. It stood in the center of the city almost when the capital of Demacia was built, maintaining the traditional Demacia people, and did not offend the idea of this sacred statue, even though most of them don't understand the story behind the statue. But no matter how many reconstructions the city has undergone, the position of this statue has never been moved, just like the almost forgotten giant Galio outside the city. This statue of your mentor has always stood here, witnessing the growth and death of generations of Demacians, and the coronation of each generation of kings. From Bobby's mouth, Reed knew that after each generation of kings was crowned, he would specifically pray to his statue, just like the patron saint of flying wings they admired. This reminds me of what Aowen often said, not that gods need believers, but believers need gods. Reed shook his head. He did not agree with the various ideas of the Demacians, but he did not reject it. There are many things to praise in this country, but there are also many things that Reed thinks are deformed. Local. Reed and Bobby continued their journey, leaving the grand square, and the two soon came outside the palace of King Demacian. In front of the palace of King Demacian, there was also a pair of people from Demacian. For a building of extraordinary significance, it is the Hall of Valor in Demacia. Chapter 17, Jarvan III. The Hall of Valor is the place to pay tribute to those Demacia soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the country. Two tall, back-to-back statues of flying wing patron saints stand in the middle of the Hall of Valor, with their heads almost on top of the White Hall. Above the dome. Here, there are already many Demacia elite guards, all of them are fully armed, and the silver armor and weapons in their hands are not too decorated. The design concept of Demacia has always been this way, regardless of is it on the building or on the weapon armor. Elegant but without losing simplicity and simplicity. Demacia people are proud of their own design philosophy, but to outsiders, it is actually a manifestation of their lack of imagination because they are bound by dogma. The armor on the elite guards and the weapons in their hands are all made of Demacia steel. Demacia steel is also called silver steel or rune steel. This alloy has a long-standing reputation in rune lands. It is said that Demacia's armor makers use holy water to quench it, so that this steel can have magic resistance. But in fact, this is just another application of the fossil trees in the Forbidden Devil Forest, and it is not as mysterious as the outside world. Legends always have artistic processing. Poppy showed her identity to the elite guards. She showed her Yordle figure, which made her respected by the guards, because her existence is not a secret to these guards. Although Bobby does not often appear in the Demacia capital, she still cares about the capital of Demacia, and occasionally comes back to check it out. After all, maybe the hero she is looking for is here. Poppy and Reed were released by the guards. After passing through the Hall of Valor, they actually came to Jarvan III's Palace of Dawn Castle, where the guards were even stricter. And because the Queen is on the verge of production, the safety of Dawn Castle has become a top priority. No one dares to lose the chain at this critical moment. Therefore, Bobby and Reed waited for a while outside the Castle of Dawn before being brought into the castle by the guards of Castle of Dawn. During the period, there was some unpleasantness on both sides. The guards asked Bobby to he and Reed unloaded their weapons, but they refused directly. Poppy's Orin's hammer will only be given to those who have received her approval, and it cannot be handed over to mortals casually. In the beginning, Bobby would often hand over Orin's hammer to those who she thought were heroes. But most of those people died soon after getting the hammer of Orin, and did not truly become Demacia peerless heroes. This made Bobby start to be cautious. She no longer handed over the Orin's hammer easily, unless she was really sure that the person was the Demacia peerless hero she was looking for. It is obvious that these guards of the Castle of Dawn are not the peerless heroes of Demacia she recognizes. So even for the sake of the guards of the Castle of Dawn, Bobby couldn't give them the hammer of Orin. The reason why Reed didn't hand over weapons was even simpler. After all, he couldn't let Bobby be alone. That seemed so embarrassing. As Bobby's mentor, this is what he should do. Of course, as a swordsman, Reed would not surrender his sword casually. After all, the sword is the life of the swordsman. Besides, if he really wants to be disadvantageous to Jarvan III, it is the same with or without weapons. With his incomparable brute force, he can actually kill Jarvan III here. Let them in. Your Majesty allows them to wear weapons to see you. In the end, Reed and Bobby were able to enter the Castle of Dawn. They were brought in by a woman. The woman named Tiana Crown Guard was the sword captain of the fearless pioneer army. This young woman has blonde hair and a nice face, but she always has a serious face. She wears silver armor, gold rims on her shoulders, and a turquoise cloak hanging behind her. Although His Majesty allows you to wear weapons to meet him, I remind you that it is best not to play any tricks, otherwise you will be waiting for you with a ruthless knife. The Tiana Crown Defender, who served as the sword captain of the fearless vanguard army at a young age, seems to be very sensitive now, because there are a lot of rumors about her appointment. Many nobles in the empire believed that Tiana Crown Defender did not rely on her own ability to become the sword captain of the fearless vanguard legion. They believed that the reason why she was able to occupy a high position was because her father was at the top of the storm. Saved the last Jarvan, who was Jarvan II. Therefore, the current Tiana Crown Defender desperately wants to prove herself that she is not the future Grand Marshal of Demacia. She is just a little girl in her 20s. Don't worry, little girl, Your Majesty the King invited me to come. I didn't intend to go this far. Reed responded with a smile to Lieutenant Tiana Miangard sword captain. He could understand the little girl's psychology a little bit, so he tried to calm the little girl. It's just that Tiana Crown Defender doesn't seem to accept his kindness. Regarding the fact that Reed calls her a little girl, this sword captain who wants to prove that she is not a little girl is really disgusted. But Tiana Crown Defender didn't say much, and didn't show that dissatisfaction. She maintained an unsmiling expression and continued to lead Reed and Bobby in front. Before she came out, Tiana Crown Defender had known from Gavin III the identities of the two Yordles behind her, so in order to avoid diplomatic disputes, Tiana Crown Defender would endure no matter how dissatisfied it is. Live. This girl who is trying hard to prove herself will not make mistakes on this kind of problem, but her face that has been working hard to remain unsmiling can still be seen at a glance. She wants to let others not treat her as a child. Look. Reed shrugged, but didn't say much. They soon came to the meeting hall of Don Castle and met King Gavin III of Demacia. He was wearing golden armor, decorated with jet black spikes, wearing a crown, and jewels dotted on the top. There was a huge spear lying flat on his right hand, and the sharp blade of the spear was like some kind of giant beast. The same as your teeth. Your Majesty, the envoy from Bandar City has arrived. Tiana Crown Defender saluted Jarvan III. Chapter 18, The So-Called Tradition. Hello, respected Master Reed, the teacher of the Prophet, King Gavin III of Demacia. I would like to extend my highest respect to you. All the contributions you have made to the Kingdom of Demacia have been remembered by the people of Demacia. After seeing Reed, Jarvan III actually did not react at the first time. After all, Reed's usual appearance was quite different from his violent form. And the huge statue standing in the center of the magnificent square is actually a carved image of his violent form. But Jarvan III still recognized the identity of Reed, because beside the huge angry Iron Eater statue, there was actually a less obtrusive statue of Reed in normal form, which was a composite statue. In fact, the Demacians had always thought that they were two Yordles, and the more conspicuous and powerful giant Iron Eater was Master Reed. But now Jarvan III finally figured it out. It turns out that the two statues portray the same Yordle. It seems that in the tradition they have passed down, there are still some mistakes or forgotten parts in the middle. The past, everything has come to light. Oren is my disciple and a friend who has been recognized by me. Helping him is what I should do. I don't want anything in return. You don't need to care. We can communicate normally. Jarvan III's posture made Reed very satisfied. This King Demacia still has some abilities, and it is no wonder that he was able to subdue a fierce man like Xin Zhao later. At least in terms of dealing with people and things, Jarvan III can already be called an enlightened monarch. As soon as Reed and Bobby came in, the King Demacia immediately arranged a seat for them, although Reed's seat looked a bit big, as if it was for him after the violent. You can't say that. Demacia's foundation for the founding of the Forbidden Magic Stone, the huge Forbidden Magic Forest, was found by you and our ancestors, and given them without reservation. As the beneficiaries' descendants we deserve to maintain respect for you. Jarvan III shook his head. As the king of the Demacia kingdom, he obviously knew a lot of things that ordinary people didn't know, especially when the Light Shield family had been in office for 3 consecutive generations. They knew about the history of this country. There are more kings than ever before. At this time, the young sword captain Tiana Crown Guard was already stunned. She obviously did not expect that this Yordle would have such a terrifying background. Your Majesty, I think my behavior just now offends Master Reed. Please allow me to apologize to him. Unexpectedly, after understanding Reed's contribution to Demacia, Tiana Crown Defender proactively asked Jarvan III to apologize to Reed. Of course, Tiana, if someone wants to repent sincerely for his mistakes, who can stop it? Even if I am a king, I can't. Jarvan III was taken aback at first, but then he agreed with a gratified smile. He actually knew the temperament of Tiana Crown Defender and the pressure she was facing now. But just as her father once did, Jarvan III believes that the defending girl can do it too. I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to you, Master Reed. My rudeness really violates the teachings of the family and our glorious tradition. Please forgive my ignorance. Tiana Crown Defender, after receiving the consent of Jarvan III, expressed her apologies straightforwardly. Although she knew that by doing so, she might leave others with reasons for verbal criticism, but her glory, responsibility and tradition did not allow her to offend such a great man, such a person who was kind to Demacia. Although she was only accidentally and out of a sense of responsibility, that was not a reason for her to excuse herself. The self-discipline is strong, and the diligence is strong. This is the family motto of the Crown Defenders family. As the next leader of the Crown Defender's family, Diana Crown Defender must strictly demand herself. Don't care so much, Miss Crown Defender, I am not as rigid as you think, in fact I am not very serious. Maybe Bobby gave you the illusion, but most of the Yordles are actually not like her. She is because of Oren's influence, but more like you Demachians. Reed smiled and waved his hand, signaling Diana Crown Defender not to be so serious. He didn't care about the offense just now. Your magnanimity is as brilliant as your legend. Regarding Reed's words, Diana Crown Guard only caught the meaning of forgiveness, so she simply stepped aside and continued to play the role of the guard without saying a word. So, sure enough, Demachians and Yordles are two extremes. One of you reading www.yuyuganshu.com is serious and strictly prohibits magic, while the other is lively and free, and is born with magical power. They can talk here peacefully now, thanks to what Reed did hundreds of years ago. Master Reed, I am very interested in the international trade thing you mentioned before, but there is one thing I need to confirm to you. Are the technologies you mentioned do not contain any magical elements? After chatting for a few words, and after getting closer to each other, King Gavin III of Demacia immediately got into the topic. He is really very interested in what Reed wrote in the letter, otherwise he would not insist on inviting Reed to Demacian Xiangdu to talk in detail. Jarvan III is very worried. He is worried that the magical technology written by Reed, just like the technology of Piltwolf and Zeuan, is achieved by magic or alchemy. If that is the case, then this international trade matter, I am afraid it will be impossible to carry out. The civilians of Demacia couldn't accept it, the aristocratic council couldn't accept it, even the magic hunters wouldn't accept it, and even the mages who were in prison couldn't accept it. If Demacia doesn't hate magic, it's not Demacia. It's one of the traditions passed down by them, and one of the most important traditions. It's a tradition that Demacia has existed since the founding of the country. For the Demacians who adore traditions and are proud of these traditions, even the king has no right to change the tradition of forbidden demons. So if Reed's technology is also a technology mixed with magic, then Jarvan III will have to refuse his trade request, even if he himself really wants to accept it. Chapter 19, Queen Catherine. The tradition of the Demacians is such that people both love and hate. What loves is the strict self-discipline, justice, and strictness of the Demacians, and what they hate is that they lack humanity, are bound by dogma, and believe in tradition less than believe in people's hearts. Don't worry, since I have said that, naturally there will be no mistakes. The technology of Bandar City does not rely on the power of magic, nor is it Zeuan's alchemy. Reed directly gave Jarvan III an affirmative answer. The technology of Bandar City is all real technology, without any magical elements mixed in it. Belongs to the magic technology unique to Bandar City and is currently still being developed. As for when it will be practically applied, it depends on Heimerdinger's brain and when it will be able to shine. That's good, that's good. Jarvan III got Reed's assurance, and also let go of the heart that had been hanging, even he had to deal with it very carefully on the point of forbidden demons. Master Reed, can I be fortunate enough to be invited to Bandar City to witness the miraculous technological power with my own eyes? Jarvan III may be because the Queen is about to give birth. Recently, he has been quite excited, so he suddenly made such a request on a whim. But after saying this, he suddenly reacted, which is obviously not what he should request. It's not a question of whether Reed will agree, but even if Reed does agree, he can't go. Therefore, after he said these words, Diana Crown Defender, who had been stern and silent, stood up for the first time, trying to stop his reckless behavior. Your Majesty, the Queen will be giving birth in the near future. If you leave the male capital at this time, you will definitely worry the Queen. Diana Crown Defender's reminder was actually quite tact. She reminded Jarvan III through the Queen, not to appear strong, and could be accepted by Jarvan III. You are right, Diana, I didn't think about it well. Jarvan III went down the steps, and then looked at Reed with apologetic eyes. He apologized for his behavior just now, but there was no king's arrogance. Understandably, of course, the birth of the prince is more important. The child is born smoothly without seeing his father by his side. It is cruel to the child and the mother who has just given birth. Reed smiled, not paying attention to Jarvan III's silly shot, but his words accidentally revealed the gender of the child who was about to be born. But Jarvan III and Tiana Crown Defender didn't care. Even Bobby, who was next to Reed, didn't pay attention, because they only regarded Reed as a blessing. For a ruler of the kingdom, the first a child is expected to be a prince, of course it is a blessing. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Reed and Jarvan III were chatting happily, when a heavily armed elite guard suddenly barked in. This made Jarvan III and Tiana Crown Defender frowned, because this reckless behavior obviously did not conform to the tradition of Demacia, but they did not immediately attack, but waited for the elite guard to speak about him. Reason. Your Majesty! The Queen is about to give birth. Please move faster. The elite guard gasped heavily, speaking out of breath, obviously rushing all the way to spread the message. And after hearing what he said, Jarvan III and Tiana Crown Defender were both concerned about the traditional and unconventional issues. Jarvan III strode directly from the throne, Tiana Crown Defender. Wei followed close behind. Master Reed, please come with us. I didn't expect you to be so coincidental. Today is the day the child was born. Of course, Jarvan III did not forget the two Yordles, Reed and Bobby. After all, one of the reasons why he invited Reed to come here was that he wanted Reed to witness the birth of his first child and bless that child. These are all arrangements of fate, not sooner or later. Although he said so, Reed was thinking in his heart, this is really a coincidence that came too early. In this case, if he saves the Queen of Jarvan III, with the love of this King Demacia for the Queen, he is afraid that his whole person will not become the shape of a Yordle. The last time Reed went to do this kind of thing, because of some unexpected reasons, he was late, which led to the subsequent disaster. This time, he caught up. Reed and Bobby, following behind Jarvan III and Tiana Crown Guard, quickly went all the way to the interior of Don Castle, to the place where Jarvan III and the Queen lived. At this time, there are not many people around here. After all, this is the inner temple of Jarvan III. There are not many people who can appear here. Most of them are credible maids. Seeing Jarvan III coming in, the waitresses who were waiting anxiously paid their respects to the anxious king. Exemption, how is the Queen now? When did the midwife go in? Is it normal for the Queen to give birth? Where does Jarvan III still care about the etiquette? UU reading www.uuganshu.com. At this time, the traditions of the Demacians have been forgotten by him. Your Majesty, the midwife has just entered, and the Queen should be in good order. The Queen's close-knit maid was helping in the delivery room at this time, and the maids outside were not very clear about the situation inside, so the ambiguity of the maid made Jarvan III, who was already anxious, even more anxious. What is meant by normal delivery? Jarvan III stomped anxiously. Now he is not like a wise king of a country, but like an ordinary Demacian father, full of worries about his wife and children. But the king still maintained his sense and demeanor. He didn't scold the maid angrily, but was anxious in his heart. Your Majesty, relax, the Queen will be fine. Tiana Crown Defender could not keep her serious face at this time. While comforting the anxious Jarvan III, she was also full of worries. Queen Catherine of Demacia is her good friend and good sister. Queen Catherine was also from the Demacian noblemen. Her father was a great German nobleman. She was dissatisfied with the successor emperor of the Guangshield family for 3 consecutive generations, and even had an armed confrontation with other nobles. But in the end, he was calmed down by Jarvan III through marriage. After marrying Catherine to Jarvan III, he turned to support Jarvan III's rule. Although the union of Queen Catherine and Jarvan III can be said to be a product of politics, the love between the two people is real and unswerving. The reason why Queen Catherine's father gave up armed confrontation and supported the reign of Jarvan III was actually because of his daughter's desperation. Chapter 20, Snatch Prey with Death. Facts have proved that what the unknown maid said may be a natural childbirth is really only possible. The production of Queen Catherine is actually not very smooth, and even has reached the point where she may die at any time. The situation can be said to be very critical. But the husband Gavin III, who is outside the delivery room, and her good friend, good sister Diana Crown Guard, don't know the current situation in the delivery room. They don't even know that Queen Catherine has reached the final moment of life and death. Queen. Please. Please. Please let me tell your majesty. You can't make this decision privately. In the delivery room, Queen Catherine's close maid was full of tears. She knelt on the ground and begged Queen Catherine, asking the Queen to allow her to go out and tell King Jarvan III of the situation. But Queen Catherine just kept shaking her head, she clenched her teeth tightly, just refused to give her permission. Because she knows how much the husband outside the door wants this child, she knows that his husband is looking forward to the birth of this child every day, and she also knows that if her husband chooses one of the two, that one loves her deeply. The man who loves will definitely choose her and give up this child. But this was not the result that Queen Catherine wanted. She wanted to give birth to this child because she, like her husband Jarvan III, had been looking forward to the birth of this child. The entire Dalmatia kingdom is waiting for this day. If this child dies, it will have a great impact on the prestige of her husband Jarvan III. But if you have a long and too short this child, and your majesty, what do you want them to do? The personal maid was still crying and pleading. Of course she actually knew that Queen Catherine was determined, no matter how she requested, she could not change her decision. This Queen Dalmatia was also a firm person. The whole process of giving birth is a long time, especially for the tortured mother herself, and this long feeling is directly caused by the intense pain. The wet hair clings to the forehead indiscriminately, the eyebrows are twisted together, the eyes are almost protruding from the eye sockets, the nose is pinched, panting quickly, hands tightly holding the sheets that have been soaked in sweat, arms the upper veins violently. Even a strong woman like Queen Catherine is almost about to be knocked down by this intense pain. Her face changed from yellow to red to purple and then to white. The drops of water on her face could no longer tell whether it was tears or sweat. There were sweat drops on the palms of her hands, and her whole body was shaking constantly. She didn't even have the strength to speak. The situation is obviously dangerous, because her bleeding can no longer stop. She seemed to see a great existence, a black wolf head mask, a pale lamb body, and a silver-white bow in her hand. Catherine clearly knew who it was. It was the eternal hunting twins Jianju, and it was the sheep spirit. When a person is dying, she will see the reaper and will face a choice, whether it is the longbow of the sheep spirit or the sharp teeth of the wolf spirit, and now it is time for her to make a choice. Wow wow wow! The cry of the child sounded, very clear and powerful. This is a healthy boy, he cried loudly, as if announcing his arrival to the world. Although Jarvan IV's birth did not allow the entire forest of Dalmatia to whisper his name, in the future, he will also become the incarnation of justice. When Jarvan III's life comes to an end, he will eventually be crowned king. The child is very healthy. He is a prince. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The maid came out to announce the joy to Jarvan III, but her expression was not very happy, but full of sadness. Looking at the expression of Queen Catherine's close maid and the tears on her face, Jarvan III was keenly aware of what, especially when the maid only said that the child is healthy, but did not mention Queen Catherine. Your Majesty Jarvan, take this, I think I can help you. Before Jarvan III was anxiously trying to rush into the delivery room, Rydella took him and handed him a small bottle. Under the bewildered gaze of Jarvan III, Reed explained to him, telling him the role of the liquid in the vial. It only takes such a small drop to the dying person from the hands of the Eternal Hunter twins. Reed's words made Jarvan's eyes bright. He didn't even have time to thank him, so he rushed into the delivery room with the small bottle. It was indeed a small bottle. After all, it was a size that Reed could carry with him. What is going on? Catherine, how is the Queen? Jarvan III rushed in, but Tiana Crown Defender had to guard outside. She took the Queen Maid whose face had rekindled hope, and wanted to make it clear. Dystocia. Excessive bleeding. The midwife said that the situation is not saved. Unless you don't want a child. But the Queen wouldn't let me come out and tell His Majesty, insist on giving birth to the prince. As the personal maid said, she began to wipe her tears again. She seemed to have no idea at first, but anyone with such a bit of courage would come out at that time and tell King Jarvan III everything. Of course, it is also possible that Demacia's tradition is at work again. Anyway, it is difficult for Reed to understand her approach. Master Reed, can your potion really save the Queen? Queen Catherine will be fine, right? Tiana Crown Defender, she is really too young now. With the life and death of her good sister unknown, she has long forgotten her expression management. She looked at Reed with hope in her eyes, hoping to get an affirmative answer. The holy water given by this legendary Yordle can definitely do that kind of thing, right? Of course, Yang Ling has left with her bow and arrow. Queen Catherine is a real Demacian. She is not afraid of death, and is ready to meet Yang Ling's arrow. It is a pity that she should not die today. Reed's answer gave Tiana the Crown Defender peace of mind. Although she did not see the arrival of the Eternal Hunter twins or the legendary Reaper, since Reed said so, then Queen Catherine should it's safe. As expected, the excited figure of Jarvan III walked out of the delivery room, holding the small bottle tightly in his hand. With a full face of gratitude, Jarvan III walked up to Reed, and then he bowed directly at a 90-degree, which made Tiana Crown Guard on the side hesitant to say something, and made the maids panic. He knelt down. Master Reed, there is no reward for saving life. If there is any need to use Jarvan Light Shield in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, but please do not hesitate. Jarvan II's words were very sincere, and he made a clear distinction between public and private. He said this from the perspective of Jarvan Light Shield, not from the perspective of King Jarvan III of Demacia. As a husband, as a Demacia, Reed's kindness to him can make him go through fire and water, but if it will harm Demacia's interests, he can refuse as Jarvan III. Don't thank me, all this is the guide of fate, since I have come here, naturally I can't die. Reed supported Jarvan III and made him straighten up. Of course, he was just doing it. After all, Jarvan III is tall, and his height obviously does not allow him to do that. This is your holy water. Jarvan III straightened up. He returned the holy water that could almost bring the dead back to life. There was no nostalgia in his eyes. Although he had just witnessed the power of this holy water with his own eyes, the pride of a Demacian was not allowed. He behaved in the act of coveting other people's things. Reed took the small bottle and put it back in his arms. The holy water in this bottle was the water of life from Fuguang Island, which was located in an ancient tomb in the city of Helia. Has a powerful healing effect. Although Fuguang Island has become a shadow island due to the curse of destruction and the water of life no longer exists, Reed has a lot of water of life. Read www.uuganshu. Of course Reed will not let go of such a good thing as calm. After all, when he went to Fuguang Island to move water, the shining city Helia hadn't developed yet. At that time, no one had the ability to prevent him from being transported to Bandar City. Water of life. However, Reed has always been worried about his failure to save the fate of Fukuoka Island, so he has been paying attention to Shadow Island now. Since there is no way to save them, let them go beyond them. At this point, Reed and the eternal hunting twins Jianzhu have some common language. After all, the Reaper has been staring at Shadow Island. Those souls who escaped the arrangement of fate will eventually be buried in sheep bow or wolf teeth. Of course, for the existence of Reed, or the existence of the Yordles, Jianzhu, the eternal hunting twins, also dislikes it, because the Yordles, the magic creatures born in Bandar City, are not affected by time, constraint and influence, so they will not die naturally. For Jianzhu, the eternal hunting twin who symbolizes the concept of death, the immortal creatures like the Yordle will naturally make them feel very disgusted. Especially a certain Yordle always does things that change the fate of the dying person. For example, as it is now, this makes Jianzhu even more resentful of the Yordle. It's a pity that the Yordles really rarely die because they are blessed with the help of the spirit of nature wherever they go. This can be seen from the experience of that guy in Nar. He was stuck in that dangerous situation. You must know that the guy was going to attack the Void Watcher. As a result, he was frozen in the ice together. Everyone died, but he was the only one who lived. Down. Chapter 21, The Fate of the Little Prince. Lamb, we will get this guy's soul, won't we? In the dark corner of the palace, eternal hunting twins Jianzhu lurked in it. The powerful wolf spirit circled around the thin and pale body of the sheep spirit, and his eyes under the sheep head mask stared at Reed closely, grunting. He asked Yang Ling with a low voice in his throat. Be patient. Sheep spirit whispered in wolf spirit's ear, but her eyes were also staring at Reed, symbolizing that the mark of death had already been planted by her, but she had never been able to harvest it. There are often living things. Looking at Reed's figure, Yang Ling said in a light tone. Until Jianzhu is alone in the world. Ignoring their gaze, Reed smiled and looked at them. The silhouettes of the sheep and the wolf gradually faded and disappeared in the palace of Jarvan III. There are more souls waiting for them to hunt. Was stared at by the death god eternal hunting twin Jianzhu, but Reed didn't panic at all. Jianzhu's death mark had already been engraved on his body, but it was of no use. Eternal hunting twins Jianzhu is the spirit that symbolizes the concept of death. They are responsible for harvesting the soul when the person is about to die. Those who face death calmly will be happily taken away by the sheep spirit's longbow and arrows, while those who dare to resist death will have to face the wolf spirit's sharp teeth and become the wolf spirit's food. And this means that only dying people need to think about how to escape the hunt of the forever hunting twins. Reed feels that as long as he stays steady, there should be no need to choose between longbow or sharp teeth. That day. Furthermore, Reed does not guarantee whether the Reaper who emerged from the mask is qualified to take his life, because he is not a person who will sit and wait for death and want to kill him. We must first prepare to be killed by him. Master Reed, when will Catherine wake up? She has recovered from her injuries. Why is she still falling into such a deep sleep that cannot be awakened? After using the water of life, Queen Catherine fell into a deep sleep, so Jarvan III was still a little worried, and he wanted to confirm this to Reed. It can take 2 or 3 days at most, but it may be possible at any time if it is short. Her injury is not very serious, but facing the fear of the sheep spirit longbow, I am afraid it will take a while to ease. Queen Catherine's deep sleep was not because she used the water of life, but because she had already faced the of death, but was pulled back abruptly. Even though the eternal hunting twins Jianzhu can't shoot her, but the fragile souls of mortals face the god of death at a price. Jarvan III was silent for a moment. Although the legend of eternal hunting twins Jianzhu spreads all over the world, and there is even a special religious group Jianzhu cult, but after real contact with that death god at such close distance, a great fear still swept his mind. No one denies the existence of Qianzhu, because denying the existence of Qianzhu means denying the natural law of the operation of everything. Therefore, Jarvan III has no doubts about what Reed said, but for Reed's help to recapture him from Qianzhu, his wife, he became more grateful. Thank you, Master Reed. Jarvan 3 once again said to thank him, and Reed just waved his hand. Verbal gratitude is of no use, only the gratitude in the heart is the most important. The child's name, have you thought about it? Reed changed the subject and no longer focused on this matter, but he actually knew the answer to the question he asked, and Jarvan 3 shouldn't change his mind. Of course, Master Reed, this extremely fortunate child, will inherit the glory of the Light Shield family and inherit the glory of the name Jarvan. I hope he can thrive in the future and will not let the name Jarvan be ashamed in the future. Jarvan 3 continued the tradition of the Light Shield family and continued to pass on the name Jarvan to his eldest son. He hopes that this child will be able to compete and continue to let the Light Shield family take charge of Demacia. He hopes that this child can become the king of Demacia and become Jarvan 4 just like him and his father and grandfather. Reed nodded. Although he didn't understand the European and American style of naming the grandfather and grandchildren by the same name, he did not express any different opinions. After all, this is the tradition of other people's families. Demacians pay so much attention to tradition. Isn't it boring if you express your opinions? Please forgive me for being greedy, Master Reed. Although you have saved this child's mother and gave him a chance to gain maternal love, I still hope that you can bless this child so that he can grow stronger. Jarvan 3 is a little embarrassed, his face is quite embarrassed, obviously he feels very ashamed of his inexhaustible request, but as a father, he does not want to miss this opportunity. After all, this is a legendary blessing. You are welcome. 1 yard into 1 yard, saving people and giving blessings to children are all things I should do. You don't need to be ashamed of this, I can understand. Reed paused after her speaking. He was thinking about how to give little Jarvan blessings. Of course, he would not really add buffs, but as someone who knows the future fate of this child, Reed can completely turn this child's talent into his own. Credit. This child will inherit the glory of the Light Shield family. He will understand the moral value of charity, the solemn burden of responsibility, and the honor of serving the people very early. He will have unparalleled leadership and tactical intuition. The girl will become his friend. Reed's words made Jarvan 3 smile, because except for the weird last sentence, which made Jarvan 3 a little difficult to understand, the other words were the qualities Jarvan 3 hoped his children would possess. After all, Jarvan 3 will be such an educated little Prince Jarvan himself in the future, and the blessings mentioned by Reed can naturally make Jarvan 3 feel ecstatic. Master Reed, I am a little puzzled. The dragon daughter will become my son's friend. What does this mean? Jarvan 3 didn't know how to pretend to understand. Taking advantage of Reed's presence here, of course he wanted to ask his own questions quickly, so that he could save himself from worrying about this problem all the time. Literally, the little prince will be helped by the daughter of the dragon, but before that, he has to stand the test first. Reed explained with a smile. Although it is extremely rare, there are still several habitats of elemental dragons in Runeland. If you count the time, Dragon Blood Warrior Shivana should have been stole it. This. Jarvan 3 was a little worried, because the dragon, the magical creature that exists in the legend, is obviously very dangerous, and once the words magic and danger are connected together, it will greatly touch the nerves of the Demacians. Fate is doomed, Your Majesty Jarvan, don't interfere too much, otherwise the ending may change in a direction you don't want to see. At least everything is going well now, isn't it? Reed reminded Jarvan 3. Although Jarvan III's own ending was not very good, at least the story of Prince Jarvan 4 of Demacia is still very exciting, and the existence of Dragon Blood Warrior Shivana is obviously a rich and colorful stroke in the wonderful story of Jarvan 4. Remember your teachings, I will keep everything in my heart. Jarvan III's emotions eased from the throbbing caused by magic and danger. He bowed his head to greet Reed and expressed his attitude. He felt that Reed was right. At least it seems that everything is going development in a good direction. It's fine if you can understand. For Jarvan 3, Reed's senses are very good. This man is responsible, human, understanding, able to listen to persuasion, at least his personality is full. It's getting late. We won't be bothering here, Your Majesty Jarvan III, if you have any questions about the follow-up cooperation, you can contact me through Poppy. I will reply to you as soon as I receive the message. Glancing at the sky, Reed said goodbye directly to Jarvan III. His purpose of coming here has been achieved, so naturally there is no reason to stay here anymore. To be honest, staying in such a place built of forbidden magic stones is really a torture for the Yordles. This is actually the reason why Reed does not often come to Demacia, especially Demacia. This place. Walking on the forbidden magic stone www.readwound.com, Reed feels that the magic power in his body seems to be constantly losing. If it is a Yordle of average strength, it may enter the Demacia male capital. Will lose the ability to act directly. Are you leaving now? Why don't you stay a few more days and wait until Catherine wakes up? She must also want to thank you in person, after all, you saved her life. Regarding the fact that Reed was leaving, Jarvan III felt a little bit disappointed. This legendary Yordle impressed him very well. He seemed to understand why the great hero Orin respected Reed as a teacher. Now, this Master Reed is indeed a very wise Yordle. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely meet again, and it will not be too late to thank you again. Reed smiled and shook his head. He insisted on leaving, and Jarvan III had no choice. After all, he couldn't stay, so he personally sent Reed and Bobby outside the Castle of Dawn, which can be said to be enough. Face engineering. Reed didn't ask Jarvan III to send them off again. After all, his wife was still lying on the bed and didn't wake up, so he always had to let the family go back and take care of them. So just outside the Castle of Dawn, Reed and Bobby simply bid farewell to Jarvan III. Watching Reed and Bobby leave, Jarvan III also returned to the castle in melancholy. Came to a hidden forest outside the Demacia male capital and found the location of the portal. After waiting for a while, Reed and Bobby keenly caught the opening of the portal. After the two made a series of actions that only the Yordle could understand, the portal was opened for them, and after the two entered the portal was also closed. Such portals are all over the Rune continent. Throughout. Chapter 22, A place covered with ice. Wow puff o gamong gap. Wow, Babu. A yellow-orange Yordle male shouted in Reed's yard, holding a boomerang almost as high as him in his hand, and he kept talking about things that others didn't understand. He waved the boomerang in his hand and seemed very angry. Nar? Why are you here? Anything? Reed, who had just returned from Demacia Xiangdu, saw the Yordle who was yelling at him. But he was more relieved. This naughty guy didn't destroy his fruit tree this time. But the fruit tree that Keenan had just resurrected, really couldn't withstand any more damage. Gala Bada. Spine Valley. Seeing Reed's return, Nar immediately jumped to Reed's body. He seemed to be very anxious, and he kept yelling in his mouth without stopping at all. A mage asked you to come to me? You were playing happily and didn't want to come, and then he beat you up. Reed is one of the few people who can understand what Nar speaks. Nar speaks an extremely stitched language, and it is only like Reed, who used to hang around on Fruljord. The veteran Yordle can figure out what he is talking about without even guessing. Because the language Nar speaks is a collection of Old Yordle, Fruljord, and Yeti language, it's really impossible for people under a certain age to understand it. After all, even the Yeti tribe remains. Alone seedlings. Palada. Gonalu, Mo. Nar nodded heavily, obviously very angry, he kept cursing that ugly wizard. Now Nar can actually understand common language. Reed has liberated him from the ice for a long time. Even though Nar is not easy to learn at all, he only knows to run around and play, but at least there is no problem with communication. Even when his head is relatively calm, he can say a few human words, not always the way he is now, only knowing that his mouth is full of filthy curses. In fact, the language of the entire Rune continent is not so different that you will not understand it. After all, everyone is essentially Ionian, and the people of Valoran continent and Shurima continent are also the land of the first birth. The descendants of the migrants. Despite thousands of years of evolution and many wars that have destroyed almost all civilizations, with the exception of some slang, the language differences in most regions are just like the dialects of different places. I see, let's go, take me to see the mage. Reed smiled and soothed Nar. Seeing that he who was wronged by this child has almost scolded the 18th generation ancestors of the mage, that is, the mage doesn't understand him at all, otherwise he will definitely fight. The more ruthless. Nargada. Nar shouted loudly, and his mood gradually became happy. He thought that Reed could help him out and beat the ugly wizard for him. Reed and Nar passed through the portal through the doorway and appeared in the Fruljord in the icy and snowy area in a flash. This land and Shurima are two extremes. Explaining the existence of Shurima with the Fruljord is a very laborious thing, because you don't know how to explain it to someone who has only experienced winter. Desert, how can I explain sand to someone who has only seen snow? Of course, and vice versa. The soil in Shurima is hot dust. No one knows what snow is there. The sun slaps on the ground without mercy. Even rain is rare. The land of Shurima and the people of Shurima are smashing it day by day. Longing for rain. However, Fruljord has been shrouded in merciless ice over the years. Except for frost and snow, there is ice, and it is hard to find anything on the frozen ground. However, Reed knew that this was a different kind of sight. Just never go back. Where is that mage? Amidst the wind and snow, Reed asked Nar that the weather was very unfriendly to the Yordle. Because of the heavy snow like feathers, it will soon pile up on the frozen ground, and it won't take long for the height of the snow to exceed the heights of Reed and Nar. Buddha. Nar looked a little irritable, because before he went through the portal to Bandal City to find Reed, that bastard, ugly mage was waiting for him here. But now the figure of that guy has disappeared here. The blizzard has buried all the traces. Even an excellent hunter like Nar cannot track prey in such extreme weather and environment. It was late at this time, and the blizzard seemed to have no intention of stopping. Reed moved to return to Bandar City first, and waited until the weather here was normal before coming back. Nagarita. But Nar stopped him. The excited yellow-orange Yodel said he had a place to escape the snowstorm. Yu reading www.yuugonshu.com. Let Reed follow him, and he will be there soon. Then go quickly, the spirit of the wind will open the way for us. Since Nar insisted on doing this, Reed did not have to return to Bandal City. The manic wind spirit was appeased by Reed, and the blizzard gradually stopped around him, as if he had produced a strange position. No matter where the wind is blowing and the snow is flying outside the position, Reed's whole body is quiet as if he is in another dimension. Nar yelled very happily. He was complimenting Reed for his greatness. He was afraid of the blizzard that he could only avoid. He didn't even dare to approach Reed. Under Nar's leadership, Reed and he quickly came to a cave. This cave was very deep. Obviously it was a good place to escape the blizzard. From the innocent murals in this cave, it can be seen that this must be where Nar often stays. Nair trot with smoke and ran to the pyre in the cave. He picked up the stone and lit the pyre very skillfully, and the fire suddenly filled the cave. At this time, the sky outside has completely darkened, and the roar of the violent wind is mixed with the sound of manic thunder. The blizzard weather seems to be not enough. Kuanglei seems to be coming to join in the fun. I don't know, I thought it was the two demigods Anavya and Volibear. Reed looked at Nar's painting in the cave. It was before Fruljord had become like this. In the painting, Nar and his snowman friends are playing together. Although Nar's paintings are really abstract, Reed can barely recognize the content of his paintings. These paintings also evoke Reed's thoughts about the past. Memories. Chapter 23, Reunion. Reed's memory of the past was interrupted before it even started, because someone was approaching the cave with thunder and storm. Reed turned his head and looked out, and Nar was also attracted by the movement outside, and under the gaze of the two, a staggering figure gradually melted into the wind and snow. The figure shrugged his shoulders, his head drooped, and his unkempt beard showed the color of haze. It was not because of age, but because of the weather-beaten bite. He wore a hood on his head, described as haggard, and his eyes were shining with unnatural iridescence. However, the strangest thing was his skin, which was mottled and covered with tattoos, not to mention that the lightning illuminates the outside world. In an instant, his complexion seemed to be contrasted with a strange dark blue. And when he actually walked into the cave and was illuminated by the fire from the pyre, Reed could see that the color of his skin was actually a color between blue and purple. "It's really embarrassing, Rise." Reed obviously recognized the strange mage who appeared in front of them braving the wind and snow. In fact, in Runeland, the rune mage in front of him has many legends and high reputation. His reputation is so high that he can even visit the most exclusive area in Runeterra. This extremely active wandering mage is more grounded than the legendary Reed, and is also more well known in this era. "Ha, I'm so glad to see you who are still sane, beloved master. I haven't seen each other for so long, I almost think that you have been controlled by that world rune." Ritz obviously knows Reed, and it is not difficult to guess from his words that the two people are old acquaintances. After all, his title has already explained everything. It's just Rise's attitude when facing Reed, but it seems very weird. He seems to have respect for Reed, but he doesn't seem to be so respectful. People who are self-aware of their own strength will only use the power within their own ability, and those powers that cannot be mastered will not be touched. This is the reason why I can live to the present, so you don't need to worry about me. Reed's reply to Rise was not polite. The acquaintance of the two of them dates back to 1,000 years ago. At that time, Rise was just a magic apprentice. At that time, Fuguang Island had not been ruined. While Rise was still following his master Tiras, learning magic in the shining city Helia, Reed had actually started his plan to collect world runes. And when the secret of the rune was learned by the mortals, when the influence of the rune war began to sweep across the rune land, Tiras and Rise met Reed, and under his leadership, began to use force to collect the scattered runes. At first, Rise and his master Tiras were actually reluctant to do that, but when Rise's hometown, in the village of Calm in Nox, was almost destroyed because of their soft heart. After disappearing into the world, the two masters and disciples finally woke up. It's just a pity that although Tiras has followed Reed as a teacher and received Reed's guidance, he has a better understanding of the world runes, but in the end he still failed to resist the temptation of the world runes, and gradually became stronger in his power. Rise, who had lost herself and was grown up, took care of herself. The disagreement between Rise and Reed actually started at that time. Tiras's matter was the cause. Because he could not resist the temptation of the world runes, he lost himself and was killed by Ryd. I started to want to seal all the world runes. However, Reed still carries it with him and has been using a world rune. This makes Rise very dissatisfied. Although Reed has temporarily resisted the temptation of the world rune, who can guarantee that he will never will you be tempted? Ritz can hardly imagine, if a character like his master Reed is manipulated by the world rune, what kind of danger the world will face. Nargada. After Reed and Rise talked a few words, Nar, who was next to him, couldn't help it anymore. He jumped up and pointed at Rise. He said something like a chill wow curse. Now he has found it. Backing by the mountain is naturally presumptuous. What is he talking about? Is this a barbarian among the Yordles? Or is his brain not well developed? Ritz didn't understand what Nar was shouting, but by looking at Nar's grin and claws, he knew that this yellow-orange Yordle must not be complimenting him. Nar. Obviously, Rise's words angered Nar, who was not very happy. After all, Nar could understand Rise's words, and Rise's unceremonious insult made him angry. Nar rushed to Rise, his body grew rapidly in the air, and soon he changed from a cute little cutie to a fierce giant monster. Zzz. There was a surge of arcane magic, and Nar rushed towards Rise's body and was directly surrounded by the Olympiad circle, dragging him down from the air. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com fixed in place, and Nar bumped his head into the Olympiad. Above the circle, the collision was a little bit different. Zzz. Rise waved his hands, and the turbulent arcane energy was shot out by him one after another, flashing and jumping back and forth above Nar's huge body. The surge of arcane energy tore through Nar's hard fur. Zhang! A wind wall formed by a manic wind element appeared in front of Nar and blocked Rise's arcane surge. Reed stopped the two of them from fighting, although they looked like they didn't seem to deal with it, but everyone is actually one's own, and cannot be regarded as an enemy. Rise, don't bully Nar, what can you do when you come to me? Have you discovered the whereabouts of the world rune? It's really a shame that you still trust me like before, knowing to contact me, or you told me to come. Want to see if I am normal? If I am not normal, you will kill me like Tiras. Reed looked at RYD. Although the two of them had been stinking at each other, he actually liked this disciple. At first, Tiras and RYD followed behind him, learning all kinds of knowledge from him. Eagerly, the picture of his teaching still seemed to be yesterday. Ritz's extremely tough will is one of the things that Reed appreciates most. After all, people who can learn to let go, and can resist the temptation of world runes with the will of a mortal, are one of the few in the entire rune land. Although Reed's words are very heartwarming, Rise actually has that kind of thought. If this master, like his master Tiras, is also corrupted by world runes, then Rise is after fighting this old fate. Reed will also be killed, although he is not sure. Chapter 24, Difficult Choices. I knew it. Reed is not surprised at this. RYD's character determines his life, and in Reed's view, this man should not be called a rune mage by the world, he should be called a justice partner. That's right. After all, this is a man who can give up a lot of things in order to save the world. An old friend of mine holds a piece of world rune in his hand. I have come to him again and again to ask for it, but he has used various reasons to prevaricate the past. I suspect that he has been confused by the world rune. RYD directly skipped the question Reed asked just now. He began to talk about the reason why Reed came to Fruljord this time. Reed guessed it was correct. It was indeed because of the world rune. There was a piece scattered here. World rune fragments. Oh? Is this land really going to be restless? The sleeping demigods began to wake up one after another, and the restless world runes began to appear in the world. How long can the secrets buried under the ice and snow be hidden? Reed's words made Rise's expression more serious. Although he didn't know what secrets were hidden under the ice and snow, it would make people at Reed's level worry. But what Rise can be sure of is that as long as Reed has not been manipulated by those world runes and confused his mind, the legendary Yordle must be his companion, a mentor and helpful friend working together to protect this fragile world, and the disaster that worries Reed will naturally make him feel heavy. Don't mind, you keep talking. But before Rise asked what the secret was buried under the ice and snow, Reed had skipped that topic, and he asked Rise to continue explaining the situation of the world rune. Well, this time I don't plan to tolerate him anymore. If he doesn't hand it over, then I will directly grab it. If this goes on, that guy will lose himself completely and eventually lead to irreparable consequences. Rise did not continue to question the secrets buried in the snow, because he had already seen it. Reed didn't want to tell him about it. This looks young, but in fact the legendary Yordle, who is very old, knows there are so many things on his back, so much that Ritz feels that he might collapse at any time. Ha, it seems to be a familiar plot again. Is it an old friend of my own this time? I can't wait to witness it. What are you waiting for? Let's hurry up. We haven't seen the weather. Has it subsided? The blizzard of Fruljord is like a sandstorm in the Shurima desert. It is always going to go as long as it comes. Whether you can go out is pure luck. Rise ignored the ridicule in Reed's words. He thought it was understandable. After all, this old man was burdened with so many troubles and his mouth was harsh and blameless. Just like himself, he would always be misunderstood. Some people say that he has a bad temper. But this is actually RYD's misunderstanding. Reed is really just ridiculing him. After all, Reed is still quite uncomfortable with some of RYD's actions. He appreciates his tough will and does not look at him. Used to some of his practices, the two obviously can coexist. Reed and Rise walked out of Nar's cave, and the furious Yordle had been soothed by Reed at this time. Nar did not ask to go with him, because he obviously didn't want to team up with Mage Rise. Therefore, only Reed and Rise were the only ones who traveled on the white ground after the blizzard. At this time, Fruljord is already in the late autumn season, although the season of spring, summer, autumn and winter does not make much difference to Fruljord. But when the winter comes, this already extremely cold land will become even more unsuitable for human survival. Roar! Roar! Is not suitable for human survival, but it does not mean that it is not suitable for other creatures. In the silent white world after the snowstorm, the hungry howling of certain creatures began to echo. Those howling sounds generally come from nearby mountains, and there is a certain brutal monster living in the mountains. It's a troll. The wild frost trolls in the north are taller and stronger than the warm-hide trolls in the south, but they are also more savage and brutal. Winter is about to enter, and they should soon be out of the mountains. Start the winter raid. As he walked, Rise said to Reed, and what he said must have other meanings. After all, Reed didn't show it, and wanted to find those dirty giants with bad brains. Devil's troublesome plan. Sure enough, even though Reed did not respond to Rise, he was just riding the gusty wind and sliding on the snow full of Rise's thigh, but RYD continued to speak. If we take away the fragment of the world rune, the tribe of my old friend will lose the only way to help them fight the trolls' plunder. Rise's words www.readrune.com. After speaking here, the following is completely gone, and Reed just raised his head and glanced at his rickety figure. The power of this world rune has become more and more inhuman. The mage of, carrying the huge scroll left by Tiras, was struggling to move forward in the snow, and Reed saw the entanglement in his heart. Ritz doesn't have a few friends. Although there are always people who want to pull him to chat while he is saving the world, there are very few people who can truly be called friends by him. And the one they were going to visit this time, the old frost mage named Yagu, was an old friend who had along with Rise when he was young. Rise has told Yagu more than once about the dangers of using world runes, but due to the love of his friends, he has never recovered the world rune fragment that Yagu is holding. He has been evading this problems, but the consequences of avoiding will eventually make him eat himself. Wordless all the way, as the two continued north, the sparse tundra under the snow gradually turned into lifeless frozen soil. Rise's boots creaked on the petrified waste soil, and the ground was only with the remaining scattered lichens. They approached the mountains and came to the tribe of Yagu. The death of a few people is better than the end of the whole world. Outside the pinewood fence of the tribe, RYD said to himself, while Reed next to him was very impatient about it. This is where Reed was dissatisfied with RYD, and it was also Reed who said he was partners of justice. This tribe has only nearly 100 people. Compared with the total population of this world, it is really insignificant, so they should all die, right? World Savior Rise. Reed's words touched the softness in Rise's heart and made the lonely wanderer fear what he had done. Chapter 25, Old Friend. Before RYD could respond to Reed, the soldiers in the stockade had already opened the hardwood gate and surrounded him. These northern Fruljord warriors have spears in their hands. They are not friendly, and guests are rarely seen here. The few visitors are usually put on spears to emulate them. This is a very exclusive tribe. But Rise is obviously an exception. The mage lifted his hood and revealed his blue-purple skin. "I'm here to visit Yagu, something is urgent." Rise explained his intentions to the warriors who were holding spears, and the soldiers who came around clearly recognized him. Even if they did not recognize him, they also recognized his iconic blue-purple skin. They gave Rise and Reed road. The residents of the tribe were on the side of the road, watching this strange combination of outsiders enter the tribe. Their eyes were severe and curious at the same time, because the strange little dwarf was obviously a species they hadn't seen before. Reed did not hide his Yordle identity. The eyes of these ignorant people are really uncomfortable. Haven't they seen the Yordle? Reed murmured, but his request was obviously a bit too much for this tribe that only worked hard for survival. Not everyone can meet the Yordle, even if Nar often travels in this area. It's not something people like them who are struggling to survive can meet. "Are you a warlock? Is this your summon?" A little boy less than 5 years old rushed out. He violently left his grandmother's side, ran to Rise and Reed, and raised his own questions and curiosity. "Hey!" Reed gave a helpless tisk, so explaining to such an unseen barbarian what kind of creature the Yordle is, shouldn't it be easier than explaining to them what a desert is? Roughly the same. Rise squinted at the little warrior, and said casually, but did not stop. "You are not welcome at all." Reed suddenly felt a little speechless, but he could see that Rise was very nervous and entangled now, not only because he was about to face his old friends, but also because of the influence of the words Reed had just said. The two moved forward quickly, following the road leading to the back of the village, where there is a very characteristic building, a dome made of ice crystals. Among the dim trees and soil around it, exudes a bright blue dazzling soft light. "Rune told me that the fragment is in this building." Under this distance, the world rune indestructible grip in Reed's body has already reacted, and he has ascertained the specific location of the world rune fragment. "Yes, it's inside." Rise took a deep breath of cold. The cold air of Fruljord gradually calmed his thinking. He secretly strengthened his determination. Whether it is a blessing or a misfortune, he can no longer hide. Walking into the building, Reed and Ryz saw the back of an old frost mage, who was pouring wine onto a plate on a shrine. Hearing someone coming in, the old mage turned around and looked at Reed and Ryz. He didn't make a sound, but calmly looked at his old friend and the Yordle. Ryz felt that his heart was overwhelmed by panic, because this kind of weird silence was deflecting things in an extremely bad direction. "I was really afraid of something." "Don't be nervous, at least he looks normal now, isn't it?" "Master, do you still know this wanderer?" Reed kicked Ryz on the heel. He broke the dead silence with a loud voice, but his gaze had drifted to the other side, where there was a locked box in which the fragments of world runes were stored. "Of course, the Yordle, my old friend Ryz, of course I know, although we haven't seen each other for a long time." The old frost mage Yagu finally had a reaction. He put away the seriousness on his face, smiled and replied. He took the initiative to approach Ryz and gave Ryz a hug like a long-lost brother. "You have lost weight, you should eat more, Ryz." Yagu smiled and patted Ryz on the back, and the atmosphere gradually became warm, as if the dead silence just now was an illusion. It was all fake. "You should eat less, Yagu, look at your belly, where it looked like when you traveled all over the country." Ryz relaxed, the panic in his heart was dispelled. He smiled and joked as he looked at Aguna's slightly sagging belly. "Ha ha ha! Time is not forgiving, I am old and dying, but you are the same as before. The years don't seem to leave any traces on your body, except that your beard seems to grow a little longer." Hearing Ryz's words, Yagu touched his stomach and laughed. His words made Reed tilt his head. Ryd, who was diminished by the joy of seeing an old friend, obviously didn't notice Ye. Jealousy in the old saying. "That's just because I forgot to take care of it recently." Ryz's wariness has faded. Except for Reed, who is like a teacher and friend, few people in this world can be called a friend by him. You can talk to a friend by reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It is of great benefit to his lonely soul. Stop gossip, let's get to the point. Reed interrupted the conversation with the old friend very dumbfounded. He did it for Rai's good, because the more old feelings he talked about now, the more uncomfortable it would be when he started working. And Reed's very abrupt words silenced both Rise and Yagu, and the atmosphere was solemn again, and the smiles on the faces of the two wizards faded, gradually becoming serious. "Yeah, I was just about to ask, why did you come here in the deep mountains of Fruljord? Just to reminisce with old friends? Obviously not." Ya opened his mouth with a stiff face. Rise was also pulled back into reality, and he knew that what should have come is finally here. The original warm atmosphere has disappeared without a trace at this time, and Rise's heart is once again occupied by a sense of anxiety. This reckless rune mage is here to retrieve the world rune he has landed on you. You should know his intentions very well in your heart, and he is not here for the first time. Reed spoke in place of Rise. His words were very direct. Obviously he did this deliberately, and there was some dissatisfaction with Rise's behavior in his words. This caused Ritz to open his mouth, and some wonder whether he should continue to say the words he had prepared for this moment, which was much more tactful than Reed's words. "That's not yours. Rise. I see. You want to take it for yourself. You want to take it away." Reed's directness obviously stimulated Yagu's emotions. His jealousy and anger were gushing out, and his face was distorted and deformed. It was a face of sorrow and resentment, and the old mage had been corrupted. Chapter 26, Rise and Number 039, S Problem. You want to take it away from us. You also know that it is the only way to help us drive away trolls. Even so. Do you still want to take it away? Yagu's expression is hideous, his words make Ritz do not know how to answer for a while, and Reed just stares at him with cold eyes. You just want to take it as your own. What kind of protection? But it's just your high-sounding excuse. Yagu continued to accuse Rise, and these words finally stimulated Rise, so that Rise could no longer remain silent. He had had enough of unprovoked accusations. You have told me the reason for resisting the trolls countless times. You have always known that this day will come sooner or later. You have known it for so many years. So why don't you take these tribesmen out of here? Why not take them? Are they leaving the territory of the frost trolls? Rise's emotions also exploded. The relationship between their old friends is a bit like the creditor and Lao Lai. One is embarrassed to be strong, the other is always looking for various reasons not to pay back, and finally it's to this point. Can be expected. Winter is coming. Do you want these people to move south in the cold winter? What is the difference between killing them directly? Yagu's body, the magical breath of the ice began to surge, and he had obviously endured to the limit. No matter when it is, you can always find a reason. You also told me this excuse in a certain winter. I have given you enough time to migrate. Obviously, Rise is also fed up with Yagu's various excuses. He has made up his mind that he must get back the world rune this time. For this reason, he has called Reed. There are many children among us, and 3 women just got pregnant. Do you want us to die? Yagu's breath vented, his tone was full of despair. He was begging Rise, begging this rune mage to allow them some more time. When the spring begins, they will move south and leave here, when he will return the world rune to Rise, which is also a set of rhetoric he once said to Rise. Reed looked at Yagu with pity in his eyes. This old frost mage has now been completely reduced to a slave to the runes of the world, and he is no longer saved. Don't look at Yagu, although he is very good now, but when the spring comes, he will continue to find other reasons to delay. He will not bring the tribe to move south, and he doesn't care about the life and death of the tribe people. The reason why he lives here with this tribe is because only in this way can he have a reason to continue to leave the world runes. Looking at Yagu, who begged to himself desperately, Rise asked a question, How many people are there in this village? 92 people. Yagu replied in a daze. He didn't understand why Rise asked this at first, until Rise asked the next question. How many people are there in this world? Rise's question made Yagu go silent, but Reed sneered. Rise came up with this kind of realization at the beginning. Although he was stimulated by his words at the door, now this guy obviously he has entered the state of justice partner again. Reed can imagine what will happen next, nothing more than killing his old friend with his own hands, and then taking away the world runes, allowing these Fjords to feed the trolls. Yes, Rise is indeed a hero. He collected these destructive world runes and placed them in the treasure house of the Forbidden Forest, using the magical Forbidden Forest to suppress their growing power and prevent people with ulterior motives get them and cause damage to the world. But for these 92 Fjords, Rise is a veritable demon. He took away their hope of life and pushed them all to the frost trolls for food. Before eating, Rise was probably the name they had been cursing. Puff. Reed picked up the knife and cut off Agu's head very simply. Seeing that the frost mage couldn't change Rise's mind, he was ready to kill Rise by hand. But for Reed, his strength is really too weak, even if he was eroded by the power of the world rune, but that is far from enough. After all, Rise has been eroded for so long, so it's not the case. Germany's opponent. What's more, this Yagu focused all his attention on Rise, and didn't care about Reed's existence at all. Obviously, this guy didn't know much about the Yordles either. He thought Reed was following to watch the fun. Yes, he didn't know that these little dwarfs who looked harmless to humans and animals might actually be the death gods who really killed them. Rise, do you know why the legends about you circulating in Runeterra are not all positive? Reed's movements from killing with the knife to closing the knife into the sheath were very smooth. RYZ had just reacted, and Yagu had fallen to the ground with his body separated. www.readwound.com. The blood was flowing like a shot, and at this time Da has already asked him questions. I have done a lot of things, and they don't seem to be all glorious, and I have never concealed those things I did, so the legends about me are naturally good and bad. Rise is actually very clear. He knows that the consequences of what he has done are not necessarily good. His salvation is not always immediate, and the impact may even be negative at the time. For example, now, after he took away this world rune, these 92 Fjord people were sentenced to death by him. Among these people, if there is one who can get from the frost troll if he escaped from the sky, then negative legends about him will spread. You obviously have enough ability and have the opportunity to solve the problem perfectly, but in the end you chose to sacrifice these 92 people. Even before you came, you were prepared to sacrifice these people. Reed wants to correct Rise's point of view. He thinks this guy is a bit too extreme. He is like a robot, faithfully performing the task of collecting world runes. For this reason, he can kill the master and kill the master. Ancestors, apprentices, and friends can abandon their sympathy, and they can ignore the death caused by their actions. If it weren't for knowing that this man had such a personality thousands of years ago, and that he has not changed since then, there is absolutely reason to doubt that Rise has also been tempted and corrupted by the world runes. But if the world rune is abused, then more than 92 people will die. Rise is very stubborn and still sticks to his own set. Reed found that most of the heroes have one characteristic in common, that is, their beliefs are very firm. Chapter 27, The Temptation of Runes. But what needs to be saved before you is not this world, but these 92 Fjords. The world rune is there. No one can use it to do anything to harm the world. Before you came here, why did you choose to abandon them without even making a plan? Reed is dissatisfied with Rise because of his behavior. He is too arrogant and too ruthless. He has begun to use life as a weight to weigh. Ritz kept silent. He knew that he had no excuses. The thousands of years of wandering time were gradually eroding his humanity. The only things that accompanied him on the lonely journey were wind and sand, ice and snow, vigilance, suspicion and temptation. This makes this somewhat paranoid mage become more stubborn, cold, and ruthless. Everything he does is to collect world runes. Everything else is meaningless. This is actually abnormal. Oh! Reed sighed, like a parent who broke his heart for a child. Rise can be said to have watched and grown up little by little, although he said this to an old man who is more than 1,000 years old. It does seem strange, but this is an indisputable fact. Therefore, for this rune mage who is on the right path, but has gradually become more and more crooked, Reed will be so patient to guide him, and want to correct his thinking. At least he must make Rise somewhat human touch, then this guy wouldn't always want to stab him in the back. Although compared with humans, you are already experienced enough, but that only refers to the more proficient rune magic you use. In your personal practice, you still have a lot to improve and change. Keegan Novo hasn't the matter of awakening you yet. Reed mentioned another name that made Rise's heart palpitations. It happened 400 to 500 years ago, and it was also on this cold and merciless land. Keegan Novo, the name of a Freljord barbarian, he is the son of a robber and a wizard. Of course, the weak wizard does not actually want to be pregnant with him. But destiny always likes to make this kind of joke, but once raped by the robber, she became pregnant with Keegan Novo, and then the boy without a father was born. Keegan Novo's tragic childhood laid the foundation for future tragedies. He inherited his mother's magical talent, but he could not inspire it, even Rise could not teach him how to use it. Wake up, what? Am I a bad teacher? Then I already understood it, so I didn't accept any more disciples after that. If you still count on me to expand the inheritance, then forget it as soon as possible. Rise put on his hood, and he walked to the lockbox placed on the table. Reed's performance was obvious enough, and the fragments of the world runes were obviously inside. He didn't want to talk more about Keegan Novo. The disciple who had not resisted the temptation and was turned into the flame soul of vengeance by the world rune had been killed by him and Reed, and the fragments of the world rune were also killed. Was sealed by them. Bump! Using rune magic to open the lock, Rise opened the lockbox and looked inside. A world rune emitting a faint blue light was lying quietly in it, and as he opened the box, a scorching breath began to overflow scattered. What's in the box is a fragment of a world rune, which belongs to the power rune of the witchcraft system Scorching. They have already obtained this fragment of rune before. Yes, it has swallowed Keegan Nyo. And the piece. And now, that piece of fragment has been stored in the Forbidden Devil Forest treasury. Reed estimated that with this piece, he should be able to piece together that rune completely. Reed floated up and glanced into the box, then he squeezed Rise open and closed the box directly, blocking Rise's sight of the world rune. Even if a person like Rise is extremely determined in heart, after he comes into contact with these world runes, he has to pass a judgment of will first, and not just once. As long as you hold it, it will always seduce you. In fact, they can't be blamed. It is normal for them to be unable to resist the temptation. After all, he has never been a determined person, but has to follow the trend more. Such people are most likely to be tempted by the world runes. Rise was lost in his heart, and he glanced at the old friend Yagu, who had separated his body and lay on the ground, and had been frozen quickly. He already understood the other person a little bit now. And his disciple, who has never understood modesty and patience, can't resist the temptation of world runes. It is normal. It was their fault to be tempted by the world runes, but you were the one who made them tempted. You have been making the same mistakes, Keegan Novo, and it is now. You shouldn't let them come into contact with the world runes. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Your master Tiras, haven't you taught you enough? Even he can't stand the temptation of world runes, but you think your apprentice and old friend can stand it? Reed's words left Rise speechless, because he found that what Reed said was not wrong, things that should have been avoided in the first place, but he repeated it again and again. In fact, Reed can understand why Rise is like this, because he is so lonely. No matter how inhumanly tough his will is, he is still a human being, and he will eventually be lonely. I almost have to figure out the pattern. Do you want to do it every 500 years? If 500 years of lonely travel is your limit, then every 500 years you come to me. In Bandar the city rests for a while, and when you think it's almost time to start a new trip, don't worry, the Yordles will not die because of you. Reed sensed that the atmosphere was a bit too tense and low, so he took the initiative to make a joke, wanting to make Rise relax. This mage has been pierced several times by his words. It is estimated that his heart is all right now. In dripping blood, after all, Reed was a crit. I can't stop. I have been running for thousands of years. This is long enough for human beings. I don't know how long I can live any longer. Maybe once I stop, I have to face the sheep bow and benefit. Tooth. Ritz admitted that the wrong things he did were really inappropriate, but he still couldn't stop and rest. Because he doesn't know if he can rearrange his bags and set off again, the scattered world runes have not been collected yet, and he can't die yet. Only when he finds them all will he willingly disappear. Chapter 28, The Heart Wears the Armor to Have Temperature. Forget it, you just know what you are doing. Facing Rise's stubborn persistence, Reed finally reluctantly chose to give up. Just as he had no choice with Kenan and Bobby, he also had no choice with Rise. You'd better not lose yourself in loneliness, and don't force me to clean up the door. I am not as cruel as you and can easily start. Reed didn't forget to express his concern euphemistically, but if Rise really fell to that point, he would have to start even if he didn't do it. I should have said this to you, right? Don't be fooled by the world runes. I don't want to do that again, although I have to do it by then. Ritz also responded to Reed's concern very intimately. Their relationship between teachers and friends is really harmonious. The two people cared about each other for a while, and then they didn't intend to stay any longer, but before leaving, Yagu's body still needs to be disposed of first. After all, he is Rise's old friend for many years. Although in the end everyone was very unhappy about the world runes, but this matter itself has its own fault. Ritz also had no reason to attribute all the mistakes to Yagu. After all, he was also responsible for the death of Yagu. He was a very important indirect factor. So the two piled up a pyre and cremated Yagu's body. Fjord was not popular in this way of burial. Because the frozen ground beneath my feet is rock solid and icy, I can't feel the warmth during my lifetime, but I still have to sleep in the frozen ground after death. This is too cruel. All the people of Fjord were cremated to ashes after death, and then scattered their ashes, scattered on the land where they lived and struggled, and accompany the people forever. Of course, there may also be sea burials near the coastal areas. Only in the warmer places in the south, there may be conditions for burials, and it is also possible for big people to be buried with fanfare. What should we do? The inhabitants of this tribe have already understood what Reed and Rise did. Their faces are full of despair and numbness, because what awaits them next will be from the mountains in the night. Frost Troll. If I were you, I would leave this place. The sooner the better, and it's best to pack up now and get ready to go. Faced with this question posed to him by the elderly tribe, Rise paused for a while before answering. Can't we be with you? The little warrior who jumped out to talk to Rise and Reed before, asked the voice of the tribesman. They all knew in their hearts that there was no way to escape the hunting of the trolls by their own words, and even if the trolls did not hunt them, they would not be able to escape to the warm south in the cold winter. Rise looked at Reed next to him. If he followed his usual behavior, at this time, despite the compassion in his heart, he was struggling wildly, but he would still choose to leave them behind. After all, he came here. He had already made this decision before, and these people were the funerals of his old friend. My patience is very limited. If you want to follow, please be faster, we will leave at any time. Perceiving Rai's eyes looking at him, Reed can understand what he means. This guy is asking him if he has a solution and whether to bring these people. If he can't do anything, then they can only be cruel. Abandon these Fruljord people. And Reed's purpose in coming here is to correct Rai's approach, so of course he will not leave these innocents behind, and at least take them to a safe place, not let them become trolls. Rations. Yes. Let's go and clean up. Reed's words made the Fruljord tribesmen act immediately. Their work efficiency is still very high. After all, for them at this time, it is already the moment of life and death, and no one dares to hold back. Who dares? After dragging his feet, everyone dared to abandon him directly. Rise, even if you are mere heart with armor, there is no problem, but you must remember that you are always a human being, so you must have the temperature. Reed really does not want, Rise will eventually become a person who puts the collection of world runes in the first place. This matter is still important, but the more important thing is to maintain one's humanity and respect the value of life. Got it? Rise nodded. This time he didn't argue with Reed very hard. He didn't explain to Reed again his view of the safety of world runes is the most important. When he saw the Fruljord tribesmen with renewed hope on their faces, he gradually realized that he made a wrong decision and gave up what he really shouldn't be. Come here without making any plans. After dark, the frost trolls will come out. They will plunder all the creatures they see. As long as they can eat, they will not escape their hunt. Rise was unwilling to help these Fruljord tribesmen before, not just because he wanted to put the world runes in a safe place in the first place. It's even more because those savage frost trolls are too difficult to deal with. Even if he takes these tribesmen with him, he has no way to protect their safety, and may even lose the world rune again, to the greedy ones. In the hands of the troll, that will bring a huge disaster. The frost trolls are not the top of the food chain of this land. Do you know why the frost trolls in the northern mountains are generally bigger and stronger? Because of the smaller and weaker giants. The demons have all been eaten, and among these mountains, there are many creatures that feed on trolls. Reed's words refreshed the three views of Rise and the Fruljord tribesmen. In their recognition, those savage frost trolls were enough to cause headaches for the Fruljord people in the north, but they actually not the ruler of the mountains, but just a food-like existence? What kind of monster is the real ruler of the mountains? Are they the legendary ancient demigods? Rise is a little unimaginable. He has not come into contact with those Fruljord ancient demigods, but the wild magic surging in this land has always reminded him that there is ancient in this land. Gods. Chapter 29, Potentially Dangerous. That's not something you need to care about. The demigods are indeed waking up gradually, but there are some ancient creatures in this land itself. Even the demigods cannot easily fight against them. Anavya has died in battle several times. The dangers hidden in Runeland are far more than you think. That's why I tell you, don't always put the world's runes first. Your self-cultivation and the maintenance of humanity are the most important things for you. Although Reed said that he had given up on Rise's teaching, he really wanted to seize every opportunity to guide Rise in the direction he wanted. After all, Reed's requirements and hopes for Rise are not just to make him a custodian of world runes. As one of the few existences that can resist the temptation of world runes, Reed hopes that this human mage can use the power of world runes to save the world in times of crisis. Reed sees more danger than Ritz knows, so although he himself can use the power of world runes, even he can't use it unlimitedly. There can be one more person to help him share it. Of course it's better. If you don't tell me, of course I can't understand. Reed is obviously also very helpless for Reed's behavior of selling off his children. He knows that Reed is burdened with a lot of things he doesn't understand, but Reed can't help it without telling him. With your current strength, even if you know it, you won't be able to help. Letting you know that it only adds to your worries and pressure. Just leave it to me to deal with this kind of thing. Don't worry, when I need you, I won't. I'm polite with you. Reed shook his head. If it wasn't for Rise to stop being so nervous about the world runes, that he was about to lose his self and humanity, he would not even reveal any information to RYD. Anyway, this guy is unwilling to use the world runes. Will not help much for a while. Furthermore, things are not serious enough now, so Reed didn't force Rise to use the world rune, although it was useless even if he forced it. When Rise is really needed to use it, the entire rune land is probably at a time of life and death, and Reed is not afraid that he will be so stubborn not to use it anymore. From Reed's point of view, the world rune is a very important weapon needed to protect the rune land in the future. The reason why he started to collect the world rune is to reduce the internal friction caused by this weapon, and the other is to reduce the internal friction caused by this weapon. Prepare in advance when you need to use it later. The sky is getting dark, and the howling of those trolls is getting more and more excited. How are you going to deal with those looters? Since Reed had already said that, Rise didn't ask for boring questioning anymore. He looked up at the sky, and then at the small team behind them. Rise's face was full of worry. If the trolls swarmed around him, he felt that even if he and Reed were there was no way to protect these Fjord tribesmen. How to deal with it? Of course, it is to kill as many as you want. If those frost trolls dare to catch up with those frosty trolls, then I will be merciful to help them solve the problem of overpopulation. The soul of the demon, if they accept it, they have to thank me. Reed was not nervous at all. He obviously did not put those frost trolls in his eyes. After all, frost trolls are just some wild beasts with a bad brain. If they are smarter, they won't get caught. Deported to the northern mountains. This made Ritz feel a little more at ease. He didn't believe in Reed's strength at first, he just felt that if they really fought with the frost trolls, they might not have time to take care of the Fjord tribesmen. After all, they also know how to do avatar. If those frost trolls swarmed directly, they would have to kill for a while. In fact, what you should be more concerned about now is the warmth of these Fjord people. The winter of this land is a test of death for ordinary people. Fjord's age, why should it be calculated as winter? It is because if the winter cannot survive, then their lifespan will end in that bitter winter. Reed felt that Rise was concerned about the wrong direction. It was not the trolls that could actually take the lives of these Fjord people, but the land itself. Naturally, it was the most difficult existence for mankind to fight against. Gifts or disasters are only acceptable. Yes, of course I know, but I can't help them, nor can I fight this land. Regarding this matter, Rise really can only stand by and watch. Reed can also help these Fjords resist the cold wind, but RYD can only watch. The beauty of the years lies in the inevitable passage of spring flowers, autumn moons, summer, winter snow. Unfortunately, Fjord only has snow. As far as the eye can see, snow is everywhere. Reed sighed. Sure enough, in the whole Rune land, there is no better place to live than Bandle City. www.readwoon.com. The more places he goes, the more he feels this way. Of course, where is suitable for living depends mainly on the individual's personality. Among the Yordles in Bandar City, don't there also be those who like to live outside? For example, Bobby, Keenan, and Nar, there are actually many Yordles like them, scattered all over Rune land. According to them, this was caused by Anavia. Rise didn't have much emotion about this. He has been wandering for thousands of years and has been to many places. He can only say that each place has its own characteristics and beauty. If you really want to say which is the best, it is also said that he is not up to it, maybe he is naturally suitable for wandering around. There is also a legend that Orn caused it. Reed snorted. The legend of the gods is spreading in the mouth of humans, so naturally it will be somewhat different from the real situation. How long have you not been home? Reed didn't continue the topic just now. After all, if he continued speaking, it would involve things that Rise couldn't understand, so he decisively turned to ask individual questions. It's probably a few hundred years. Rise thought about it carefully, and when he went back last time, he just glanced from a distance. Also, after 1,000 years of time, that place is no longer the hometown you are familiar with. Family and friends have passed away for many years. Now maybe even the bones have been integrated into the earth, and you have nothing to worry about. Reed nodded. Rise's hometown and a large area of land nearby should have sunk to the bottom of the sea in the Rune War, but the arrival of Reed changed the ending. He directly grabbed it from the hands of those mortals. After leaving the world runes, the terrible destruction was stopped. Chapter 30, The King of Trolls? The topic that Reed shifted was obviously not liked by Rise, but the conversation between the two of them could not continue, because Reed found that some creature was chasing them, and the howling sound was not far away from them. There is no way, things are just like what Rise's old friend Yagu said, there are even 3 pregnant women with big bellies in the team. Of course, they are not walking fast, they will be looted by the frost trolls. It's normal to catch up. You are responsible for protecting them, and I will kill those wild trolls. Reed confessed to Rise, and then before Rise could answer, his figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared before his eyes. Rez opened his mouth helplessly. He couldn't say what he was going to say. Reed went too fast. And since Reed has left, he can only stay honestly, these people still need his protection. Come to me, gather by my side, don't panic, and protect the elderly, children and pregnant women. Rise commanded the somewhat panicked Fjord tribesmen. They were obviously frightened by the roar of the approaching troll, but when Rise spoke to appease them, they seemed to have found the backbone. Quickly gathered around Rise. For these Fjord tribesmen who have gone through despair, this strange old mage is their only support now. Although that strange unknown creature seems to be the one who speaks more effectively, these people are obviously would be more willing to believe in Rise as a human. There is no other way. Living in such a place, they are really afraid of being tortured by various inhuman creatures. At this time, the non-human creature Reed has already met some other non-human creatures. In comparison between the two, it is obvious that the huge trolls are more inhuman. Among those trolls, even the shortest and thinnest ones are about twice as big as ordinary people, and the one in the lead is directly twice as big as those ordinary trolls. To tell the truth, looking at it from Reed's line of sight, the troll was like a moving hill. The troll's skin is blue, and its body is covered with a layer of moss and a few coniferous things. It looks like a blue boulder when it is far away. That troll is definitely several times taller than Reed. Its arms are as thick as a tree trunk, its legs are like a thicker tree trunk, its head is like a rock rolling down from the top of a mountain, and its hair is like rolling. The frost moss and jingdu that fell on the road, finally this head fell on a larger stone, that is its extremely large body. A short knife was inserted in the skin fold on its chest, and it was right into the scabbard. The black blade of the short knife was smooth and flat. It was made of hot rocks at the foot of the volcano, but even though it was a short knife, it's just that the length of the knife is already several times that of Reed. What are you? Little guy, I have never seen a creature like you in the north. You broke into the territory of the troll. Do you want to provoke the great troll king? The huge troll opened his mouth to question Reed, because the violent wind that Reed rolled up blocked their pursuit, so they had to stop chasing and stopped, which made the troll who claimed to be the king of trolls look like very angry. That's because you are too young, troll. When we were active in Fjord, your ancestors might not have been born yet, and this land does not belong to your trolls. I can come if I want to. You can go. Reed looked up and down at these wild trolls in the north. Among these trolls, there was no troll king Trundle he knew well, because Trundle was a warm-skinned troll in the south. Although the size is already very strong among the warm-skinned trolls, if you get it here, it is at the level of an ordinary troll. However, the cunning troll of Trundle, who had taken the luck, was funded and supported by the frost witch Lysandra. Relying on his own clever mind, plus the ice weapon Bone Crusher bestowed by Lysandro by the frost witch, Trundle unified the warm-skinned trolls of the south and proclaimed himself the king of trolls and became he is a loyal thug of Frost which Lysandra and declares an ally to the outside world. And obviously this big troll, who also claims to be the king of the trolls, is not very satisfied with Trundle, otherwise it won't stand on its own as a king in the north. Yetu is not young. Little. Yetu is a powerful king of trolls. You angered Yetu. Yetu wants to stuff you between your teeth. It is very obvious that this self-proclaimed king of trolls yet his brain is not good enough. What Reed said, it only captured the first sentence Reed said. Does this kind of creature exist to be used as cannon fodder? Reed had to vomit. How funny a creature like a troll is really capable of making people alive and happy. It's no wonder that even Trundle despises these wild trolls. Compared with these no-brained wild trolls, the warm-skinned trolls of the south can be called a model of civilization. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Boom. The troll king Yetu hammered it with a punch. Its fist was like a weapon of a large catapult. Just hammering on the ground made it difficult for people to stand firm. The hard freeze the soil is even full of cracks, and the power of this punch is truly amazing. But no matter how powerful it is useless if it can't hit people. Reed jumped directly onto its fist and climbed up along its thick arms. Yetu, the king of trolls, if you have the ability, you can hit me with your knife. As the king of trolls, you don't even have this ability, do you? Reed had an idea. He suddenly thought of a way to play the troll king. He wanted to test the IQ of this troll to see if it was really that stupid. The facts have proved that this troll king Yetu is really a mindless. Being so excited by Reed, this guy actually pulled out the short knife and slashed at Reed who was standing on his arm. Come here. Yetu will prove to you. While hacking, this guy was still yelling. Obviously he couldn't stand Reed's so obvious aggressiveness. Reed jumped away very easily, and then the troll king Yetu slashed his arm, which at least proved that its knife was indeed sharp enough. It's worthy of being able to be fooled by Trundle to cut his own stomach. This IQ is really Fjord's only one. Even the beasts are probably smarter than this guy. Maybe this is the price of gaining power. Looking at the troll king Yetu who had cut off his arm with a knife, but didn't seem to feel anything at all, Reed was also shocked by its intelligence. Chapter 31, Frostguard Clan. Yu Feng, cut before stepping. There was wind on both sides of Reed's feet, and he drew his sword out, the sharp blade shining with a forcing cold light. His speed was strange, and he directly circled the troll king Yetu. What happens to a creature like a troll after the boss dies? It will save trouble if it collapses and escapes. Reed jumped away from the troll king Yetu, and directly retracted the sword into its sheath. A gust of wind blew through Yetu's body, and its upper and lower body had been separated. Although this Yetu claims to be the king of trolls, it is only a mortal body after all. In the face of the ancient artifacts in Reed's hands, its hard skin can't play a blocking role at all. After all, this is even Rek'Sai. Unbearable blade. Boom. Yetu's body collapsed suddenly, as if a hill was cut off by the waist. Disgusting liquid flowed out of its body, exuding a terrifying stench. Reed immediately blew a gust of wind, dispelling the stench from his side, all blowing towards the frost trolls. Oh! Even the northern trolls who have adapted to the foul-smelling living environment are a little intolerable in the face of the foul smell coming from the body of the troll king Yetu. Many of the northern trolls began to retire. However, this smell is actually not deadly enough for them, and for them, what is more surprising and scary is that the most powerful troll among them was actually caught by that small strange species. Killed. The king of trolls is dead. Yetu is killed. The trolls standing in front felt the fear. The black and white creature with a terrifying aura made them afraid to take a step forward. That's just a little guy. I can knock him down with one punch. The troll's reflection arc is very slow. Although the front has begun to yell, the troll standing behind has not yet reacted. A few trolls squeezed in from behind. They wanted to see the Troll King. The picture shows how the creature that dared to block their advancement was crushed. But after coming to the front, these trolls also reacted one after another, and the familiar huge body of Yetu had already been broken in two in front of them at this time. Run! Run! Yetu was killed. We can't beat him. Of course, after losing the boss, these younger brother trolls who can only be beaten by the Troll King Yetu, none of them dared to provoke Reed again. They began to run into the mountains behind them. Sure enough, although he is very big and strong, creatures like trolls are destined to be barbaric species that can't make it to the table. Reed did not continue to chase these trolls. Although he said he would come and kill as many as possible, these wild trolls are also a very important part of the ecological environment in the mountains of the Northland. They cannot be handled casually. Reed didn't have to pay attention to the way of balance, but he knew that once these trolls were exterminated, those who walked out of the mountains to hunt would become other species, and those species would be better than giants. Demons are even more dangerous. After dealing with these chasing trolls, Reed stepped on the wind and quickly returned to the refugee ranks. At this time, these Fruljord tribesmen had calmed down, because they heard the terror howl, and realized that the howl was getting further and further away from them. This undoubtedly shows that the troll has already retreated. As expected of you, the efficiency is so fast. Rise was a little surprised at Reed's speed, but he felt that it should be. After all, if he didn't have this ability, how could he become the guardian of Runeterra? However, Reed has never called himself a title of Guardian of Rune Lands. He feels that he is just doing some small work that he should do. After all, there are his family and friends in this place. Of course he can't sit back and watch outsiders destroy his homeland. Of course, there is also a very important reason is that he doesn't want to watch a planet be destroyed again. The last time he could do nothing, he could only die with his hometown, but this time he has strong strength. Of course, he has to find a way to fight against the evil forces and prevent them from destroying Runeterra, which is also a way to make up for the regret in his heart. How do you plan to house these people? Are you going to take them all to Bandar City? That's not bad. There should be a portal nearby. If you go directly to Bandar City through the portal, they don't have to bear it anymore. In the cold winter weather, I traveled a long distance to the south. Ritz is obviously not very optimistic about these Farer Jodes. He doesn't think these people can travel long distances to the warm south in this increasingly severe weather. Of course not, Bandar City is definitely not good. It is not suitable for ordinary humans to live in. After they go, they can't get eternal life like us, but will be shortened due to the influence of magic. Reed shook his head and replied, it must be unrealistic to take these people to live in Bandar City. www.readwin.com. After all, there is only a place suitable for Yordle people to live, and the human life there is amazingly fast. It is estimated that after these people go, they will die in a short time. I am going to take these people to the territory of the Frostguard tribe. They are suitable to join the Frostguard. Rootless duckweed is the favorite of the Frostguard tribe. If there are talented people among them, you can also make them a rune. To make a contribution to the land is to repay them for the kindness of being sheltered by the runes of the world. Reed has made plans. On the land of Fruljord, the Frostguard tribe can be said to be the absolute overlord. Especially today when neither the Avarasa tribe nor the Winter's Claw tribe has risen, the Frostguard tribe under Lysandro is the ruler of Fruljord. Although these guys will always appear as a villain afterwards, Reed knows that everything the Frost Guardian tribe does is to fight against the Void Watchers who are sealed under the Howling Abyss. Lysandro wanted to unify all the powers of Fruljord and fight the Void Watcher with all her strength. She has been watching alone in the ice for nearly 10,000 years. She is making mistakes for herself. An atonement. Even if she is misunderstood by the world, even if she has become a horrible legend, she still sticks to it with no regrets. The Frost Guard? The ancient and mysterious tribe, I didn't expect you to be in contact with them. Is that the legendary Frost Witch really the Lysandra of the Three Sisters of Frost? If so, isn't she? Has lived for nearly 10,000 years? How did this happen? Rise didn't expect Reed to have such an arrangement. He didn't know much about the mysterious Frostguard tribe, so he was very curious to verify the rumors. Chapter 32, The Heart of Fruljord. Don't you have lived for nearly 1,000 years? There are always some magical powers in this world that can change the lifespan of people. But sometimes living for too long is not necessarily a good thing. A life that is striving for the day and night may not be worse than living for 10,000 years. Reed didn't explain so much to Rise, and Rise let him deal with the world runes first. Recently, the legend of world runes has begun to circulate in rune lands again, and the scattered world rune fragments are also agitated. It is when Rise can exert his power. Those emperors, powerful and wealthy businessmen don't think so, and those who died accidentally don't think so. For human beings, it's best to live longer. Although Rise himself agrees with Reed's statement, he knows that most ordinary people in the world definitely want to live longer, otherwise the wolf spirit would not get so many hunting opportunities. Because most people choose to escape in the face of death. Let's go, take these people to Frostguard's territory. They have always been happy to take in these homeless people on the ice sheet, and they should not refuse to take in these refugees. And after these people are put in place, this matter of yours has come to an end. You said that you, a person who is over 1,000 years old, even want me to wipe your when you do things. You really should grow up again. Grow up. Reed shook his head and didn't talk about lifespan with Rise anymore, because he didn't understand the idea of ephemeral species, as Rise thought. After all, his previous life was also a ephemeral species, and it was still that. A short-born species that died unexpectedly. He knew humans too well. Seeing that Reed had lost the interest in continuing the conversation, Rise didn't speak too much. He was not a talkative person himself. He had already adapted to the silence during the journey. Even sometimes, he would worry that he might lose his language ability. After all, not every lonely person would become the kind of talk that likes to talk to himself. As for the jokes Reed said, he didn't care. Who would really be honest with a Yordle? Ah, a tribe that is migrating. Winter is coming. I think you need bronze help, my compatriots. Reed and Rise led a large group of troops, slowly moving forward on the ice sheet. Although the distance from the Frostguard tribe's territory was not too close, it was at least much closer than to the south. While they were on the way forward, they met an enthusiastic big man, who was carrying a big exaggerated shield with a very cute mustache. He was tall, big, and sturdy. Although the burly man is very burly, his smile on his face is very friendly, his voice is full of kindness, and he is a very kind man. Wow! Grandma! Is that man Braun? Is that the strongest man? Braun is here to help us. The active little boy noticed the familiar man, and he cheered in surprise. He was obviously very happy. He was much more happy than following Reed and Rise. Hi, little guy, you look a little thin and weak, but don't worry, eat more, you can be as strong as Bloom. It's best to drink more milk. When he was a child, Bloom liked milk the most, and now it is too. Bloom obviously noticed his little brother, so he took the initiative to move forward and chatted with the little guy. This man does have a strong affinity, just like an uncle living next door. Is this, the legendary Bloom? Rise asked Reed, but in fact he had already determined the answer, because the strong man was dressed very cool, showing most of his muscles, and he looked like an ice bloodline, and he was holding the huge fan. The horned shield is exactly the same as the legend. Yes, Fruljord's heart Bloom, the iceborn who began to be active on this ice sheet in the past 200 years, is a very enthusiastic big guy. Reed looked at the extremely tall Bloom, but he was a little annoyed, because this big guy didn't seem to deal with Lysandra, so it was not quite right to say that because Bloom didn't have any malice towards those Frost Guards. But the Frost Guards have been asking him for trouble. You are going to the territory of the Frost Guard tribe and take refuge in them. At this time, Bronn was in the crowd and already knew the destination of the group. His prestige in Freljord was enough to make all the Freljord trust him. On this ice-covered land, Bloom's name is much better than the name of Rune Mage Rise. Yes, strong Bronn, we are going to the territory of the Frostguard tribe. It was the suggestion of Master Rise. It is too difficult for us to migrate to the warm south in the cold winter. The little boy's grandmother answered Bronn's question with respect. Although the strong man in front of him looked younger than her, the old Freljord knew that the ice bloodline in front of him was older than he thought. Because of the legend about Bloom, her grandmother once told her, "You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com," and she told those stories to the next generation. Oh, they are not very friendly to me. It seems that Bronn can only send you to the edge of their clan. Come on, boys, give your luggage to Bronn. But Bloom only frowned when he heard the words, and then continued to show his kind smile. He took the luggage of several tribesmen from their hands. Bronn put the luggage on his huge shield, and then started to march steadily holding the shield, without being affected by these people going to the Frostguard tribe. Bronn, I heard that you and the Frostguard tribe had a holiday? Come with us, is that okay? Reed and Rise came to Bronn's side and asked the brawny man who had naturally integrated into the team. Mage Rise, I have heard your name. You are running to protect the world. You are a person worthy of Bronn's respect. I haven't had a holiday with the Frostguard tribe, and I don't understand why they always trouble me, but I think it should be because of this shield. Since I got it, the Frostguards have been eyeing me. Bloom nodded to Rise and Reed, showing a hearty smile. He is a big guy who is kind to others. I know. I know. Grandma Bronn's story said that this shield was enchanted by the Frost Witch. It must be because Bronn that you broke the Frost Witch's magic, so those Frost Guards will come to hunt you down. The little guy who has been very active, bounced around Bronn's side and raised his hand, but his words made Bronn laugh. Obviously, he found this reason very interesting. The legends about him, there are too many fictions and exaggerations. Chapter 33, Lysandro. The reputation of the Frost Witch is really not that great. In any story, she is used as a villain. It is obvious that the guy has rewritten history, but she still got herself into this field. It is really a stupid comparison. Reed didn't smile, but rather sighed. After all, his relationship with the three disabled sisters was really good, and they ended up with 2 dead and 1 living in pain forever, which made him very regretful. Reed knew that Lysandra wasn't targeting Bronn, she just needed Aoun's creation in Bronn's hands. Of course, Bronn, the powerful ice bloodline, was actually the target she wanted to win over, just like the iceborn troll Trundle. These powerful ice bloodlines will be the main force against the void monsters after the ice melts. Lysandra has been summoning the Iceborns. She walked in the Dreamland, led them to the main Frost Guardian fort, and joined the Frost Guard. That Frost Witch is very superstitious of Aoun's power. After all, Aoun helped them dig out the Howling Abyss, and Aoun built the Lost Bridge for them. It can be said that the entire seal of the Howling Abyss, except for the powerful magic released by Lysandra using the Yeti tribe, is basically composed of Ornn's creation. Faced with the Void Watchers who might make a comeback at any time, Lysandra had to start to do her best to search for any power that could help her fight those void monsters. Ornn's creation was naturally within her search range. That woman is actually not bad, she just won't express it in a better way. She and your thoughts are actually similar. She also hopes that Freljord can be unified, can unite and gather all forces to face foreign enemies. Reed said to Bloom that he was really not defending Lysandro. After all, that woman never cared about her reputation. People who didn't know her regarded her as the source of the Freljord war, but she never justified any words. The Frostguard tribe is not the existence that can end the war, and the mysterious Frost Witch is not a qualified ruler. I have no intention of offending her, but it is true. Bron is a real person. He did not reject those mysterious people because the Frostguard tribe always troubled him, just like he was willing to send these people to the Frostguard tribe, because he also knew that the Frostguard tribe has the ability to protect these refugees in the cold winter. And he didn't because Reed seemed to be very familiar with Frostguard's people, so he said Frostguard's good things in front of Reed. He directly said what was in his heart, without any cover, sincerely made people treat him at all. Don't feel sick. Bloom regards all Freljords as brothers and sisters. He can selflessly help all Freljords who need help, and this is why his story is widely circulated in this ice-covered land. It is also the reason why he is called the Heart of Freljord. The difference between Bron and Rise is that what Rise has done to save the world is too far away from ordinary people. Although he has traveled all over the Rune lands for thousands of years, his reputation is mixed, but he is awe-inspiring. Exist, but can never integrate into the group like Bloom. That's right, that guy has never been a manager, and it really depends on Avarosa for this kind of thing. Reed nodded. He agreed with Bloom's evaluation of Lysantro. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lysantro's talent in ruling is almost zero. As one of the three sisters of the ice, it's really a good example of playing a good hand. In order to maintain Freljord's rule, she chose to quietly kill all the existences that were extolled as the reincarnations of Avarosa and Cyrilda, because she believed that the existence of those two would bring things to life. It's a mess. And Reed also had a disagreement with the Frost Witch at that time. Reed thought that Lysandro was too extreme to do so. Perhaps the inheritance of Avarosa and Cyrilda would be a help against the Void Watcher. Lysandra chose to kill the Iceborn who were good enough to be used to rival Avarosa and Cyrilda, and he was simply reducing his own combat power. It's a pity that in order to delay the awakening time of the Void Watchers and to divert the attention of those Void Watchers, the Frost Witch fell asleep most of the time. She could no longer listen to Reed's advice, and still carried out her own way. Make your own plan. And just as she couldn't kill those Void Watchers, she couldn't control the spread of the legend of her two sisters. Reed knew that now the will of Avarosa and Cyrilda has slowly condensed into two powerful Iceborns, an idealist and a conqueror. This time, Reed will protect their lives. Let's go www.readwun.com. You seem to know how to get to the Frostguard, the powerful Yordle. I once met a cat from Bandle City in a magic book. We become a good friend. Do you know that cute cat? Her name is Yumi. Bloom held the shield with one hand and scratched his head with the other. The Frost Witch Lysandra was very mysterious. Even he had never seen one of the legendary three sisters of Frost. And this Yordle seems to be very familiar with the other party, which makes him think that the other party should be a big man. He knows that the Yordle can live for a long time. His cat friend from Bandle City told him about it. In fact, at the very beginning, everyone said that Lysandro was a living saint who brought wisdom and healing to the various tribes of Freljord. However, with the passage of thousands of years, the rule of the Frostguard tribe gradually lost. Fascinating. And that weird Frost Witch gradually began to become the villain in the story. Everyone began to miss the other two of the three sisters, Avarosa and Cyrilda, and looked forward to their inheritance. Now in the world, let Freljord reunify. Bron is not like that. He is not superstitious in those ancient legends, but he also longs for the birth of a hero, longing for someone to end Freljord's hundreds of years of war. I am very familiar with Yumi. Her master is a good friend of mine. We are not going to the Frostguard main castle. These people are not of the Cold Ice bloodline. You can go there, but these people only need to go to the Frostguard tribe. The periphery is enough. Reed replied to Bron, the Frostguard fortress is not accessible to anyone, and most people don't even know where it is. Only the Iceborn found by Lysandra in her dream will be attracted by her. To that place. Chapter 34, ready to return. The experience of these 90-odd people is obviously lucky. They don't know what their original fate is and how miserable it is, but their current experience is obviously enough to brag about others. Walked with Rune Mage Rise, chatted and laughed happily with Fjord Heartbloom, and most importantly, they also met the legendary magical Yordle. Of course, the last one was added by Reed himself. For these ignorant Fjord northern barbarians, the first two are obviously more worthy of bragging about. They obviously don't know who Reed is. There is no way, in fact, in the eyes of the truly knowledgeable Fjord people, Reed is also an indispensable part of Fjord's history. After all, his figure almost appeared in ancient legends of all sizes. It's a pity that as Li Sangzhou buried everything in the ice, the legends of Reed, like many legends of the ancient gods and the three sisters of the ice, were either only circulated in the countryside among a very small group of people, or early it was tampered with and destroyed by Li Sangzhou. After this is Frostguard's territory, they are often active in this area. You should be able to see their people soon, and Braun will send you here. At the edge of the area where the Frostguards often move, Braun said goodbye to the large forces. He could not go any further, because it was undoubtedly asking for trouble. He didn't want to fight with the Frostguards, the powerful ones. Iceborne is not easy to mess with either. Goodbye, big man. Reed didn't have to force Braun to stay. He didn't have any idea to help Braun solve the misunderstanding with the Frost Guardian tribe. After all, even he himself can't talk to Li Sangzhou now. After Li Sangzhou can listen to him first, he will consider helping Braun to resolve the misunderstanding. Bon voyage! Ritz also took the initiative to bid farewell to this very cordial Hufeljod. Rise likes Braun very much. This man, like the legends he has circulated, has a heart that truly loves the world. Just like his legends, he can inspire people and make people feel this cold land. There is also a heart that is beating hot. Regarding Braun's departure, the Fjord tribesmen were even more reluctant, because in just 2 or 3 days of getting along, Braun has successfully become friends with all of them. Having gained the respect and goodwill of everyone, they are very reluctant to leave this bold and brawny man. But Braun left. He didn't worry about the safety of these people. After all, there are Rune Mage Rise and Reed. He felt that these people would definitely be able to join the Frost Guardian tribe safely, but he wouldn't be there. For sure. After all, he has been troubled by the people of the Frost Guardian tribe. If these people are found with him, 80% of them will be regarded as enemies by the Frost Guardian tribe's people. He is a very attractive man, his character is really hard to be disgusting, I have to say, this is a rare talent, obviously you are far from it. After Bloom left, Reed started to complain about Rise again. After all, there would be no harm if there is no comparison. The same people are running around. How can the gap be so big? But considering that Rise is running around for the safety of the whole world, and Braun is only running for Fjord, Rise's pressure will be a little bit more normal. After all, Rise has to fight against the temptation of runes from the world, and it is difficult to imagine his rune-filled land, but he is only helping people with trivial things. His character is destined to be a person who does big things. Humph! Rise just snorted helplessly, but didn't say anything to refute Reed's words. After all, this time it was indeed that he was not doing things properly. As the party who was in the wrong, no matter how Reed killed him, he had to listen with anger. Soon, Reed and Ryz, who were walking on the ice sheet, saw the camp of the Frost Guardian tribe. As the overlord of the Fjord, the Frost Guardian tribe is just a small camp located in the fringe area, and it is enough to make these Fjord tribesmen who have lived in the mountains for a long time and have never seen the world lose their voice. With the encouragement of Reed and Rise, these tribesmen were taken in by the Frost Guards very nervously. Choosing to join the Frost Guardian tribe also meant to completely forget the past tribe. From then on, only loyal to the will of the 3 Frost sisters, only obeyed the guidance of the Frost Witch, and worked hard for the common cause. Perhaps for people from other tribes, this is not so easy to do, but for these Yagutul people, this is undoubtedly the best choice. They don't have long-standing tribes. Culture, naturally can more easily integrate into the Frost Guardian tribe. Now only need to seal this piece of scorched rune fragments. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com can draw a satisfactory end to this matter. Reed glanced at RYD. This man with blue-purple skin and rune tattoos was also relieved at this time. Reed believed that after this incident, he would definitely grow up. How to get to the Forbidden Library? RYD asked Reed. It still takes a long distance to get to the Forbidden Forest in Demacia. It seems that RYD wants to take a shortcut. Can you just go? I don't want to go to that place, so that you don't want to suspect that I covet those world runes, and that place is really like a dungeon to the Yordles. Who loves to go to whom? Reed pretended not to understand what Rise meant. He knew that this guy wanted to go through the portal of Bandle City, but Reed didn't want to go to the Forbidden Magic Treasury at all. You don't need to go, you can take me a ride. Rise is very helpless about this. Sometimes when communicating with these Yordles, he really has to be patient and temperamental. Although he can teleport magic, he can't teleport too far, otherwise he won't ask Reed to take him. It's a trip. All right, let me take you there. Reed looked at Rise's pathetic appearance, and didn't continue to tease him. Originally, he wanted Rise to run by himself as punishment for what he did. But considering that this guy just died an old friend, I guess he was not in a good mood, so he took him compassionately to help him save some time. Thank you so much, then. Rise sighed. If it weren't for worrying that it would be too dangerous to travel a long distance with that rune fragment, he really didn't want to bend to Reed. Chapter 35, Dream. I finally came here, but I didn't see you. Are you leaving now? For a second, Reed was still joking with the unscrupulous Karais, relying on the side that he was reasonable. In the next second, he came to the center of a white snowfield, and Rise was no longer there by his side. Reed's ears sounded a cold, calm voice, which he knew very well. They used to have a close relationship, and they fought side by side to clear out a certain stubborn Fruljord ancient god. Although the storm messenger in bearskin still stubbornly wanders in the world, he is unwilling to let his legend dissipate, and he is likely to come back again. Why are you so idle? Don't you need to coax those void monsters to sleep? There is still time to come to me. Reed turned and looked at the figure. The man stood upright, wearing a gorgeous blue magic robe, with a horned hood covering half of her face, only showing her nose and glowing cold, brilliant blue lips. That is Frost Witch Lysandra, one of the three sisters of Frost, the master of the Frost Guardian Fort, and the leader of the Frost Guards. Because a hero protected this fragile world and gave it temporary safety, I was able to rest for a while and come here to talk to you. Li Sangzhou said something that others could not understand, but Reed was able to understand what she meant. Obviously, someone's dream was used by Li Sangzhou and fed to those Void Watchers. Li Sangzhou used countless dreams to weave a line of defense, which put those Void Watchers into a deep sleep, and she was responsible for walking in countless dreams, looking for dreams that could be used, and feeding those monsters. A long time ago, after being blinded by the indestructible Thunder Volibear, Lysandra learned this secret method of walking in dreams, but I am afraid she did not think of it. Later, she relying on this secret method to coax those monsters to sleep. The scope of your ability is really vast, it can almost cover the entire Fruljord, right? Reed knew that he didn't really see Li Sangzhou, but fell into a deep sleep and was drawn into a dream. After all, for nearly 10,000 years, I can't live without any growth. It's just that this kind of little trick is not worth mentioning to you. You can wake up if you want to, can you? Li Sangzhou chuckled slightly, her cold blue lips evoked a smile. Reed did not wake up immediately, at least it means that he is still willing to take time to talk with her. When was the last time she and Reed met? She can't remember clearly, it may have been decades ago, or it may have been hundreds of years ago. The unit of measurement of time has no meaning to them. What's the matter with me? It's not just a simple retelling of the old, right? I'm in a hurry. You are busy saving the world, but I am also busy saving the world. Looking at the very thin body, as if she broke with a slight break, her skin was as cold as a dead body, and she was defeated like a new snow. Reed's thoughts were a bit complicated. He didn't want to see this woman, because the pain this woman was going through made him unbearable, but he knew that this woman was asking for all this. Frost Witch Li Sangzhou put away the smile at the corner of her mouth, and returned to her usual coldness and mercilessness. She clasped her claw-like hands in front of her, applying slight force. Zhenbing is melting. After Li Sandra's face was serious, the first words she said made Reed's nerves tense. Has it reached this point? How long will it last? After a long period of nearly 10,000 years, the ice that buried everything has finally begun to fail, and this disaster-prone world is really ready to face the shocking secrets buried under the ice? Do not know. Li Sangzhou shook her head. She really didn't know, but she had already noticed the abnormal movements of those Void Watchers. They were struggling violently in the dreams she had woven, and they might wake up from the dream at any time. Li Sangzhou's don't know was said, and Reed gradually calmed down. He realized that the matter should not have developed to the point where it was truly irretrievable. At this point in time, obviously it hasn't come before the Void Watchers under the Howling Abyss appear on stage, at least in the original time and space where he didn't exist. But Reed was not really so relieved, because his arrival has changed a lot of things after all. Maybe those Void Watchers will get out of trouble ahead of time, so he has to go to the Court of Nine Gods in person. A bit. I will go to Shuanghui's fort to find you. Reed did not hesitate and made a direct decision. There is nothing more important than responding to the threat of the void. I wait for you. The smile at the corner of Li Sangzhuo's mouth appeared again, and she nodded to Reed, and then her figure began to fade away. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and this white snowy world turned into spots of light together. Reed opened his eyes. At this moment, RYD was standing beside him with a look of anxiety and helplessness. Facing Reed, who was standing still while walking, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Reed's life characteristics still exist, and it does not appear to be dead. What happened just now? Seeing Reed suddenly opened his eyes and started to move again, RYD felt completely at a loss. It's okay, it's just a few words with an old witch. She invited me to Frostguard Fortress for 2 days. Reed explained with a smile. Although he was not at peace in his heart, he did not want to spread the panic and worry, because it was of no use, so he joked with RYZ and wanted to get rid of RYZ. Concern. The Frost Witch. Rise lowered his voice. Reed's words obviously surprised him. He was also in awe of that ancient existence. After all, it was a human mage who lived longer than him, or even longer. That's a bit different from the feeling when Reed was faced, because Reed's identity is after all a Yordle, and the Yordle itself is a longevity species. It's the right thing to live long, and from Reed's time to the present. Human beings are totally another concept. Of course, at the time when the Three Sisters of Ice lived, Reed had actually been alive for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't be able to participate in that kind of big event. When the Three Sisters of Frost asked Aowen for help, Aowen didn't want to take care of the three of them at all. In the end, it was Reed's good relationship with them that he agreed to help. Chapter 36, Forbidden Magic Treasure. Because he was worried about the situation on the side of the Howling Abyss, Reed didn't chat with Ritz more, but took him directly through the portal of the nearest doorway near them, and returned to Bandar City. Using Bandar City as a transit point, the two of them quickly came to the vicinity of Demacia Forbidden Forest. Do you want to go there in such a hurry? Rise naturally found Reed's weirdness, because the other party's behavior obviously wanted to finish the matter here quickly, and then hurry to find the Frost Witch over there. If Reed doesn't know what's going on there now, his state is obviously abnormal. Ritz guesses what Reed said just now is just perfunctory. Of course I am worried. Although that woman is older than you, it is better to be with her than with you, an old man. When she was young, she was a big beauty, and her appearance has not changed. And don't you know that the Yordles actually like playing with beautiful human women the most? Reed continued to joke, trying to divert the topic, so that Rise was not allowed to ask more, and this made Rise very helpless. He did not think that Reed really had anything to do with the Frost Witch. After all, he hadn't heard of the fact that humans and Yordles fell in love with each other. Then you won't be wasting your time, we will finish the matter quickly, so you can go to the Frost Witch. Rise knew that he couldn't ask anything more, so he had to follow Reed's idea and speed up the efficiency of work, saving this Yordle from urging him all the time. At this time, Reed and Ryz were not far from the Demacia male capital, and in front of them, there was a strange forest. Those trees were grey and white, without leaves, only thick. The trunks and branches of the trees are like fossils that have been air-dried. This forest has a long history. Even an old monster like Reed doesn't know how many tens of thousands of years it has existed, and this is the sacred place of Demacia, the Forbidden Devil Forest. Those trees are extremely tall, and the grey trunks exude a strange coercion. For the Yordles, the sense of coercion is particularly strong. This place can be said to be a forbidden place for the Yordle people. The average Yordle person just touches the tree, fearing that the whole person will be sucked up directly. The Forbidden Magic Stone is a treasure for the Yordle people, just like Halo Stone is the same as Devil Fruit ability. The two walked into the Forbidden Devil Forest and came under the tallest tree. There was a big gap at the bottom of that tree. At this time, the gap has been completely sealed. Most people would only think that the tree was eroded by lightning or wind and sand, and the gap created by it would not be associated with the forbidden magic treasure. Entrance. Zzz. The power of rune magic surged, and a purple rune circle enveloped both Reed and Ryd. Ryd took Ryd and teleported from the ground to the forbidden magic treasure underground. It was only this distance. Ryz's rune magic can still be easily surpassed. Hiss. Reed shuddered. This place was simply too torture for him. It was even more uncomfortable than being in the Forbidden Devil Forest because the suppression of magic here was even more terrifying. This forbidden magic treasure has actually been rebuilt once by Reed. After all, this place itself is an ancient relic, which already existed before the Rune War. When Reed remembered this place, the civilization here had already been destroyed in the Darkborn War, and this forbidden demon treasure was naturally abandoned. If Reed wants to use waste, he naturally has to move all the antiques of ancient civilizations out of it, and then rebuild it so that it can be used as a place for storing world runes. Reed, who has the power of the indestructible grip, wants to change the structure of this place. Therefore, it is much safer than the original time and space, and only Ryz can use rune magic to teleport in. In the center of this huge forbidden magic treasure, there is a device specially built to store and seal world runes. It is from the masters of Halia, the shining city on Fuguang Island. What is conceived and manufactured is the crystallization of the wisdom of those who have passed away. Ryz walked up to the altar, but Reed stood far away, watching Ryz operating on the side. Of course he wouldn't want to go to the altar. After all, even the power of the world rune can be gathered, suppressed, and sealed by that sophisticated device. He is a little Yordle, isn't he looking for it by himself? Holding the fragments of the scorching rune that Reed gave him, Ryz stepped onto the altar, and he put his hands into the device used to store the world runes. www.readrune.com. That the style of the installation, from the outside, is actually more than a dozen columns standing on the altar of the forbidden demon treasure. The pillars are made of trees in the Forbidden Devil Forest, and the world runes are stored in the vacant positions in the middle of these pillars. So mysterious, so attractive. Ryz, let go. Ryz was awakened by the sound of Reed's scolding. He suddenly released the hand that was holding the fragment of world rune, and even his body couldn't help but leaned back. He almost couldn't stand still. He quickly, after taking a few breaths, he calmed down his fast heartbeat. At this moment, Reed was standing behind him. His figure had already become the image of that tall and mighty Iron Eater. His clothes were bulged by the huge body, but he was not affected by anything. Destruction. Although I know you can survive, but you still scared me like this. I don't want to just clear the door after saying those words. I can't do it without you. I don't have time to wander around the world. World runes. Reed removed his hand from Rai's shoulder. He quickly jumped off the altar. His figure regained his shape as a cute Yordle, and his clothes collapsed and became fit. The magical material of Bandle City is indeed magical. Don't trust me so much. If there is no reminder from you this time, I might not be able to bear the temptation. RYD knew that Reed was caring about him, and the other party jumped on the altar that he never wanted to step in anxiously, which made him very touched. His teacher, ancestor, except that sometimes he would be as distracted as Yordle. Besides, most of the time, they are people who are worthy of being entrusted by him. Chapter 37, The Eyes of Lysandro Are Watching You. Don't worry, if there is such a day, I will kill you by myself. You don't think I really can't do it, right? Reed blinked at Rise, did not say anything too serious, but joked with the other person, although RYD thought the joke was not funny at all. Rise shook his head dumbfoundedly. He left the altar and walked to Reed's side. The power of rune magic began to surge around the two of them. The two returned to the ground again and returned to the Forbidden Devil Forest. Aren't you still anxious to find that Frost Witch? Then let's leave it alone. If I find fragments of the world rune again and need your help, I will try to contact you again. RYZ still remembered that Reed was going to find Frost Witch Lysandra, so he didn't continue to delay Reed's time, but chose to leave directly. Remember what I said to you before. If you encounter something that cannot be resolved, go to the Yordle. Of course, if you can find the portal through the door, you can also go directly to Bandle City to find me. Reed naturally didn't intend to stay here any longer. After giving Rise such a word, he left Demasia's Forbidden Devil Forest very simply. Rise will continue his wandering in Runeterra until he finds all the world runes, and Reed is not worried about his personal safety. Rise's strength lies there. Runeland can really threaten. In fact, not so many people came to him. After all, that guy can also send magic with one hand, and he can just run away if he can't beat the big deal. He is looking for world runes everywhere in the rune-filled land, and he has encountered a lot of enemies. The magic that can survive to the present is indispensable. After leaving Demasia's Forbidden Devil Forest, Reed passed the portal through the doorway that he had walked in, and returned to Bandar City on the same way. Then he didn't stay anymore. He went straight from Bandle City went to Fruljord's Frostguard Fortress. Not far from the Frostguard Fortress, there is also a doorway portal, otherwise Reed would not have been brought here by Lulu before. And this time Reed came here by himself. He came under the tall walls of Frostguard Fortress, and Frostguard had already been here waiting for his arrival. This time they respectfully invited him in. No matter how unruly Iceborn, he would never dare to make a mistake when facing Reed, because Reed had a lot of legends circulating in the Frostguard Fortress. Those memories that were sealed by Frost Witch Lysandra were awakened once again following Reed's last misunderstanding. Most of these ice bloodlines in Frostguard Fortress grew up with Reed's story. The scope of Frostguard Fortress is actually very large, and Frostguard Fortress is the central building of Frostguard Fortress. Before the open door of Frostguard Fortress, the cold wind brings the howling banshee in the abyss. The whistling sound, blowing out from the deep darkness, hit each of them. Master Reed, our matriarch, Madam Ice and Dark have been waiting for you for a long time, please come with me. Standing in front of the gate of Shuangui Azubeo greeted Reed, an elderly man, with a skinny and haggard face, sunken cheeks, and deep eye sockets. There is no kind of kindness in his eyes, because their faith is harsh and cold. It doesn't include kindness. Bing never asks for kindness or gives kindness. There is a holy black ice necklace hanging in front of the old man's neck, and a piece of holy black ice is also inlaid on the top of the scepter in his hand. It is the silverware of the Lord, used for healing and worship. Lorica Shaitan, he is Father Frost of the Guardians, the leader and person in charge of the Guardians Assembly Hall. On the vernal equinox of each year, on the day when the time of day and night are equal, Frostguard will select 3 people to go deep into the howling abyss. The selection objects are all from the Guardian Assembly Hall, that is, the believers who guard the way of depth. The core members are true believers. They are all the cold blood of great military exploits, and the conditions for joining the Guardians Assembly Hall require that those people must be in the cold blood, but also outstanding, and in the Frost Guard, they must also have strong strength. Let's go. Reed followed the old Frost Priest and walked into the Frost Guardian fortress that opened the door, as if to choose someone to eat. Behind the two of them, the door of Frostguard Lord Fortress closed at once, and the roaring echo quickly disappeared in the cold wind. As soon as he entered the Frostguard Lord Fortress, Reed saw a strong iceborn boy. The boy was still very young, and he seemed to be no more than 20 years old. At this time, he was waving a huge warhammer in his hand. The head of the warhammer was wrapped in zhenbing. He was venting his energy in the courtyard of the main fort. That is Sigvar Half-Barrel Arrow, a promising young ice descendant who discovered that zhenbing has melted. Noting that Reed looked at Sigvar Half-Barrel Arrow, Lorica Crosstongue proactively introduced to Reed, and when someone called his name, the young iceborn also put down the warhammer in his hand. Son of Thunder, walked towards Reed and Lorica Crosstalk. Father Frost, when will I be able to leave the main castle? My body is about to rust. I miss the war with the Crow tribe, and I miss the battle with Helmgar Yangzan. There really is no problem with my body. Like Hara Ice Soul, we are not polluted. Sigvar Half-Barrel pleaded to their father Frost, but Lorica Crosstongue was completely unmoved, his expression remained unchanged, like a piece of ice. The eye of Lysandro is watching you, Sigvar, don't show such a weak side, be patient, don't complain, you are like ice, you must learn from Hala, she never complained to me, be a goddess nod, you can leave naturally. Lorica Spoke's words made Sigvar Half-Barrel ashamed and embarrassed, he realized that he was indeed too uncomfortable. Strong Iceborn, what do you see under the howling abyss? Tell me everything you see. Reed suddenly spoke and asked the first witness, and just as his words were spoken, a cold, calm voice came over, that was Lysandro's voice. Come in and talk. Reed and Lorica Crosstongue, Sigvar Half-Barrel raised their heads at the same time, Frost which Lysandro was standing by the balcony of the main fort, and she was watching them. Chapter 38, Born in Ice, Return to Ice. Reed, together with Sigvar Half-Pipe Arrow and Lorica Crosston, stepped into the darkened brick castle, with a one-eyed gate inlaid in the middle was pushed open. Oncoming is the escalator going upstairs. The overall structure of this castle is very old-fashioned, but it is unusually strong. It has a very long history. It has been built since ancient times and has existed until now. However, no matter how strong the building is, after nearly 10,000 years of baptism, it is impossible to remain intact. This castle can be maintained to this day, of course, because of Lysandra's magic and the maintenance of the Frost Guards. Reed walked in front and went straight up the escalator. He had no consciousness of being a guest at all, but he seemed to be the host here and was very familiar with it. But whether it was Lorica Crosstongue or Sigvar Half-Barrel, neither of them dared to say anything about Reed. Lorica Crosstongue naturally knew who Reed was, and Sigvar Half-Pipe Arrow gradually matched the figure of the Yordle with a certain image in the legend. This made his body shudder slightly, obviously thinking of some horrible rumors, but his shivering was not just because of fear, but also some excitement. After all, I would like to ask which Iceborn did not think that when he was young, he could defeat the legend. What about the Yordle in China? Sigvar Half-Barrel is indeed a young and very courageous Iceborn, because after seeing Reed, the other Iceborn didn't dare to think about that kind of thing anymore, only this guy was already thinking about it. How to challenge Reed? Squeak! Reed opened the wooden door of the study. The interior decoration of this castle is not as exaggerated and luxurious as outsiders imagined, and it is even a little crude and unbelievable. Is like on the first floor. Why do you notice the escalator when you enter the door? That's because there is nothing there except the escalator. After pushing open the door of the study, the first thing Reed saw was the thin and tall figure standing on the balcony. Long time no see. Reed walked into the study and greeted Lysantro Frostwitch. He glanced at the surrounding layout. Well, it was the same as before. Hearing the door opening and hearing the voice of Reed greeting her, Lysantro slowly turned around, and she faced Reed, Sigvar Half-Tube Arrow, and Lorica Crosstongue who came in. The three of them then raised the corners of their mouths slightly. Long time no see, dear, Reed. Li Sangzuo's voice is still so cold, although her words seem to be warm greetings, but speaking out in one mouth, it is like a cooling effect, which makes people unable to feel any emotions in it. Sigvar Half-Pipe Arrow and Lorica Crosstongue did not dare to speak. They keenly noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and obviously there was no place for them to speak. Just skip the greeting, what's the situation? Reed's words broke the slightly weird atmosphere. His posture made it clear that he was here to talk about business. If there is a problem, we will solve the problem, let alone other things. Li Sangzhuo was silent for a while, and then turned around again. She could understand the reason for Reed's current attitude. The differences between her and Reed have been going on for many years, and it is precisely because of those differences in ideas. She and him only got into the situation they are today. Things are just like what I said before, Zhenbing has begun to melt, and one of the 9 statues has changed. Under the howling abyss, the power of the void has even been infiltrated by it. Among the 2 Iceborns who went down with Sigvar, one was eroded by the void and turned into a hotbed of void creation, and the other lost an arm. Fortunately, Sigvar killed the void creation and brought back news. Li Sangzhuo is not emotional. She knows what is the most important thing now. She invited Reed to come over. Naturally, she can't suddenly get angry and blast the opponent out. The troubles are really one after another. Reed gritted his teeth. I was really defeated by the disasters of this world. Is it that difficult to live a peaceful life? Let's go, I have to go down and see for myself. Why are those guys so dishonest? Are they so anxious to come out to die? They don't really think that they can destroy Runeland just by relying on their power. Although it is indeed very angry, Reed has nothing to do. He may be able to let go of other troubles, but he can't just ignore the danger of emptiness. Let's go. Li Sangzhuo did not refuse. She actually went down the first time she heard the news, but if Reed wanted to take a look, she could also go with her again. Howling Abyss is located behind the Frostguard Fortress, which is the core area of the entire Frostguard Fortress. You must pass through the Frostguard Fortress to get there. And in the Frostguard Lord Fortress www.readwun.com there are a large number of Frostguards and Frost Priests stationed there. If you don't penetrate the entire Frostguard Fortress, you can't reach the Howling Abyss. The group of people passed through the gate behind the main fort, and walked onto the huge stone bridge that straddles the Howling Abyss outside the gate. The wind on the stone bridge is even stronger, and the misty howls flowing in the wind have become more real. The temperature is dropping sharply, since walking out of the gate of Frost Guardian Fort. Even the most determined Iceborn can feel the cold here, and the exhaled water vapor will immediately condense into ice crystal fragments. Even the mead in Reed's gourd seems to have been frozen, which makes him a little distressed. They continued to move forward. A huge statue of the Guardian by the bridge watched them quietly. The cold wind swirled into a whirlpool, whipping and crying mercilessly, and then being comforted by Reed. He was there, at least not to worry about the wind. Problem. This bridge is the one that Aoun built for them. Like all Aoun's creations, this bridge doesn't have a name. The people inside the Frostguard tribe call it the Bridge of Sorrow, because thousands of powerful Iceborn died here, and they were all warriors of the Guardians' Assembly Hall. This bridge is incomplete. Reed could see that part of the stone on the bridge body had collapsed and fell into the bottomless darkness under him. Time never respects ancient beauty. As long as the scale of time is enlarged, everything will be fleeting. Even the most magnificent mountain will be smoothed by wind currents and glaciers. As long as enough time is given, the only eternal thing is faith. Old Frost Priest Lorica Crosstongue took Reed's words, and his words made Sigvar Half-Tube Arrow bow his head and chanted immediately. We were born in ice and belong to ice. Chapter 39, Void Watcher. Let's go down and take a look. Reed ignored the words of the two devout followers, but directly addressed the woman they believed in. Okay. Li Sangzhou nodded and responded to Reed's words. Her expression was hard to see. After all, she had always been that cold and ruthless indifferent expression, only occasionally showing a little smile to Reed. These two guys, just let them wait on it. Reed glanced at the old Lorica Crosstongue, and then at the complex but fearless Sigvar Half-Pipe Arrow, and finally decided not to take them. It's not that Reed wants to be alone with Li Sangzhou. The main reason is that there is really no need to take the two people down. If something happens, they will only be a cumbersome, other than that they will have no effect. Sigvar Half-Barrel opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but Lysandro's hum from the frost which made him realize that their faith was here. He didn't have anything other than obedience. Room for interruption. As for Lorica Crosstongue, he never wanted to go down from the beginning to the end. After all, his bones would not be able to hold them directly after they got down there. Under the gaze of Sigvar Half-Pipe Arrow and Lorica Crosstongue, Reed and Lysandro did not hesitate, and jumped directly from the Bridge of Sorrow into the boundless darkness. This made Sigvar Half-Barrel Arrow opened his mouth wide in surprise. It seemed that he couldn't believe what he saw. He knew exactly how deep it was underneath. The only result of jumping from here was to fall to death. But when he thought of the identities of the two, he put away his surprised expression, just bowed his head and chanted a prayer. The Bridge of Sorrow is not the only bridge that crosses the howling abyss. There are dozens of bridges between the two walls of this big gap, but except for the top one, the rest have been completely covered. Forget to discard. Those bridges are proof that the Iceborns have worked hard to fight the void, but now they are only accompanied by darkness, ice, and wind, and some bridges have even been completely destroyed. Reed and Lysandro were falling quickly in the gusty wind, passing through layers of fog and darkness. As the ice wall around them became darker and darker, the temperature became lower and lower, and they seemed to have fallen from the world. To hell! 30 feet to the left. Lysandro opened his mouth suddenly, and Reed did not hesitate, and directly manipulated the violent wind. The two of them moved, and finally landed on the hard ice 30 feet away. If they did not move, they will continue to fall. Hi, this is really cold. Reed took a breath, and then he felt his entire lungs trembling. The layers of ice under their feet were not ordinary ice, but the snowman magic created during that battle nearly 10,000 years ago. Of Zhenbing. The temperature here, even for the powerful Iceborn, is almost unbearable. Every breath here will be accompanied by very severe pain. The ice will quickly condense on the skin, and only the Iceborn can barely survive here. If it weren't for a world rune indestructible grip in the body, even someone with Reed's strength would have difficulty here. The breathtaking air breath here is so strong that Reed wants to vomit. Reed almost thinks that he is not in Fruljord, but in an endless void. Both Reed and Lysandro didn't say much, but continued to walk on the surface of Zhenbing ice. Soon, after passing through a narrow slit for only one person to pass, they came to the destination of the trip. The Court of Nine Sovereigns. The Garden of Nine Sovereigns is located in a huge cave like the bottom of a bowl. The ice surface here has changed from turbid to transparent, revealing the scenery below, like a black mirror. The ice bottom in the center of the cave is a perfect plain. It is a flat and wide open space. Surrounded by a huge and abrupt circle of Gen ice, it looks like pillars, distributed along the circle on the open space in the middle. The whole cave has a sense of solemnity that has been lost for thousands of years. The 9 icicles are 9 huge chains that bind the creatures that are forced to inhabit under the ice. They have stood tall and never melted for nearly 10,000 years. But they started to melt. Li Sangzuo's voice was a little weak. There were only her and Reed, so she had long lost emotions. The emotions were called worry and worry. Reed has noticed that one of the 9 ice icicles is more round and soft than the other icicles, as if there is a layer of moisture hanging on it, unlike the other icicles. So angular. Reed approached the special icicle. Lysandro had obviously dealt with it before. Some of the ice taken from the ice weapon was reinforced by the ice which was slowly melting. Above the ice icicles, those tiny gaps have been blocked by Zhenbing again. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Reed could see that some dark shadows were constantly swimming in this icicle of Zen ice. They wanted to break the ice, but they could not break the icicle. They are a lot more stable than when they came last time. Zhenbing has played a role, but we don't have much Zhenbing. Sooner or later, we won't be able to plug the loopholes that continue to appear. Li Sangzhuo continued. Reed understood what she meant. Zhenbing could no longer be recreated, because the snowmen with magic had already been killed and wounded in that final battle. Reed resisted the urge to blame Li Sangzhuo. After all, this woman was also in a panic before making that kind of decision. How could she think about it at that time? She just wanted to quickly seal those monsters underground, so that she even sacrificed all the Yeti tribes. Reed no longer looked at the swimming void lesser creatures. He walked to the center of the ice bottom, walked to the center of the 9 icicles, and then looked into the darkness below. A huge one-eyed looked back at him, but what Reed saw was not just a one-eyed, but also its extremely frantic and terrifying body, with 2 huge horns and hair growing on its body, countless intricately intertwined. His arms stretched out from the body. It was the first monitor to enter the physical realm, and its distortion was the most terrifying. Reed still remembers that day when this creature emerged from the cracked ground. It was resisting the rules of the material realm. The shape and constancy here made them feel incomprehensible from the void, and they did not adapt to the material realm. And this kind of distortion was produced at that time. Today they are enclosed in the gap between the material realm and the void, keeping this weird form and sleeping, but each of them has a different form because they are in a completely different distortion occurred that day. Chapter 40, Break Up Without Joy. The huge one-eye looked back at Reed without blinking. Under Reed's feet, there was about 20 feet thick of ice, separating the huge, contemplative one-eye without double lids. This distance not too close, the thickness of Zhenbing is still enough. This Void Watcher is obviously still alive, and the seal of Zhenbing for nearly 10,000 years cannot take their lives. Time is equally meaningless to them. There is still a throbbing of life hidden in the huge eye, and the vastness is hidden. Wisdom from the void that human beings cannot know. Although this thing has been dragged into the dream state and fell into a deep sleep, its huge eye seems to be able to disintegrate everything. People with a slightly weaker will, just staring at the huge eye, will be contaminated by the void. It seems that these Zhenbing will be able to hold on for some more time. Only one of the 9 statues has begun to melt, and the rest are still solid, and we still have enough time. Reed stopped looking at the Void Watcher. After all, he couldn't say what are you looking at. Then he broke Zhenbing directly and jumped down to have a hearty battle with the opponent. The question of whether he can be beaten or not, let me talk about it first. If he really dares to do that, really dare to break Zhenbing, then Li Sangzhuo will definitely go crazy directly, and he will be emptied by the reason he is angry. She may be contaminated by the void on the spot, becoming Fjord's void prophet or void witch. So in order to avoid that kind of thing from happening, Reed controlled the thought of going down and breaking his wrist with that guy. After carefully inspecting the entire circle in the Court of 9 Sovereigns, he returned to the Frost Witch Lysandro. After a round of inspection, Reed was actually not so pessimistic. After all, those Void Watchers who want to get out of their troubles must melt all the 9 icicles in the Court of 9 statues, but currently only one has begun to melt. It won't last that long. Once Gen Ice begins to melt, the decline will be unstoppable. Those Void Watchers have begun to frequently wake up from their dreams. When they start to attack Zhenbing, I am afraid that in a few years, we will lose this line of defense. I really can't think of how we will stop them at that time. Lysandra's performance is not as optimistic as Reed. She obviously understands the situation better than Reed. Now it is much more difficult than before to drag those waking Void Watchers into a dream. Many. And it's not just them. The bear with thunder has also begun to condense in the wild again. I have seen a lot of changers begin to worship him, and those spirit walkers begin to use the power of thunder again. It is quite normal that Lysandro would be so anxious. After all, she was preparing to take advantage of the indestructible crazy thunder Volibear just resurrected and was in weakness, to give it to Fjord again. A piece of land is cleared. As a result, something went wrong on the side of Howling Abyss again, and she couldn't spare any effort to find trouble with that wild ancient god. Moreover, the rumors of her 2 sisters began to spread in Fjord again. It seemed that the 2 heirs were about to live, but she couldn't take care of them. The abnormal movement of the void in the crying abyss, the melting of Zhenbing, disrupted everything. Li Sangzhou felt that everything was gradually getting out of her control, which made her panic and worried about the future. I'll take a look at the Volibear incident. Actually, not only is he resurrecting, Anivia is also about to be Nirvana in the ice, and Orn's furnace will be lit again, Friel. The demigods of Zhoda will return to their positions. Reed wanted to reassure Li Sangzhou, but after hearing his words, Li Sangzhou became more anxious instead. Because in Lysandro's view, the more uncontrollable factors that appear on this land of Fjord, it means that the available power of this land is becoming weaker and weaker. What Lysandro wants is a Fjord who can gather all the Iceborns and fight together for one goal. She does not allow anyone to bear the name of Hu and So who reincarnated and bring followers to this land. It's a mess. But at this point, Reed held a different point of view. Although he felt that these fanatical Frostguard Iceborns were indeed very effective in combat, there were also many Iceborns who were unwilling to abandon their tribes to become Frost Guardians. Lysandro's extreme approach turned those Iceborns into her enemies. After all, not every Iceborn can be like Fjord Heartbrawn, even if he is chased by the Frost Guards. Able to treat them equally. Regards the Frost Guard as an enemy, and regards the Frost Witch as an evil Iceborn, there are quite a few in Fjord. Let your Frost Guard converge. The 2 of you this time may be able to bring some changes to this land. Now that the words have come to this point, Reed did not evade anything, but directly talked about Avarosa and Cyril Da. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. And this immediately aroused Li Sangzhuo's emotions, and the 2 would fall apart when they talked about this issue. They must die. Li Sangzhuo's attitude was firm, obviously she didn't intend to leave any room for it. Even if she is now lacking in skills, she still does not want to let go of the 2 people who are said to be the reincarnations of her sister, but this time she will not do it herself. But will send his Frost Guards to do it. You really are. Reed became angry for a while. This woman's stubbornness made him unable to understand, but they had no tacit understanding on this issue, and even ruined all their understanding and trust because of this issue, every time. Forget it, do whatever you like. I will deal with Volibear's matter, and I will protect the 2 girls. You don't have to worry about the emptiness. Before things fall apart, everything will turn around. Reed's enthusiasm faded, and now he saw Li Sangzhou, who was stubborn with his mouth pursed, and he was a little frustrated. So he doesn't plan to stay here anymore. Anyway, he has personally confirmed the situation here, and at least there will be no problems in a short time. Li Sangzhou pressed her smoky blue lips tightly, and there was no sign of wanting to be softened. Only at this point, she was unwilling to make any compromises. In order to make up for her fault and prevent the world from being destroyed by the void, she released the most terrifying frost magic in desperation and buried everything completely, including her two sisters. Li Sangzhou actually loves her two sisters very much, so she does not allow anyone to dare to stand up to their names and fight for power on this land. This is one of the few in her heart. Soft 1. Chapter 41, Beast Walker. In the gloomy Rift Valley, with the turquoise wind roaring, Reed returned to the Bridge of Sorrow with Li Sandra. Although the current atmosphere between the two is a bit stiff, Reed didn't really leave by himself. The wind dissipated, and the two landed steadily. Reed glanced at Lysandro. At this time, the woman had returned to her former cold expression. At this time, she had become a frost witch again. The gods of the frost guards, the dream weaver of the howling abyss. I'm leaving, be careful. Even though I knew that the woman in front of me was not so fragile, but stronger than most people in Runeterra, Reed still said something like this. This made Lorica Crosstongue and Sigvar Half-Tube Arrow, who were waiting above, both of them couldn't help but look at them. However, the cold aura exuding from Frost Witch Lysandra made them realize that their mistress did not seem to be very happy, so they lowered their heads. Okay. Lysandra responded indifferently, and the cold tone made Lorica Crosstongue and Sigvar Half-Tube Arrow tremble. It seemed that the icy rage would burst out at any time, crushing mortals like them. Broken into snow particles. Reed nodded, then turned around and left directly. He was going to deal with the issue of unbreakable thunder Volibear. That violent ancient demigod is indeed a very big hidden danger to this land, because he came back from the resurrection to drive the reverse of history. In the land of Fruljord, people in ancient times believed in the demigods who inhabited here, and lived a primitive life of rumoring and drinking blood, until the rise of the three sisters of Frozen. They took control of Fruljord and helped here. Brings order. People began to build their own settlements. The stone walls helped them block the wild beasts and the boundless cold. The farmers began to cultivate the land and graze on the pastures. The flooding rivers were blocked by the built dams, and the wild nature power began to be used by mankind. The tribes of mankind have abandoned the belief in the old gods, and instead began to worship the three sisters of ice. They no longer follow the barbaric ancient ways and no longer worship the ancient gods. Faced with this situation, the Fruljord's demigods did not reach an agreement. Several people, headed by Ice Crystal Phoenix Anivia, chose to cooperate with the three sisters, and Volleyball, an Iron Mountain Pig, he wanted to destroy them, and the remaining demigods chose to ignore them like Orn. For this reason, Volibear even completely fell out with his eldest brother Aowen. He took his brutal bear human race to fight with the army of the three sisters of ice. Lysandra was defeated by him at first and lost a pair of eyes. But after Reed joined the battle, Volibear, an Iron Mountain Pig's plan was frustrated, and the belief in the ancient gods became a lost story circulated by the furnace. Only a handful of Fruljord tribes still believe in fact, Reed and Volibear are also very familiar. In the earliest days, Reed had been fighting with the demigods of Fruljord. They fought against the land, those who were as old as the demigods. The wild beasts will kill and drive away those primitive wild beasts. They also fought side by side and felt like steel. At that time, Volibear was also wearing a rune armor made by his elder brother Orn. Together, they fought against Lund, the magma giant python, and killed the ancient wild beast. It is a pity that Volibear is too indulged in the pleasure of war. He cannot accept that human beings have become civilized. In his opinion, those humans have become cowardly, submissive, and weak. They have been completely cut off from the wild souls of this land. He wants to tear apart all traces of human civilization, let Fruljord return to the ancient state and return to true wildness. Humans will become strong again. He will be awed by humans again and become the belief of all tribes on this land. He has forgotten that the ones we used to fight together are the most primitive and wild souls in this land. Reed walked on the land of Fruljord. He had left the Frostguard fortress at the far northwest of Fruljord and came to a place that was more southward. Because Li Sangzhou told him that she had entered the dream of a beast walker near here, and fought against the incarnation of Volibear here. That's why Reed came here. Even if you can't find Volibear's trail, you must at least find a few beast walkers first and ask if they have already sensed the rebirth of thunder. Beast walkers are a group of people with special talents. They are born with a deep connection with spiritual magic. They can perceive the intangibles around them, and can perceive the primitive emotions of those wild creatures. They can draw the power of great beast spirits and inject their unruly vitality into their flesh and fists. It's actually not that simple to find the beast walker. www.readroom.com because the Frost Witch Lysantro never let go of these people, these beast walkers who can perceive the ancient beast spirits. It is undoubtedly unrelated to the ancient gods. Most of those who changed their types ended up not very well, because those who wanted to control the power of ancient beast spirits would eventually be trapped in that inhuman body. The final dominance of their bodies will no longer be their own will, but the most primitive rage beast spirits. Many bear people have been transformed from beast spirit walkers. The climate of Fruljord in the south is much more comfortable than that of the Frostguard fortress, and there are more tribes living here than there. This is very beneficial to the search for beast spirit walkers, because most of the beast spirit walkers are attached to a certain tribe and exchange power for the conditions of life. Beast walker? Do you mean Udur? He may be in the nearby mountains. No one wants to approach that weird guy, and no tribe dares to accept him. He is more crazy than most of the beast walkers. Reed in a tribal gathering place, or a village, inquired about the beast walker news. There are stable villages in the south of Fruljord. Udur. This somewhat familiar name activated Reed's memory. The beast walker is still staying in Fruljord, but judging from his current bad reputation, he is obviously being heard constantly by his ears. All kinds of voices were tortured, so that the character became more and more withdrawn. If Volibear has really been resurrected, Doodle will definitely be able to feel it. Now just find him. Reed is certain of this, because there is no beast walker who is more talented than Udur, and the resurrection of thunder will definitely not escape Udur's ears. Chapter 42, Spirit of the Dragon. Foreigners, you should not step into the land of Fruljord, let alone peep into the power of beast spirits. You are not welcome here, beast spirits do not welcome you, and I do not welcome you either. In the wilderness of Fruljord, a man who looked like a savage met a monk who was wandering. Facing the monk's inquiry about the ancient beast spirits, Udur, who was very wary of outsiders, reacted fiercely. Because the last person who asked him about this was the Frost Guard, and those Frost Guards eventually killed his mentors and destroyed the gathering place of the Winter Claw tribe where he was. Those Frost Guards were the culprits who made him fall into this field, and the strange accent of the monk in front of him evoked Yudi's memory of that time. Roar! A huge roar came from Yudi's mouth, and ferocious beast spirits kept appearing on his body. The immortal eagle, the clever lynx, the resolute boar, the monkey, the tiger, the tortoise, the giant bear, the fire phoenix, the giant sheep, more than a dozen beast spirits are fighting for control in Udur's body. This man, his talent is visible to the naked eye. It's just a pity that he can't apply this talent now. He can only struggle between those beast spirits, trying to balance these manic primitive beast spirits, maintaining his own sanity, so that he doesn't become monster. You are the one I am looking for, the one who can guide the primitive beast spirits. Li Qing, a young monk from the Shoji Temple of Ionia, after seeing this scene, suddenly exclaimed. The purpose of his coming to this savage and extremely cold land is to seek the wisdom of those who can guide the beast spirit in the legend, and he needs to communicate with the spirit of the dragon. And Li Qing's exclamation further stimulated Yordles. Yordles, who was extremely emotionally unstable, launched an attack on Li Qing, and the wild beast spirit power recruited deadly. But Li Qing was not easily defeated by him. The monk's quick and agile steps and erratic body shape avoided all Yordles' attacks. The power of the inheritor of ancient martial arts of Ionia should not be underestimated. Unable to use the power in his body, only knowing that Yordles, who launched a brutal attack, could not hit Li Qing, but Li Qing was also unable to fight back. With the power of that violent beast spirit, he had exhausted his energy just by dodge. And he was unable to mobilize the power of the dragon spirit in his body, because he still couldn't control that power. The reason why he was expelled from Shuaji Temple was because he was seriously injured and paralyzed by kicking his instructor. So the two men attacked and dodged one by one, until both sides were exhausted, and finally stopped fighting. It's really a wonderful game. The exquisiteness of the ancient Ionian martial arts has been demonstrated by you. Even if you compare it with its creator, you are no exception. In time, it is not impossible for the blue to outperform the blue. Reed applauded and praised that Li Qing's skills are worthy of him, and Yordles' talent in guiding beast spirits is even more amazing. If this man can skillfully use his talent, he even has the ability to face the demigod as a mortal. Yordles. When did you appear here? As an Ionian, Li Qing is obviously not as ignorant as the tribesmen of Fruljord. He knows the Yordles, and has even met many Yordles. Because the boundary between the material realm and the spiritual realm is nothing in Ionia, especially in the mountains and forests in the wild, seeking the balance of all things has become the cultural keynote of Ionia for a long time. They respect and awe everything in the spiritual realm, which naturally also includes the Yordles. There are many Yordles in Ionia, and the land is also very popular among the Yordles. Therefore, the Ionians are not so unfamiliar with the Yordles, as long as they have a little bit of knowledge or travel north and south. Ionians have seen Yordle. After being expelled from Shuaji Temple, during those wandering days, Li Qing once wandered through the mountains and woods of Ionia, and he naturally met with the Yordles. Just when you are fighting hot, Monk Shuaji. Reed broke through Li Qing's foundation. He naturally knew where the other party's ancient martial arts came from. Although this monk is now very depressed and embarrassed, he does not look like a monk who has inherited the ancient Shuaji temple. It's not anymore. I made a big mistake and I am no longer worthy to bear Shuaji's name and wisdom. In this foreign country, Li Qing heard the name Suoji again, and for a while, he was deeply moved. He used to be arrogant, thinking that he was selected by the spirit of the dragon and was destined to gain the power of the dragon, but in the end he became an irreparable evil. This will be a practice for you. The supernatural power of the dragon spirit is not a power that mortals can easily control. Most of the people who wanted to control the dragon www.readaloud.com have been burned to ashes in the flames of the dragon. You are lucky, you have the flash of the fire of the dragon on your body. Reed's words made Li Qing stunned. He didn't know why this Yordle knew that he had the power of the dragon spirit, and he showed no signs. Hey! 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 The conversation between the two was interrupted by Yudi's rapid gasping. The beast spirit walker finally temporarily smoothed the wild beast spirit in his body, and he was now more sane. Sorry, I hope I didn't hurt you. Yordles apologized to Li Qing. He is not actually a violent person, but under the influence of those primitive beast spirits, occasionally it is difficult to control himself. If he is mentally stimulated again, he will start to attack others' mania. So that's why he would live in isolation, lead a life like a savage, and even abandon the woman he loves because he was afraid that he would hurt each other. No need to apologize, I can understand you, the power of beast spirits is not so easy to control, and you are obviously disturbed by it. After years of wandering, and day and night confession, Li Qing is no longer the stunned young man he used to be. He has now become like a real Shuaji monk, although he has lost the qualification to call himself Suoji. Although the symptoms of the two of you are not the same, it can be said that you have the same disease. While gaining power, you must find a way to use that power correctly. Reed's words attracted the attention of Li Qing and Udur. This mysterious Yordle seemed to be deliberately instructing them. Li Qing is willing to listen to the other party, because he knows that this mysterious creature is in the spiritual realm, although most of the things he encountered before seemed very unreliable. Chapter 43, Blade of Gale. But for Udur, this strange creature resembling a scaled-down bearman made him very wary. After all, what kind of virtue the bear people are, but everyone in the Fruljord knows that it is synonymous with cruelty and cruelty. Although this creature is not like the bear people, it seems that it only knows about destruction and killing, but has reason. Beast Spirit Walker, put down your guard, even the beast spirit in your body knows to be in awe, haven't you noticed it? Reed's words caused Udur to wake up suddenly. He just cared about whether the strange monk was injured, but he didn't notice his own abnormality. This time he woke up much faster than usual. The voices of those mad beast spirits seemed to be suppressed by some power, and the noisy beast spirits of the past quieted down. How did you do it? Udur seems to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He leaned in front of Reed, begging for the wisdom of this mysterious existence. He felt the awe of the beast spirits. My method, you can't learn it. Reed smiled and shook his head. He was able to frighten those beast spirits by relying on his extremely powerful and hard power. Those ancient beast spirits remember him, remember that he once fought on this land, remember that he once killed him. Wild behemoth. The light that flashed in Yudi's eyes gradually began to dissipate. He thought he could finally get rid of those voices that made people unable to keep their sense, but the reality hit him again. But I can teach you another way. The second half of Reed's words made Udur's eyes flicker again. This beast walker who looked like a wild man, looked at Reed with full of hope and begged to listen to his wisdom. The expectation in Li Qing's heart also began to improve. He realized that the mysterious Yordle in front of him seemed to be really different from those he had encountered before. Below the winter peak, the pure spirits surged and crystallized. The sentence Reed is spoken in Ionian. This kind of language with a strange accent has a special sense of beauty. Although Udur could understand, he couldn't understand the meaning of the words for a while, and his heart was not calm. Years of isolation, living a savage life, struggling with the noise of countless creatures at all times, suppressing anger and mania in Yudi's heart. Go to Ionia. In the mountains to the northeast, there is a Silena monastery. It is an ancient sanctuary. All those who explore the connection between the self and the spiritual realm will find the answers they are looking for. Reed didn't continue to say anything, but instead directed this beast walker to accept the teachings of professionals. As a Yordle, Reed has never been troubled by Udur, so he doesn't know how to do it. He only knows that Udur must recognize himself so that he can maintain his own humanity. Sarana Monastery. The name Li Qing is very familiar, because here is the root of Ionia. Countless martial arts schools, concepts, and theories all originated from here, including Shuaji Temple, which is actually one of the monastery of Sarana. Now, because the place is located in the remote northeast mountainous area, it gradually faded out of the sight of the Ionians. The monks living deep there are all ascetics. Li Qing has never been there. He doesn't know whether the monks there can accept him. After all, he is a guilty person. My name is Li Qing, Master. Are you a monk in the Hirana Monastery? Can I be accepted there? Li Qing was a little anxious. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. If he could not be accepted because he was a guilty person, wouldn't he have fallen into a deadlock? You are different from him. You have practiced the spiritual path since you were a child. There is no lack of guidance from the monks. What you have to learn is renunciation and humility. I have told you that people who once wanted to control the power of the dragon are the blazing fire of the dragon spirit dies, and mortals cannot control that kind of power. Reed's words made Li Qingru fall into the ice cave. This is not the answer he hopes to hear, but the attitude displayed by the Yordle in front of him is obviously a good understanding of this matter, and his heart is actually a little bit depressed. When you can truly understand that you cannot conquer the spirit of the dragon with the power of a mortal, and let it be used for your own use, you will not be far from success. Today, for Li Qing and Udur, it is destined to be a day of ups and downs, because this Yordle seems to be a little panting, and always does not finish the words in one breath, but they don't know that Reed actually did it on purpose. How can you seem unpredictable otherwise? The power of the dragon spirit is dangerous and unpredictable. Only the most humble and qualified mortal soul can offset its violent nature. You read www.yuyuganshu.com and educate it. You are now qualified, but not humble enough. Reed's words made Li Qing's expression serious. There are some things that require someone to click to wake up. The so-called authorities are fans, bystanders are clear. When Reed said that, Li Qing seemed to understand what the elders did and what they were doing. When he joined the Shuaji temple with extraordinary talents, although the elders accepted him as a disciple, they never taught him how to guide the power of the dragon spirit. His work was always to wash the dishes and wipe the floor. Those handy men. So they wanted me to be humble. Li Qing smiled bitterly and asked himself, it seems that he has only realized that it is too late, because his arrogance and recklessness have already caused evil results, and everything is irreversible. Go back to Shuaji, Li Qing, your instructor who is paralyzed in bed will lead you to Hirana Monastery. Reed took out his small bottle and handed it to Li Qing. The Shuaji monk took the bottle blankly, feeling very puzzled by Reed's words and behavior. A bottle of holy water, although it cannot live or die, but it can be easily cured if it is just paralyzed. Reed made a little joke, and this made Li Qing bow directly to him. The Shuaji monk finally matched the Yodel in front of him with certain legends. Dear Gale Blade, thank you for your kindness. The title in Li Qing's mouth still circulates in Ionia. One of the 4 founders of the Balanced Sect, the founder of the Blade Sword School, and one who cannot jump over the long history of Ionia. A legendary person. Chapter 44, Luxiang. Don't mind, Li Qing, do what you should do. Reed nodded and accepted Li Qing's thanks. He did not deny his identity, but he did not forget his purpose, so he looked directly at Udur. This beast spirit walker was still hesitating at this time. From his birth to the present, he has never left Fruljord, nor has he left the land where he was born and raised. Suddenly let him follow a stranger to another continent, which naturally made him have some worries in his heart. But thinking of the beast spirits that are always loud in his ears, Yudi's heart quickly made a decision. Beast spirit walker, do you feel the rebirth of the incarnation of thunder? Have the noises in your ears told you where the gods of the bear people have appeared? Udur has just made up his mind to follow the Ionian monk to the mysterious Hirana Monastery to learn how to balance the connection between himself and the spiritual realm. Reed immediately asked him the real purpose of coming to Udur. He wanted to confirm Volibear's news to this beast walker. This was the most important thing. The other things he did were just go smoothly. Valhall? No, I haven't heard his voice, but the bear people seem to be active. Maybe someone is really trying to summon him, but the ancient hasn't returned to the world. Udur was taken aback for Reed's sudden question, but he quickly answered Reed's question with confidence. He did not hear the voice of Kuang Lei coming to the world. Okay, thank you for your notice. Reed nodded. It seems that Volibear has not really reshaped his body in the blood sacrifice and returned to the world, but there is no doubt that there are bear people all over Fruljord, and those tribes who believe in ancient gods. Someone is making blood sacrifices for him continuously. It should be me thanking you for your guidance. If I can't find a way as soon as possible, I think I will eventually get lost in the fury of the primitive beast spirit, completely degenerate into an irrational beast, and lose my will. Yordles shook his head. Instead of accepting Reed's thanks, he thanked Reed instead. He urgently needed to find a way to balance the primitive beast spirits, and he urgently needed to learn a way to calm himself down. If Reed didn't tell him the way, he might plead with Reed so that he can always follow Reed's side, because this feeling of being able to enjoy a moment of peace is like being in heaven to him. Start your journey. The road to find the balance between the self and the spiritual realm is a long one. I hope that when I see you next time, you will all be able to truly control yourself. Although Reed doesn't like the balanced sect very much, the long-standing tradition of Ionia and the practice of pursuing harmony with the spiritual realm are all worthy of the people of Valoran to learn. Thank you for your guidance. Yordles saw that Reed seemed to be leaving. He was a little bit unwilling, because once Reed left here, he would undoubtedly begin to bear the noise of the beast spirit again. Yordles, who has longed for a moment of tranquility since he was a child, has finally achieved his wish today, but he is not satisfied. He is even more eager to find a way and hope that he can get real peace. Reed did not stay longer. Now that he has learned that Volibear has not resurrected, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. He is going to wake up another ancient demigod and seek help from his old friend. Help! The spirit of flame and the forge, the of forging, the giant sheep Aoin, the ancient demigod sleeping in the volcano has slept long enough. It is time for him to come out and move his muscles and bones to face the threat of foreign enemies. Runeland, you need a good blacksmith, and you need his raging fire. After Reed left, Yordles and Li Qing, the new friends, quickly embarked on the road to return to Ionia. These two people who are sick and pitiful can understand each other and can truly share their hearts' worries. The two of them got along very harmoniously. When Yordles was caught in the noise of the beast spirit, Li Qing guarded him, and when Yordles was awake, he would also teach Li Qing how to communicate with the beast spirit. How to appease the anger of beast spirits. He is really too good and too experienced. In the northern part of Fruljord, the ancient memory of the followers of Reed found the mountain that had been lost for a long time. That is a mountain without a top. It is a long dormant volcano, covered with scars left by eruptions in ancient times, and hot magma gurgling beneath it. The mountain is covered with huge black stones, and the eyes are scarred. These weird black stones are not naturally formed stones, but the remnants of an ancient war. Reed climbed up the mountain. www.readwin.com. He found a labyrinth composed of charred foundations. It was the remains of a small city, the furnace town that had long since disappeared with the legend of Aoin. Are those skilled craftsmen who gathered here from all over the Runeland in the name of Muaun, and built the furnace township here? Those skilled craftsmen admire Aoin. They respect Aoin as a god, learn from Aoin's exquisite crafts and techniques, and call themselves the Furnace family. They are the best group of craftsmen in Runeland. They can make the most exquisite tools, the strongest houses, and the most delicious ale in the world. A secluded world, accustomed to the lonely Aoin, he does not have a few friends, he is not good at expressing his emotions, so although he loves the Furnace family very much in his heart, he did not show it. Whenever the Lu family presented their works to him, Aoin would only reply to them with nodding or frowning. He didn't know how to communicate with his followers. But fortunately, those Luxiang Lu family members are also the purest craftsmen. They can understand Aoun's emotions, and Aoun's approval and denial will only make them more determined that they need to hone their skills. Determination. Reed knew that no one else could understand Aoin like those of the Furnace family, even if it was him. He only became old friends with Aoin because he spent a long time with Aoin, and once fought side by side and galloped together in the ancient Fruljord. Of course, compared with Ice Crystal Phoenix Anivia and Unbreakable Thunder Volibear, Reed can still understand Aoin, and Aoun's two younger brothers and sisters are really inferior. Reed has a good relationship with Orn. Chapter 45, Giant Sheep Awakens. Reed left the remains of the Furnace Township. He came to the top of this dormant volcano, and entered the annular pit basin formed by the magma being sealed in the ground. The mountain was originally higher, but the battle between Aowen and Volibear completely flattened the mountain. This mountain is no longer the original one, it has endured too much. Although this volcano has been silent for a long time, in the cold weather in the northern part of Fruljord, the ground of the annular crater basin is still steaming hot, and Reed stepped on the smoking ground all the way down. Soon, Reed entered the interior of the volcano, and he saw the burning furnace that was still lonely. It was a huge furnace. The circular dome on the outside of the furnace showed the traces of handwork. The furnace itself was a huge ram's head, and a handful of goat grass grew between the mosaic slabs. There is a bright fire in the mouth of the sheep's head, which is burning blazingly, and it has not been extinguished after thousands of years. Volibear is about to wake up. Orn, haven't you slept enough yet? Reed shouted toward the huge furnace, his voice echoing in the volcano, arousing echoes in layers. After a moment of silence, the fire in the hearth suddenly rose, and the fire became brighter and more vigorous. Reed, you disturbed my dream. The furnace spoke, the sound was like crackling and cracked wood, and as the voice rang, the fire in the furnace became more and more prosperous, and the furnace became hotter and hotter. The temperature inside the volcano is rising rapidly, and Reed feels that his hair is about to be scorched, but he brought an ice to cool down. It was brought from the Frostguard fortress, although this thing was originally rare, but Reed knew there would be no shortage in the future. Gen ice is difficult to melt, but in front of Aowen, in front of the first living Fruljord demigod, that piece of gen ice is almost unable to withstand melting. The goat grass on the furnace was on fire, and the edges of the spliced stone slabs glowed red, gradually turning into red heat throughout the body, and hot steam hissing continuously from the gap. The stone on the furnace melted like white wax, and the supporting structure slowly flowed onto the base. The dome of the furnace collapsed inward, and the edge was surrounded by a crucible. An orange flame flickered. It was a flame that rushed up to the sky like a fountain. The outline of a human figure was faintly set off in the flame, and the gravel that was carried by the flame up to the sky rained and melted and fell on Reed. The surrounding ground then quickly cooled and hardened. At this time, the huge and majestic furnace has turned into a cumbersome behemoth, and his silhouette is well known in the steaming steam, which is as high as 3 pine trees. That is the ancient that has long been forgotten, the first ancient demigod to come to this world, the ancient giant sheep Orin. The ancient craftsman quickly cooled down, revealing his fur and body. Lava dripped from his cheeks and turned into a pierced beard. His eyes were a pair of twinkling flames, and he held a hammer in one hand. Holding an anvil in the other hand, it seems that both hands are relaxed. You said Volibear is about to wake up? Is he going to wreak havoc on this land again? What is Anavia doing? Aowen moved his huge body, and then asked Reed in a dull voice. This guy is a silly look most of the time, and he always mumbles, because he is not good at communicating with people. Performance. The bear race is preparing a blood sacrifice for his resurrection. I believe it will not be long before your grumpy brother will be born again. Anavia has not been resurrected, but the legends about her have never disappeared. It will not be long. She should come back again. Reed responded to Aowen's words. At this time, the temperature inside the volcano has become lower, and Aowen's figure is gradually shrinking. He has returned to his normal size, although he is still twice as large as a human at this height. Volibear must be stopped. Aowen grumbled and said that his dissatisfaction with Volibear was from the heart. Although he never admitted that he had believers, and never regarded the Furnace family as his own believers, he had already liked those people like him, those pure craftsmen. But the battle between Volibear and him completely destroyed the Furnace town. Under the mighty power of the god's rage, the Furnace family had no hope of surviving and almost died and wounded. Aowen felt very much about this. His guilt and heartache, it was after that, he began to sleep for a long time. I will let him continue to fall asleep. He will do no good to this land, less than 1/10,000th of Anavia. Aowen picked up his own hammer. That hammer was his favorite. It was made by Xingdi, capable of withstanding his divine power and the burning of the initial fire. Hammer is not Orn's weapon. Orn's weapon is the blood of the earth. www.readaloud.com is the primitive fire. He can easily tear valleys, smash ravines, and draw out sulfur and magma. It can spray out hot flames and burn everything, even Zhenbing will melt in front of him, and the piece of Reed's body can't hold it now. Fortunately, I was prepared long ago and only brought a small piece. Although I know that you will make a lot of noise when you wake up, but I am so far away, you can melt my ice. It seems that you are not strong enough. Weakened because of long sleep. Reed was quite relieved. Orn was not an expelled demigod, unlike Volibear, who was killed. So his long sleep was just a long sleep, not like Volibear, who also needed a blood sacrifice. To come to resurrection, there is no need to wait for nirvana like Anavya. As the first demigod, Aowen the giant sheep was recognized by the Freljord land and mastered the power of first fire. Fire is the key to dominating all changes. His power is also the most powerful among the demigods. Powerful. You are not bad either. Aowen responded to Reed in a muffled voice. Although he didn't know how many years he had slept, it shouldn't be too short. And Aowen didn't see the passing of any life from his old friend. The vitality of this old friend seemed to be becoming more and more vigorous, growing endlessly, and there was a terrifying power hidden in his small body. Some small opportunities, I have collected that world rune. Reed casually explained that the rune of indestructible grip had been given to him a long time ago, but at that time it was just a few fragments, not complete. This kind of cornerstone rune with great power has more fragments than scorching. It wasn't until the rune war broke out that Reed really pieced it together. Chapter 46, Inheritance of the Lu Family. It seems that I have slept for too long, and even my home has been ruined. It's time to clean up and start the fire again. Aowen glanced at his home. 10,000 years are enough to change the topography and landforms. Coupled with the initial fire in his melting pot that never goes out, this place where he originally lived is the place where he used to work. Fang has completely changed its appearance, completely abandoned. Of course, the main reason is actually the battle between him and Volibear. His home and workshop were almost destroyed in that battle. After that, he fell into a deep sleep not long after that. Because of the destruction of the Luxiang and the demise of the Lu family, Aowen felt guilty in his heart. He didn't even have the mind to clean up his home and workshop, so he went straight. Fell asleep in the past. In fact, the reason why Aowen moved to live under the volcano is also the credit of Anavya. Aowen's first house was actually built on the ground. His exquisite craftsmanship is not only reflected in ironing. The house built with the best wood, spanning 3 canyons, is an extremely magnificent one. Big house. Aowen called the noble mansion Corner Hall. If it weren't for the wood of the mansion, Anavya's favorite tree to inhabit, maybe that magnificent building could still be used. Keep it until today. Of course, Anavya didn't deliberately destroy the house built by Aowen, she was just a little angry about it, so she wanted to teach her elder brother Aowen a little lesson. So she flew to Aowen while he was asleep, and then picked Aowen's nose with one of her feathers. The kind and gentle Anavya just wanted to use this method. To express the dissatisfaction in my heart is more like a prank. But Aowen's sneeze destroyed everything. Fire spouted from his nose and lit the corner hall. But Anavya fluttered her wings in panic and left, but it helped to spread the fire. The corner hall burned for several days, and the flying ashes turned the sky of Freljord into black color. After Aowen woke up from the piles of ashes, he was very unhappy, because the destruction of this creation obviously showed that his skills were not good enough. Aowen didn't think much about it. He didn't suspect that someone set fire to his house on purpose, and Anavya never confessed this to him. Although Aowen was at fault, Anivaya felt her actions were worse, so she didn't dare to talk to Orn. Reed knew this from Anavya's mouth. Among the three demigods, he and Anavya had the best relationship, because when a mortal first appeared in Fruljord, Anavya accepted them. She is the demigod closest to mortal creatures. Is Anavya that guides humans to find the deep valley where they can shelter from the wind, helps humans resist the severe cold, settles down, and adapts to Fruljord's manic elemental power during training. She meticulously nurtured and helped mortals through the most dangerous first few hundred years, and mortals worshipped and admired her for this. To this day, the incarnation of Fruljord Winter still has a large number of believers among some tribes, and even Lysandra cannot deny the existence of Anavya. Anavya is a bird demigod born in the freezing wind. She can manipulate the elemental power of ice and snow, representing the winter, and symbolizing the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Therefore, Reed and her have a lot of common topics together. They used to guide the tribes on the barren land of the north and help them take root in this land. They have also studied together how to better control the power of the wind and tap their natural talents. Among the three demigods, only Volibear and Reed turned each other into a rivalry, and were killed by Reed himself. After all, Reed has been dealing with things like thunder since he was a child. His resistance to thunder is really extraordinary. Height of. Reed did not intend to tell Aowen the truth about the destruction of the corner hall. After all, he had promised Anavya, although Aowen would not be so good even if he knew it, he would only feel that his house was not strong enough. I feel that I have not built a house that will not catch fire. So after the corner hall was destroyed, he built a new house under the volcano, a house that will never catch fire. The fire in the furnace village is rekindled, and the believers who have been lost everywhere will reunite again. The craftsmen have longed for the revival of their gods for a long time. Runeland needs some good tools, and only Aowen and the furnace family can make good tools. Reed's words made Aowen a little bit confused. The appearance of the word furnace family made Aowen's mood a little depressed. He didn't know why Reed would mention it again. 10,000 years, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, I didn't do anything at all. After that battle, the Lu family who were living outside were found and protected by me, and they lived and reproduced together. And inheriting the Luxiang culture, it's time for them to gather at the feet of the gods again. Aowen's eyes widened. Although his piercing and flaming eyes didn't stare at all, he still showed his shock. Is there really a heritage from the Lu family? Aowen is skeptical about this. And even if there were really furnace family members who were out there, after 10,000 years have passed, do those furnace family members really inherit the spirit of their ancestors? Are they still as pure as their ancestors? Of course, I have been sheltering them. They settled in Ionia, near a portal through a doorway. The Yordles get along with them fairly well. Nowadays, the inheritance of those furnace family has developed and grown, and the scale is not smaller than the original furnace township. In the slow pace of life and living in Ionia off the island, those furnace family are also content. It's fun, and I get along well with the Yordles. Aowen was silent for a moment, apparently recalling the old days, but after a little introspection, Aowen rejected Reed's proposal. He did not agree with the furnace family to move back, which was not beyond Reed's expectation. I am not their god. Since they have had a new life and have multiplied for thousands of years, there is no need for them to come back here. Aowen is still benevolent. Although he missed the time when the Lu family lived in the Lu township under his feet, it would not break the peaceful life of the Lu family now. That is not what he would do. Chapter 47, Explosion. If they want, they can come to Fruljord to find me, and I will comment on their work as before. Aowen then added that he obviously still cares about the furnace family, so he doesn't mind letting those people know that he has recovered, and he doesn't mind that those furnace family come to him with works for comments and guidance. Ha, then you just wait here, those devout people in the Lu family, if they know the news of your recovery, even if they travel thousands of miles across the mountain and strait, they will definitely take their proud work. Come to you. Reed smiled. He was not joking, because he knew that those Furness family could definitely do this kind of thing, and maybe there might be adventurous Yordles who set out on the pilgrimage with them. That's too dangerous. This land is no longer peaceful now, and it cannot be easily traversed by mortals. Eowyn has not been to Ionia, or since he was born, he has never left the land of Freljord, but he knows how far that land is from here, because Reed used to told him. Don't worry, they can definitely do what their ancestors can do. Don't think of the Furness family too weak. How can a good blacksmith have no power to restrain the chicken? And even if it is true there is danger, with the help of friends from the Yordles, they will surely be able to come here in peace. Reed didn't worry about it. The Lowe family weren't thin and weak. They generally had strong physical fitness. This was the case in the ancient Freljord period, otherwise they wouldn't be able to live under Aoun's feet. Those descendants who inherited the blood of the Furness family will not lose to the cold winter of Freljord, nor will they become food for monsters wandering in the wilderness and ice fields, especially when the Yordle is followed. Okay. Eowyn grumbled, obviously still a little worried that those excellent craftsmen would die on the way to meet him, and that would also make him feel very guilty. Are you leaving? Reed. Eowyn has been awakened, Reed's purpose has been achieved, so he is ready to leave, and Eowyn clearly sees his intentions, so he first asks Reed. Yes, I have been in Freljord long enough. There are still many things in Bandar City that I need to deal with. Reed responded to Aoun's question, and the giant sheep demigod nodded and waved to him to say goodbye, and then Eowyn began to work on his own affairs. And Reed didn't stay anymore, he left the mountain directly, left the demigod's residence that had reignited the fire, and smoke began to rise. If the nearby monsters and the Freljord tribesmen, if they are smart enough, they will not approach this mountain rashly. Sending people through the nearby doorway, Reed quickly returned to Bandar City. He felt the normal weather again, and finally left the snow and ice. Boom! Reed had just returned to Bandar City, and the sound of an explosion caught his attention. Reed noticed that smoke was rising from the west side of Bandar City. Oh! Reed sighed. He is already quite familiar with this kind of thing. The West District of Bandar City is actually a special zone. The craziest scientists in the entire Bandar City live in that special zone. Because the sloppy Yordles always make troubles, Reed gathers the guys who can make troubles the most in one place. Only there will be explosions, which is better than explosions everywhere in Bandar City. Except for those scientists who like to fiddle with dangerous things, most of the Yordles have very little destructive power. Their curiosity and mischievous character are only reflected in pranks, and they are not like the Yordle scientists. We'll try to develop various dangerous technologies. It must be the guy Giggs. He has recently been addicted to bomb research. He said that he would become a great inventor like Master Reed and Professor Heimridinger, but now it seems that he can only fiddle with bombs. The Yordles passing by were very calm about the explosion in the Zikin district, but they all seemed to know who caused the explosion. Obviously, the frequency of explosions has been a bit frequent recently, and the name of the culprit has begun to spread. In the western part of Bandar City, beside the ruins of the laboratory of the Bandal Academy of Sciences Blasting Institute, Giggs was standing there very frustrated. This big-mouthed Yordle had just experienced a failed blasting experiment at this time. The power of the bomb is considerable, but it is not safe. The entire laboratory was destroyed by a violent explosion, but the magical thing is that all the Yordles present were not injured. Everyone attributed this to the safety measures of the college. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Don't be discouraged, Giggs. You have to remember that all great successes are not achieved overnight, but are made up of countless failures. Don't lose the courage to innovate because of one failure. Even Heimerdinger, not every experiment can be a success, but his beard has been scorched many times. When Giggs was a little discouraged, a voice sounded beside him. This was a voice he was very familiar with. He had heard this voice in countless school opening celebrations. He was inspired by the other party to leave. On the road of science. Joined the Bandle Academy of Sciences. Dean Reed. Why did you come over here? Seeing Reed next to him, Giggs was a little frantic. He wiped his face in a hurry. Although he was not injured in the explosion, he was obviously ashamed now. Of course I was attracted by the explosion, and then I saw a Yordle who had lost confidence. Reed laughed and joked about Giggs, which made Giggs blush. He is a very competitive Yordle, as can be seen from the rhetoric he shouted. However, in front of the idle Dean Reed, he can't stand up at all, because Reed can be said to be kind to him. It is with Reed's guarantee that he can join the Bandle Academy of Sciences. Demolition Academy. I will not lose confidence. I will definitely develop the strongest and most stable bomb. I will never lose the face of the Blasting Academy. The next time the Blasting Academy will win the first place in the college competition, I will let you give it to you personally. I am awarding a medal for progress. Giggs expressed his determination loudly to Reed, but he is determined to surpass Dean Reed and Professor Heimridinger. How could he surrender at this time? Chapter 48, Bandle City College of Science and Progress. Ha! Giggs, I knew it was you again. After Giggs expressed his determination, a little Yordle approached him. There was mockery in his voice. He was obviously dissatisfied with the results of Giggs' experiment. Rambo. Did you come to see my joke? And after seeing the little Yordle approaching, Giggs overreacted, and he immediately responded with a voice. These two Yordles didn't seem to deal with each other, or could they say that they were actually cherishing each other? Ah! It's Dean Reed. Did this guy's explosion attract you all? You don't want to fire him? Although this guy always ignores the safety of bombs, there is no doubt that this guy is a genius. Don't expel him because of this failure. And after seeing the tall figure standing next to Giggs, Rambo changed his mocking tone just now and turned out to help Giggs to speak. This somewhat anxious little blue-haired Yordle can be regarded as a small individual among the Yordle. So when he looks at Reed, he will naturally feel very tall. After all, Reed's figure is just the opposite of his situation. Reed is tall and strong in Yodel, so the contrast will naturally show up. Rambo, do you two have a good relationship? You still speak for Giggs. I thought you had a contradiction. Reed naturally also knew this blue-haired Yodel, this frizzy guy, who was also guaranteed by him, and finally was able to join the School of Mechanical Engineering of the Bandle Academy of Sciences. Ha! This guy actually said that he can surpass you and Professor Heimridinger, but that is clearly something that only I can do. Only I can make the Yordles science and technology flourish. But this guy is a good one. Opponent. Although Rambo is small, he has great ambitions. His ambitions and dreams are obviously the same as those of Giggs. The two ambitions of the Yodles are sympathetic to each other. One of them is unmatched in high-power explosives, and the other is talented in mechanical manufacturing and maintenance. The two of them usually compete and motivate each other. They are both opponents and best friends. Of course, this is also inseparable from the characters of these two guys. One is playing dangerous explosives all day, and there will be explosions around him at any time, and the other is short-tempered, competitive, and aggressive because he is always ridiculed and bullied. Apart from each other, they have no friends. Hey! You don't need to intercede, Dean Reed won't be afraid of my research and discovery like you are a coward. Giggs felt a little embarrassed, and even let Rambo see him embarrassed, so he chose to retort in response to what Rambo said just now. I think you want to be kicked by my mecha again. Rambo immediately exploded when he heard the words, and these two Yodels soon began to quarrel with each other. The two finally met to fight head-to-head at the next college competition. Rambo said he would use his newly modified mech to beat Giggs to piss, and Giggs said he would use his new type of bomb. Rambo's mecha blasted into the sky, and the two faced each other and refused to give in. Reed, who was on one side, had already left with interest. The Bandel Academy of Sciences, whose full name is Bandel City Academy of Science and Progress, is the largest building complex in the western part of Bandel City. The entire academy includes Blasting Academy, Mechanical Academy, Electronics Academy, Energy Academy, Flight Academy, and so on. 10 professional field colleges. All Yordle scientists and inventors work in the academy, and all Yordlers who aspire to scientific research study in the academy, which has a more scientific research atmosphere than Piltwolf and Zeeuwen. In Reed's view, the technology of the Yordles is the real future technology. Piltwolf's technology is cyberpunk, and Zeeuwen's technology is steampunk. They do not study technology because they love science. Piltwolf is for power and wealth, and Zeeuwen is for strength and survival. Only the Yordles don't have to worry about these things. Most of them are interested in it. Among Zeeuwen and Mrs. Piltworth, there were also people who had the honor to pass through the portal to Bandar City. They saw the magical technology of the Yordle people, and felt the scientific atmosphere of the Bandar City Academy of Science and Progress. Among Zeeuwen and Piltwolf, there is also the existence of such a sacred place of science. As the Dean, Reed has not actually researched anything on his own. He is only responsible for providing ideas. The real experiments are done by Heimordinger himself, but Heimordinger has not monopolized all the credit, but praised Reed's whimsy everywhere, and gave Reed half of the credit for the invention. This is not an easy thing to do. After all, scientific research, inventions and creations are always the results telling everything. Anyone can have ideas, but ideas can't be used to apply for patents. Only the person who actually researched and invented them. It's the real owner of that thing. www.readwun.com. If you are an ordinary person, you won't share your research results with others, that is, Heimerdinger, who only loves scientific research, will take the initiative to do so. In fact, Reed doesn't care. After all, his family knows his own affairs. If you let him invent it, he really can't invent it, so it's okay to just talk about it. As a result, he and Heimerdinger have become the idols of a large number of Yordle scientists and inventors, which also made his old face a little embarrassing. But after all, he is the manager of the Yordles. Helping Heimordinger, who is devoted to scientific research, manage the college, he can also be regarded as a contribution to the scientific cause. It seems that the next college competition will be lively. Maybe I can go to Piltworth to open a branch school? Promote the collision of different technologies, and promote the development and improvement of the overall technological level of Runeterra. Rambo and Giggs have been talking about the comparison of colleges, which is actually an annual display of scientific and technological achievements. Different academies gather together to showcase their scientific research results this year, and send outstanding students to demonstrate. As for the exhibition, there are no restrictions. So if Rambo is driving mechs on behalf of the Academy of Mechanics and asks the Academy of Blasting to use their bombs to fight against him, that is also a way within the allowable range. The annual college competition is very lively. After all, the Yodles themselves are not a peaceful character. Naturally, they have to show their skills in such important occasions that Dean Reed and Professor Heimordinger will be there to watch. Therefore, the current college competition is no longer just an internal matter of the Bandar City Academy of Science and Progress, but has become a festival for the entire Bandar City. That day is now called the College Big Day by the Yordles. Chapter 49, Visit of the Protoss. Reed returned directly to his manor after leaving the Bandar City Academy of Science and Progress. Although he has been away for a while, the fruits and vegetables in the manor have not been taken care of, but they are still fresh and tender. The land of Bandar City has magical powers and the spirit of nature. Reed doesn't have to take care of those fruits and vegetables, because the spirit of nature will help him do these things. Picked 2 fresh fruits from the fruit tree, Reed wiped it with his hands, and then began to enjoy them. Eat the fruits and vegetables in Bandar City without worrying about pests. He lay on a recliner in the yard, stretched out comfortably, feeling the crisp sensation of the sun on his fur. Soon, Reed fell asleep on the couch after eating the fruit. Life in Bandle City is so casual, without the pressure of life, and without any sense of urgency. Reed, who entered the dreamland, began to wander in the dreamland. He didn't learn the secret technique of Lisan's woe. He only learned a little bit. He couldn't enter the dreamland of others at will, and couldn't subtly change other people's thoughts. Like in Inception. But he can feel the existence of other people's dreams, and can judge whether it is a dream or a nightmare, and if he is kind, he can also help the people around him to pierce the nightmare and wake the other person from the dream. Yes, even though it is daytime, there are still many Yordles like him, enjoying the afternoon sun, taking a nap at home or in the courtyard. But before Reed started to do good things in his dream, before he started helping the Yordles to drive away the nightmare, he was awakened by someone. Someone interrupted his dream first, in a physical sense. Wake up, Reed, wake up, don't sleep, don't sleep. Something has happened. You wake up quickly. Reed felt his nose itchy. Obviously the guy who was shaking his body was still scratching his nose with something, which made him want to sneeze. What's the matter? Make you so worried? Reed opened his eyes and resisted the urge to sneeze. He saw clearly the girl who was harassing him with her hair, which made him feel a headache, because it was undoubtedly difficult to deal with and difficult to pass. Guys! This girl from the Raquel tribe with big eyes, long hair, thin arms, and thin legs, is shining with stars at this time, exuding strange energy that does not belong to this world, that is energy from the heavens. A rift. The void has torn a rift. Zoe, a local girl chosen by the Twilight Protoss, stared at her big eyes and gestured very exaggeratedly. She seemed to want her Yordle friends to realize the seriousness of the matter, but Reed was unmoved. Since you already know it, shouldn't the Protoss have dealt with it? What are you telling me to do? Is there something that the Protoss can't solve? Reed turned over and turned his back to Zoe, as if he didn't intend to pay attention to this matter. Zoe would know about this matter, which obviously showed that the Protoss had already begun to act. It's very interesting. Are you sure you can't go over and take a look? And they really don't seem to be able to solve the problem. Pan Sen is ready to ask Space Dog to come down and help. Hearing these words, Reed, who was not prepared to pay attention to this matter, instantly sat up from the recliner. Obviously, the Space Dog in the mouth of Zoe Twilight Protoss caused him to take this things of interest. You actually want to use the power of the Star-Forged Dragon King Thor. You star spirits are really getting less and less useful. Reed uttered speechlessly, and didn't mean to give face to the Protoss at all. It can be seen that Reed has no good feelings for these giant Protoss. But Zoe doesn't feel much about it, because she is also a special case among the Protoss. She is naughty and loves to play. Among all the Protoss, she is the only one who has a relationship with the star-casting Dragon King soul. Not bad. Yet, Pan Sen is really useless. She can't close the empty torn hole. Although I can't close it, but it's not my responsibility. I don't bother to care about the Protoss. Zoe stuck out her tongue. She didn't feel any urgency at all, and Pan Sen, the war star, was already in a hurry. She had to summon the star-casting Dragon King soul. She was already right. There is nothing we can do in that situation. Let's go. Let's take a look together, how terrifying the power of the star-casting Dragon King Thor is. I have been curious for a long time. Reed got down from the recliner, and Zoe Twilight Protoss created a portal directly under their feet. This Twilight Protoss is a messenger from the heavens. She has the ability to cross the trickle of time in one thought www.readwound.com and can travel anywhere in the world at will, this anywhere. Not just referring to Rune Land. Reed and Zoe passed through the portal and appeared at the top of a towering mountain, and beside them, there was an unparalleled warrior standing there. She wielded a spear made of star gemstones, and a thick brown braid slid from her shoulders to her chest and landed on the golden breastplate. Her skin was pale, her body was covered with freckles, and her helmet the visor was on her face, only a pair of blood-red eyes bursting out. This woman called herself Pan-Senator. She was the incarnation of the giant war spirit and the birth of the war Protoss, but Reed knew that she was not the first warrior in Runeterra to bear the title of Pan-Sen, nor would she be the last one. Reed didn't pay attention to the female war Protoss, but cast his gaze on the depression in the valley directly below. It used to be a green area, but now it is creeping with a disgusting purple miasma. Void creatures that deviate from life are tearing the sky of reality. They are wrapped in invisible energy tides, and they have broken the barriers that divide the space. An abominable passage was opened. These things are not normal, they are not ordinary void creatures, no wonder even you have nothing to do. After seeing the multi-eyed creatures in the carapace, Reed finally understood why these protagonists were helpless, because those void creatures were not the brainless void monsters they usually encountered, but some more powerful and strange creatures. There is no sign of the tearing of this rift. What powerful creature is peering at the opposite side? Reed doesn't know if it is a powerful void watcher, or a more terrifying void existence. Chapter 50, Astral Dragon God. Long. The appearance of Reed and Zoe did not distract the attention of War Protoss Pan-Senator. She raised her muscular arms, and the shining cloak flew open behind her. Her body leaned back, as if I was dragging a majestic chain, and there was a dragon on the side of the chain. The great creature that was bound by the cruel contract and had to obey the orders of the giant gods and Protoss was dragged off the earth. That majestic body exudes incomparable celestial power, as mysterious as the starry sky itself, is involuntarily rolling along with the pulling of War Star Pan-Sen, and the astral dragon falls out of balance. After leaving the earth, he finally stopped at the top of the mountain. Aurelian Soul, the Dragon King of Casting Stars. Reed was shocked by the terrifying celestial creatures that appeared in front of him. As one of the most terrifying beings in the star realm, the star-casting Dragon King Aurelian Soul undoubtedly has supreme power, even though he is now restrained. However, his unparalleled coercion is still enough to crush mortals. Close their doors. War Protoss Pantheon ordered Aurelian Soul, her spear pointed at the void crack at the foot of the mountain. Obviously, the Protoss have had too long and have not paid attention to the state of star-casting Dragon King Aurelian Soul. They still regard him as a dog tied to a rope, which can be reprimanded and driven at will. Long. The terrifying celestial creature opened his mouth, his huge body swayed slightly, and the shining stars of the celestial world were thrown down, and he wore the crown that restrained him on his head. Even after thousands of years of experience, on the gorgeous crown, those engraved incredible patterns belonging to the celestial realm are still as clear as new works, but the celestial spirits did not see that the crown has begun to peel off the gold shavings. Exquisite, the secret magic is declining. The power that binds Aurelian Thor is not as good as it used to be, and the anger of the astral dragon is about to vent. Things that the proud giants and Protoss did not see, Reed saw it. He was worried about the future of the Protoss, but he would not remind those celestial creatures because it was a debt they owed. Zoe, remember to leave soon after a while. Your friend doesn't look too easy to provoke. If you don't leave in time, we will probably be buried here. I just watch the fun, but I don't want to give myself a ride. Go in. Reed was very wise to remind Zoe next to her. The girl was looking happy at this time and seemed to plan to say hello to her space dog friend. But Aurelian Soul's low growl interrupted Zoe's actions, and it was obvious that the other party was not in the mood to care about her right now. Call me by such a bad name and give orders to me. Are you sure you are wise enough? Pan Senior. Aurelian Soul's words, and his reaction, were obviously things that Pan Sen hadn't thought of, because in the past, Aurelian Soul had no room for resistance at all when faced with their orders. Reed saw that Pan Sen's palm on the spear was slightly loosened. She rubbed the spear a little uneasy, but in the end she just took a step back, seeming to want to pull a little away from Orlion's solution distance. Close their doors! The unparalleled warrior yelled at the astral dragon again, this time louder than the last time. She raised her spear at Orlion's soul, as if the small toothpick in her hand could be pierced through the body of the astral dragon was so normal, which made Orlion's soul amused. Reed heard the trembling in the voice of the war Protoss, and her body seemed to be shaking constantly. This was the first time Reed saw the giant god's Protoss trembling. The fear of being unable to command Aurelian's soul completely enveloped Pan Sen, even if she is the embodiment of the war spirits of the Protoss, but standing in front of the star-casting Dragon King Aurelian's soul, she is as small as an ant, helpless. I will deal with those disgusting void creatures, and I won't miss the opportunity, dear Pan Senior. Aurelian's soul's words made Pan Sen's heart boil, and now she must exert all her strength to be able to grasp the invisible chain that fettered the star-casting Dragon King. She finally realized that this dragon was no longer letting it go. They drive. Listen to my orders, dragon. Otherwise the world will fall. Pan Sen yelled loudly again, her face flushed red, apparently just controlling the star-casting Dragon King Orlion's soul. It had consumed a lot of her energy. She wanted to make this star realm the dragon cooperated with her. This world has been overthrown as long as the giant gods are arrogant. Star-casting Dragon King Aurelian's soul looked at the poor creature with pity. He knew he was not far from revenge, and the giant would eventually fall in his anger. If you say that, you read www.yuyuganshu.com, then I don't want to. This is my home, not the home of the giant star spirit. You are looking for the giant star spirit to revenge. Why do you want to destroy my home? Reed, who is watching the excitement next to him, is a bit untenable. You celestial creatures are fighting, why are you pulling the rune ground to back up? Is it true that the indigenous creatures are muddled? Reed's words made Aurelian's soul look at him and also see Zoe beside him. What is the absurd courage to let you face the stars? Aurelian's soul's eyes twinkled like stars, staring closely at the fearless Reed. Even if the stars want to destroy me, they have to try my fist first. Who says that mortals can't break the stars? Reed's eyes were firm and fearless. Facing the star-casting Dragon King Aurelian's soul, his pressure was indeed very great, but as a representative of the planet of Rune Land, he couldn't be in the star realm dragon god. There was a shyness in front of him. Absurd courage, but worthy of admiration. Faced with Reed's answer, star-casting Dragon King Orion's soul did not get angry, but instead praised Reed. At least for him, this was indeed a compliment. This attitude is comparable to that of the Protoss. Too much. Close. Close. Big. Door. The humiliated war star Pan Sen finally got angry, and her extremely angry growl finally worked. The cruel magic once again overwhelmed the will of the star dragon god. Rolian's soul was unable to resist and had to follow the requirements of the Titan Protoss. The astral dragon god's attention was forced to shift to the void crack in the canyon. A harsh sound came from the crown of the giant star spirit, which echoed in his mind, so that he had no time to think about other things. Chapter 51, The Power of the Dragon King. You still have to obey our orders after all. Pan Sen broke free from Aurelian's soul's suppression. She yelled at the astral dragon king very angrily. But at this moment Aurelian's soul no longer pays attention to her, because his attention has been completely attracted by the void crack. Obviously, the star-casting Dragon King also noticed the abnormality of this void crack. However, before Aurelian's soul could continue to study deeply, the noisy Protoss began to urge him to do it again, so the astral dragon could only give up the idea of exploring, and instead prepared to show his own valiant. He also noticed that on the opposite side of the void in the void, there was a void creature emitting a weird smile, signaling its hunger and unyielding. Aurelian's soul didn't know what creature it was, but he would let it. The other party understands that no one can laugh at him on the plane he is based on. The primordial substance in the atmosphere began to gather together under his thoughts, and the flourishing stardust fused violently under his silent instructions. The stalwart glory that burned in the deep sky turned into a broken piece that was not worthy of praise. Stars? Aurelian's soul can't bear it after all. In this fragile world, he can't ignite a fully mature star at will, because that will undoubtedly ruin it. A handful of first-time screaming stars flew out of his hand and joined two other stars that would never leave him. They jumped a ballet around him, and the white-hot core continuously swallowed him and pulled him. The dust and matter, that is an amazing picture. The storm of twinkling stars scrolled the sky into a vortex of dancing sparks. Aurelian's soul conjured a fiery stream of stars, exhaled a deadly hot wind, and crushed the halo that originally existed in this world. The outline of this planet is therefore permanently scarred. The bright sparks swirled and scattered from the center of the valley. Gravity gradually melted in the turbulent spectrum. The hundreds of millions of colors that ordinary people could not distinguish meandered and splashed. The stars continued to press the surrounding matter into their cores. Become brighter and hotter. This scene is really amazing. The dazzling light cascades pouring out, and the thermal energy has even expanded the limit of the spectrum. It is a beautiful celestial painting. When Aurelian's soul started his hand, Reed motioned to Zoe Twilight Protoss to take him out of here. Because of the terrifying energy, he obviously wouldn't evade them deliberately, even though he was just praised by the star-casting Dragon King, although Zoe spent a lot of lonely time with him, but everything was before the ruthless starburst. Vain. The vegetation melted, the river transpired, and the cliffs that stood on the wall collapsed in the thick smoke. No piece of land can withstand the damage that the valley suffered at this time. Under the attack of star-casting Dragon King, nothing survived, even Pan-Sen, the incarnation of the Protoss. The extremely arrogant war Protoss had disappeared in Rune Land along with the mountain at this time. Is this the power to cast the Star Dragon King? Reed, who drove a step ahead of time, couldn't help but stunned his tongue. This terrifying power was really beyond the reach of mortals. He couldn't help but sweat his behavior just now. Although he possesses a whole cornerstone rune, he also has an incomparably powerful combat power, but like Aurelian's soul can easily create the power of the stars, it is not something he can fight on his own. Wow! Space dogs are too powerful. Zoe on one side is not conscious at all, as if the terrifying star dragon is not her enemy, but this is actually understandable. After all, star-casting Dragon King Aurelian's soul is no longer threatening. Zoe, no longer think about killing her after being free. He should already understand, right? If Reed remembers correctly, Aurelian's soul should have been after this, and discovered that as soon as he enters the Rune Terra, the power of the crown on his head will be reduced, although he doesn't know why. But he will persevere in this effort. Of course, the Protoss would definitely not let him do what he wanted. His huge and majestic body was once again dragged back into the universe. After only a few seconds of freedom, the Protoss began to control his will again, and they issued orders to him. Order: let him go to various places to perform tasks. Aurelian's soul knew that the Protoss felt fear, and they were afraid that he would be out of their control. As a result, you left me with such a mess. Reed and Zoe returned to the remains left by the Aurelian attack just now. This place was ravaged by the power of the astral world and has become a scar on the Rune Terra. Reed could hear the spirit of nature wailing. Don't you have a world rune? The message I want to convey is to let you restore this place to its original shape. www.readrune.com. I finally remembered, but I was anxious just now. Zoe, who was next to Reed, patted her little head, and she put on a look as if she had just recalled her mission. She was a very special celestial spirit, and the reason she called her celestial messenger was because of her appearance. It is often to convey some important news. For example, the Twilight Protoss of the previous generation brought mankind away to seal the Darkborn, and ended the Darkborn war that had harmed the entire Rune Terra. However, Zoe was not as reliable as her predecessors. It may be that the previous generation was too serious, and this generation of Twilight Protoss chose this guy with a personality similar to Lulu. Zoe, who is childish and playful, always forgets her tasks, because even she herself doesn't know what message she wants to convey to others. She doesn't care about the stars, but just wants to play happily. Haha. Reed was a bit speechless, but he didn't hesitate. After all, such a scar is not something he can't heal. It's not as exaggerated as Acacia, and the power of the star world is not as overbearing as the pollution of the void. Reed once again took out the foundation stone rune indestructible grip of the resolute line from his body. His foundation stone rune still has a powerful force in the concept of creation. With Reed's help, the earth quickly healed his wounds, and all the remnants of the star realm energy were washed away, and the effect of the void rift had been melted by the star-casting Dragon King, which greatly helped Reed reduce the workload. Soon, everything has returned to the same level as before. The natural spirit of this land conveyed closeness and gratitude to Reed, which seemed to relieve Reed's fatigue. Chapter 52, The Symbol of Zoe. The task here has been completed. I am going to the next place to continue to deliver the message. Zoe's journey will not stop. Where is there something more fun and interesting? Zoe said that he just walked away. This Twilight Protoss will always be like this. He is an unpredictable fellow. Even the Protoss have begun to alienate her, because this naughty fellow is too much. Not reliable anymore. The first encounter between Reed and her was actually a very coincidence. At that time, Zoe had just returned to Rune Land, and she had not returned to human society for too long. She has been roaming for too long among the stars and in the long river of time, and she has become a little confused about how to make friends with humans. After all, when she left, she was just a little girl who was still studying in class. The reason why Reed went to the place where Zoe was at that time was actually very simple, because in a nearby human settlement, someone found a piece of world rune fragment, and that settlement was gradually becoming stronger as a result. But the hidden danger is also covering them, and Zoe actually went there because of this. When Reed rushed past, she happened to see Zoe being attacked by those people. She approached brazenly, which obviously aroused the vigilance of those with ghosts in their hearts. After all, they have always been worried about being approached. They are afraid of being approached by the legendary rune mage. Of course, Zoe is quite different from a certain bald mage. At least she is much cuter than the purple-skinned bald mage. Under normal circumstances, a cute little girl like her should not be attacked. However, she who was floating in the air close to the humans was regarded as a kind of terrifying ghost by those humans. For her kindness, people responded with a bunch of cold shots, and they wanted to kill her altogether. And this naturally made Zoe a little angry. After all, she just wanted to play games with them, and then pass on some news she brought to nearby people by the way. Although she was just playing around at the time, she had once again forgotten what the news she brought was. The angry Zoe made an arcane meteorite and smashed it at those humans who dared to attack her. The destructive power of the meteorite that fell from the sky was not just for fun, if the arcane meteorite was allowed to fall to the ground. If it does, it will undoubtedly completely destroy that human settlement. Fortunately, Reed was present at the time. He used his power in time to pull the falling arcane meteorite to the side, and did not let the meteorite fall into the middle of the human settlement. But the shock wave brought by the meteorite still caused the settlement to be greatly impacted, and they realized at that time that they had provoked an existence that they couldn't afford to provoke. But at that time, Zoe's attention had been attracted by Reed. She knew about the creatures like the Yordle, and because of her personality, she liked the Yordle very much, so she immediately got entangled in it. Tay, want Reed to play with her, she likes fluffy creatures. But at that time Reed was busy collecting world rune fragments, so there was no way to play with the playful Protoss, and when Reed mentioned the world rune fragments in front of Zoe, the Protoss girl patting her head, she remembered her purpose there. Zoe didn't go there to collect the world rune fragments. She appeared there because of the appearance of the world rune fragments. This is her mission and her duty as a protagonist. Where are they? Misfortune or good fortune, wherever there will be her activity. Although she had forgotten her mission, some kind of magical power was affecting her, preventing her from opening the portal to leave there, and she could not leave again until she completed her mission by mistake. The news that Zoe is going to deliver is that world runes will bring disasters, but unfortunately, it is herself that brings disasters first. She almost completely destroyed the settlement. This mischievous guy is more dangerous than Lulu. Too much, at least Lulu would not do that kind of thing. But before Reed had time to blame the naughty Protoss, something unexpected happened to him. The power of the world runes burst out, and the entire settlement was destroyed in an instant, and the destruction was even more complete. The terrifying power of the world runes destroyed that piece of land, even more exaggerated than the crater where the meteor smashed, which made Reed directly dumbfounded at the time, because that situation was an ending he had never thought of. Reed doesn't know if it's a coincidence, but there is no doubt that the explosion of world rune power has caused much more damage than Zoe's arcane meteorite. Could it be that Zoe's arcane meteorite is actually to stop the world rune breakout? This is destined to be an unsolvable mystery, because the fellow Zoe is simply asking 3 questions. www.readwound.com. She was simply fighting back at the time and didn't think about anything else. However, after the power of the world rune completely exploded, her teleportation ability was restored again. This seemed to prove something, but it was not certain. In short, when Reed restored everything to its original condition and put away the world rune fragment, he started the idea of the Twilight Protoss. After all, this kind of world rune can automatically locate the world rune. The existence of the location is simply a good helper for him to collect world runes. So Reed invited Zoe to play in Bandle City and officially became friends with this troublesome guy. Although Zoe has never found a trace of the world rune since then, Reed even thought she had forgotten it at one time, but every time she asked about it, she always remembered it very clearly. "Go, don't forget to contact me when you find the world rune." Reed waved his hand and said goodbye to Zoe. He did not forget to remind Zoe again. Although he basically has no hope for her, if there is one more person to help, there will be one more person, even if she is very unreliable and often paddling. Don't worry, I always remember it." Naughty flashes of eyes, tongue sticking out, Zoe slipped into the portal, her figure disappeared instantly, she didn't know where and when she went, her playfulness would never be subtract. "This guy," Reed spit out weakly. If she can believe her words, she is a ghost. You can forget everything when you play. Reed guesses that after the guy gets out of the portal, he can immediately forget to say it here. If you pass. But there is no way, after all, it is a consensus that Zoe is unreliable, and he can't change the other party. Chapter 53, Orphans. After Zoe left, Reed didn't stay much, he went directly to the giant mountain. The death of War Protoss Pansen made him realize that those who would gain Protoss power in the future seemed to have been born at this time. The giant peak is the top of the world in Rune Land. The towering mountain is completely composed of the hardest rocks. It is bathed in the scorching sun all year round and always looks down on the mountains below. It is majestic and unparalleled in the world. The tribe living near the giant's peak is the Locker tribe. They have lived in the mountains at the foot of the giant's peak for a long time. After an unknown number of years, Zoe was once a naughty girl in this tribe. Reed passed the portal through the door, and soon came to the giant's peak. On the westernmost peak of the giant's mountains, there was also an old friend of his living there. Reed hiked up the steep giant mountain range, which showed a style different from other regions. The rocks on the hiking trail were engraved with totems of the sun wheel. The Liang sect had a deep root in the rule of the Laker people. The brilliance of the bright moon can only hide in the mountains. Reed continued to walk among the mountains. The steep mountain roads were not dangerous for him. The narrow paths opened by humans were actually quite wide. Wow! Wow! A cry of a baby caught Reed's attention. At this time, the weather had entered winter, and the towering mountains were already covered with ice and snow. Obviously it was not suitable for babies to survive. Reed found a crying voice on the snow. Source. The first thing he saw was a pair of men and women hugging each other. The crying baby was firmly protected by them. It could be seen that they tried hard to give the child more warmth. But the bodies of the two of them were already cold. Poor child! Reed walked over, and he picked up the crying child. This was a little girl, not from the Rakor tribe, but an outsider who had traveled a long distance. For other countries on the Valoran continent, the giant mountain is located in no man's land far away from civilization. For most people, it is just an unreachable legend, and most people who will travel long distances here are mostly all dreamers, lunatics, and adventurers. The girl's parents should obviously not be one of them. After all, adventurers who have never heard of will bring their infant children to challenge the mountains far away from civilization. Most of them have encountered difficulties. Wow wow giggle! Was held in Reed's arms, the lovely girl gradually stopped crying, the temperature of Reed's body warmed her. This makes this child who doesn't know what death is, and maybe even doesn't know what the parents are, smiles. She stares at Reed quietly with a pair of big eyes. The girl seemed to be strange. This warm embrace seemed to be different from usual. The creature holding her was also slightly different. It seemed to have more fluff than the previous one, but it made her feel warmer. What are you? What did you do to them? Damn! Let go of that kid! You stuffed monster! Reed was holding the girl and staring at her with a sharp shout, but interrupted their behavior. The baby child was startled by the sharp shout, and it seemed that he was about to start howling again. There was a tendency to cry, and Reed was irritated by the bad name of the incoming person. The term plush monster is really rude, even if you are ignorant, but at least it should be a little polite. Reed doesn't really like to use the illusion that transforms into a human form, because he doesn't want to be seen as a short-lived old man, but that doesn't mean that he likes to be treated as a plush monster. Polite. You still talk. Did you kill them? The one who found Reed was a group of hunters from the Sun sect. Some of them were carrying crossbows, some carrying short-throwing spears, their clothes were painted with golden sunwheel engravings, and their bodies were covered with thick white long-hooded cloak. Of course not. You can come and check to see if there are any wounds on their bodies. I just happened to be passing by and heard the baby crying. Reed stepped away helplessly. The group of 6 Sun sect hunters did not relax their vigilance against Reed, but one of them came up to check the corpse on the ground, and as expected, no wounds were found. The cold and hunger took their lives. The hunter of the Liang sect shook his head, obviously sympathizing with the encounter between the two outsiders. The strong sun is above. The other 5 Liang sect hunters felt sorry for this. The mountains swallowed too many such outsiders, but it was the first time I saw someone with a child like this. Strange creature, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, what are you doing in the territory of the Liang sect? Please give that child to us, and we will raise her up. She should grow up in the human society. Although it was determined that the 2 aliens were not killed by Reed, they are still full of vigilance about this strange creature, because unknown often means danger, and there are too many dangers hidden in the mountains. I'm here to meet old friends, not to the territory of your Liang sect. I'm here to climb Giant Mountain. Reed glanced at the little girl in his arms. The girl just wanted to cry, but she stopped abruptly. At this moment, she was reaching out her hand, seeming to want to touch the fluff on Reed's face. Da took her away a bit. But one thing you said is correct. This child should indeed be raised by you. She should grow up among human beings. I hope you can raise her well. Reed handed the child in his arms to the hunter who inspected the body. He seemed to be a few years old, but he was still healthy, not as if he would die prematurely. He should be able to raise the child. The old hunter took the child from Reed. He seemed a little at a loss. He seemed to have no experience in taking care of children. He might be a real lonely old man, which made Reed start to doubt whether he was reliable. The Giant's Peak is not that easy to climb. You are not prepared for any equipment, so are you going to climb the Giant's Peak? Seeing that Reed really didn't seem to have any malice, the hunters of the Liang sect also let go a little bit. The old hunter kindly wanted to remind Reed. They have encountered too many adventurers who came to climb the giant mountain. The road was full of ignorant bodies, but it was the first one like Reed to come empty-handed. Chapter 54, Diana. Don't worry, after all, these fluff on my body are not used to sell cuteness, don't they look very warm? Reed made a joke, but the hunters of the Liang sect seemed to take his words seriously. The hunters looked at Reed's figure and his fluffy black and white hair, and then they nodded, as if they were really warm. This makes Reed a black line. If he really depends on these fluffs to keep warm, can he still pay? He was able to run wild in the snow and ice of Fruljord, but this fluff was not relying on. However, Reed would not admit that the biggest effect of this fluff on him is actually to sell cuteness, so he can only pinch his nose to admit it, and keep it warm. After all, it's pretty good. Thermal. Look through the two corpses to see if the child's parents have left her with anything, or if there are any clues that can prove her life. The old hunter held the child in his arms and ordered the other hunters. He seemed to be the leader of the team, but depending on his age, it seemed reasonable. This guy was obviously the oldest in the team. Don't bother, there is nothing iconic, and even where they are can't be identified. At first glance, the couple hid in secret. I'm afraid they have offended something terrible. Reed had already searched for it. The couple was as clean as white paper, and there was nothing to prove their identity, and this basically meant that they had abandoned everything and fled to the mountains. So forget about them and let this child grow up safely, just like an ordinary Laker girl, and don't mention her identity to her in the future. Reed gave a very normal suggestion. This is undoubtedly a good way to deal with the child picked up in this situation. At least it can help the girl to reduce the burden, and she no longer has to bear the hatred of her parents. That's fine, we gave her a new name and raised her as a girl from the Laker clan. It just so happens that you have no children as the eldest son. After you can't throw a spear or pull a bow, let this the girl will take care of you. For Reed's proposal, the hunters expressed their approval, but the old hunter did not object. Just call her Diana, I hope she can grow up and become a real Rahorak warrior in the future. The old hunter's efficiency is very fast. He immediately named the child, which caused the hunters around to start to laugh, and asked if he had thought about it in normal times. If there is a girl, just take care of it. Her name was Diana, which made the old hunter scold in a dark face. Your hope is a bit too hardcore. Isn't Rahorak only the strongest fighters of your Liang sect that can join? Reed was speechless to the old hunter. What did this little girl do wrong that would make you give that kind of high hope to her when she was still so young? The name Diana, however, made Reed wonder whether this girl is the future goddess of Bright Moon. Reed doesn't really remember whether Diana is from the Rakor clan, but he thinks it might not be so coincidental, right? Always have some expectations. Becoming a glorious and holy Rahorak is the best blessing to a child. The old hunter himself didn't think there was anything. Maybe this is the custom of the Laker ethnic group. It can be seen from the fact that the other hunters didn't react at all. They were obviously very accustomed to this statement. Well, I hope you can do what you want. Reed looked at the girl who had calmed down. Her big eyes blinked and blinked. The girl was reaching out and opening her hand to him, as if she wanted him to hug him. She seemed to prefer Reed's warm embrace. Send you something, little guy, I hope you can really become a sacred Rahorak warrior in the future, instead of embarking on another path destined to be full of hardships and confrontations. Sometimes ordinary is not a kind of happiness. Reed is already certain that this child is likely to be the future goddess of the moon. After all, this child looks a bit different from ordinary people, not like an ordinary baby. Reed took out a golden acorn and placed it in Diana's swaddle. This golden acorn from Bandle City is not food, although it exudes a strange fruity aroma, it seems to be very delicious. But the effect of the fragrance is to calm people down and become more patient. A golden acorn with the scent of kiwi fruit is the most sincere blessing of the Yordle people. It can give the holder luck, youth, and strength, because for the Yordle people, the golden acorn symbolizes patience, potential, and immortality. Oh, a golden acorn! It looks very delicious. Sure enough, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com saw the gift that Reed took out, and the Hunters of the Sun sect expressed their simple views. For the local people living in the mountains, acorns, a food that has long been abandoned by civilization, are sometimes taken out for consumption. If you eat it, you will regret it, although I don't think you can open it. Although Reed said that this golden acorn is not food, it is actually food, but it is more useful than food. Reed stretched out a finger and pierced a small hole at the top of the golden acorn. Although he could easily pierce the golden acorn, with the power of these weak local people, he couldn't easily made it. Maybe you can wear it with other things, bring this girl around her neck or hang it somewhere else. It's best to let her carry this golden acorn with you, and don't underestimate the gift from the Yordles. Gift. Reed told these hunters, although he didn't think these people would be really unreliable to eat the golden acorn, but if they didn't take it seriously, they would waste such a precious golden acorn. This kind of golden acorn with its magical effect is not a street stall all over the street. It was carefully cultivated by Reed, and there are not many people who can get this kind of gift. Okay, my dear friend. Yodel friend. The old hunter saw Reed's solemn appearance and responded seriously. Although they didn't know what kind of creature Reed was, this kind of magical creature was obviously convincing. Especially for the Locker people who have religious beliefs. Chapter 55, Soraka. Goodbye, little Diana, I hope that next time I see you, you will be able to walk the path you wished for. Reed didn't stay any longer, he waved with the infant Diana, and the little girl stretched out her hand hard, seeming to want to catch him, still screaming in her mouth. As if not wanting him to leave. Friend Yodel, if you have time, you can come and see this kid. She seems to like you very much. The old hunter hugged the struggling little Diana in his arms, and then shouted to the back of Reed who had been moving forward, and Reed just waved his hand in response to him. It was just an episode to save little Diana on the way. Reed continued on and went to the house of his old friend. The mountains that he had passed by just now did not actually belong to the giant mountain, but the foot of the giant mountain range. The giant god peak has to be steeper and colder. The huge blazing sun above your head seems to be fake. There is no way, after all, the cold here is due to the height. Soon, Reed came to the westernmost peak of the Titan mountain range. It was still on the way to the top of the Titan peak. To the east was the rugged mountainside flatland, and under the steep cliffs to the west was an unsightly mist. A cold wind was blowing. Here is howling all the year round, blowing everything to the west. On the edge of the cliff on the mountainside level, Reed saw a yellow dome tent. The tent is not small, but it is conspicuous on the cliff. Through the windows of the tent, you can see the space inside. Wide. Reed, my friend, I'm glad you can visit. The door of the tent was opened, and a woman came out with a warm smile on her face, obviously very happy. This woman has silvery white hair neatly combed behind her head. Her skin is a strange blue-purple, which is somewhat similar to Rise's complexion, but it is much smoother than that bad old man. Her ears are pointed. Pointy, with a single horn standing upright on the forehead. Soraka was wearing her brown dress. She didn't hold the staff in her hand, but opened it happily, as if she wanted to have a hug with Reed. Her golden eyes are shining like stars, and they are full of joy of reunion with old friends. Soraka, your place is really remote enough, there is no doorway portal nearby. It is really hard to come to you once, can't you live in another place? Reed did not give Soraka a warm hug. After all, his height is here. No matter how tall he is among the Yordles, he still only reaches Soraka's chest. This kind of hug is not great, although Soraka didn't seem to mind. It's a pity, but that's not okay, because I live here very happily and I have no plans to move yet. Soraka didn't hold Reed, and didn't feel embarrassed either. She just smiled and took Reed into the tent. In the center of the Soraka yurt is a lit fire. A stone pot is driving over the fire. Inside the stone pot is the purest white snow, which has already begun to melt. The tent is filled with dry tea and faint mountains. Herbal smell, Soraka seems to be boiling water for tea. You just came here, I just boiled water and I am preparing to make tea. After pulling Reed to sit down on the carpet in the tent, Soraka got up and went to fetch a cup again. She was about to prepare a cup of tea for Reed. Soraka's tent contains a lot of furniture. Tables, beds, chairs, and a conspicuous shelf are all wooden, and you can see that the carpenter who made them is average. Reed knew that these things were made by Soraka herself. She was obviously not very good at carpentry, because the shelf had some very slight bends, just like the other carpentry products in the tent. But that is just a shelf. What is really important is the things on the shelf. There is a dazzling array of things on it, with souvenirs from all ages. Among them are the wicker crown from Omake Aaron, the dog-shaped stone sculpture from the old Nashrama, and the oldest among them, older than any mundane objects, a little golden acorn from a good friend of Bandar city. Don't worry, it will be done soon. Soraka is skillfully picking tea leaves while talking to Reed. She obviously drinks tea frequently, and her tea-making skills are much better than her carpentry skills. Your life is really leisurely now. Reed sat on the carpet and watched Soraka busy, but he couldn't help but sigh, but it didn't seem to be long before Soraka moved here to live. For thousands of years, the footsteps of this son of the stars have filtered every inch of the land in Rune Land, and her legend www.readwoon.com has also been circulating in every inch of the land in Rune Land. Some Froljord tribes still sing a wanderer from afar, a healer with long horns, who healed frostbite in the coldest winter. Under the deep ditch of Zeuwen, there is a story of a lilac-skinned healer. That magical healer will purify the patients who are suffering from the alchemy haze. In the turbulent Ionia, the oldest Vastiazeri myth records a prophet who can talk directly to the stars, and can also summon the stars to heal the wounded and burn those who add harm to the firstborn soil. As a child of the stars in the heavens, a real celestial spirit who descended into the world, Soraka gave up his so-called godness and came to Rune Land in the form of blood and flesh. Although her fragile body is constantly being burned by the powerful magic in her body, she doesn't care at all. As long as it can bring healing to others, the suffering she has suffered is worthless. Mention. At present, Soraka has set up her home in this place. She is not giving up to continue to give people healing, but is watching an isolated Vastaya tribe and teaching them the use of healing magic. She has already realized that it is difficult to cure more people who need her by acting alone, so she needs more people to help her together. And this isolated Vastaya tribe has a strong talent for healing magic. It is one of the few tribes that can learn her healing magic. This gave her hope and hope for more people walking with her. Therefore, she will stay and live here, and will teach them healing magic here. She hopes that these Vastians can be a boost to her career. Chapter 56, Vastaya. Guru. The stone pot on the fire began to bubble, and the water had been boiled. Soraka carefully took the stone pot off and began to prepare for the last process of making tea. How are the Vastaya people studying? Reed asked Soraka. He knew what Soraka's purpose was to live here, although he felt that the other party's thinking was a little simple. After all, even with the Vastalians, how many people could they save? Reed firmly believes that studying medicine can't save Rune Land, and only by mastering sufficient power. Not bad, those kids do have good talents, and they can quickly understand the knowledge I impart. Soraka answered Reed's question while making tea. Her expression looked relaxed, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood to have an old friend visit her. But you want them to run like you on the Rune Land, it is not an easy task. After all, this Vastaya tribe, who does not know when to migrate here, is a very closed tribe. Reed shook his head, obviously not optimistic about Soraka's career prospects. He asked Soraka to move for this reason, because he felt that Soraka was doing useless work. It's man-made, isn't this what you told me? Soraka handed the fragrant hot tea to Reed, tilted her head with a smile on her face, and asked Reed back. She was obviously firm in what she had done. Reed smiled bitterly and shook his head. He reluctantly accepted the hot tea from the other party. The reason why he would tell Soraka before that it's man-made was to correct her when she first came to Rune Land. The arrogant thoughts that came from the star spirit were not meant for her to refute her with these words. In the beginning, the Protoss arranged a fixed and reassuring destiny for the humans in Runeterra, a great destiny woven by all humans. But human beings are still in chaos, they have deviated wildly, willfully, and dangerously from the established line of the Protoss. The guidance and destiny woven in the night sky are often ignored by mortals, and even misunderstood by people, leading to more chaos, uncertainty, and suffering. Soraka came to the Rune Land precisely because he couldn't stand this kind of thing, couldn't stand human beings killing each other, tearing the fate of the Protoss weaving to pieces. But what she first saw in Runeterra was the endless cruelty in human hearts. On the battlefield of inevitable conflict, under the dirty ditch of the huge city, in the untamed wilderness frontier far away, Soraka witnessed what comes as endless struggle, betrayal, and suffering. She can't do anything about it, she can't guide mankind to look up to the stars, she can only use her own strength to heal the wounded and sick as much as possible, to try to untie the knot of fate. What she hopes to see is a stable the world, not people will always consume themselves in infighting. But Reed pulled her out of that unrealistic fantasy, because Reed realized earlier than her that humans would never act according to the will of the Protoss, because the Protoss arranged static destiny cannot accommodate the wild and dynamic potential of mankind. Just as human beings can accommodate the deepest cruelty, they also have endless potential to show kindness. Of course, the most important thing is that they have the fighting spirit and courage to fight against anything among the stars. Human beings are not willing to be peaceful creatures. Although human life is very short, it is full of brilliance and sparkle. The human beings in Rune Lands will take their own path, not the established path of the Protoss. They will never lose the courage to fight and resist, and they will not become slaves to the stars. They only know to look up at the stars. Reed told Soraka everything he knew, and told her what is meant by man-made and my life is up to me. The stars can never dominate the will of mankind. Only mankind can do it. Soraka woke up from this, she gave up continuing to repair and make up for the laws established by the heavens. Reed injected new vitality into her career, and she began to unlock the things they had never discovered for everyone she met. Potential, she began to give people inspiration and guidance instead of teaching. I know that I cannot save those who do not wish to be rescued, nor can I force others to see what I am destined to be unable to look at, but I will never give up trying. Soraka picked up the teacup, and after taking a sip, she slowly expressed her thoughts to Reed. Her determination remained the same, and her heart was unshakable. You are firm enough, but can those Vastayas do it? Can they understand your ideas? And you have to consider www.readroom.com. Vastayas are not welcome everywhere. Yes, some places treat them the same as those crazy changers. Reed also picked up the teacup. He took a sip of the hot tea in the cup. The taste of the tea was indeed very mellow. He didn't know where Soraka got the tea. Well, what you said makes sense, but as long as you are kind, you can always be accepted, just like me. Soraka nodded, she seemed to agree with Reed's words, but she also had her own thoughts, even though her thoughts made Reed very speechless. Aren't all Vastals as powerful as you, especially your Vastals who are talented in healing magic? Presumably they are not strong in combat, right? The situation of the Vastayas is not as good as Soraka thought. This kind of half-human and half-beast hybrid creature is the product of the reproduction of humans and Vastayas. Vastayas possess both the human blood and the magical powers of the Vastayas. Vastals of different inheritances will be completely different in appearance, but they will certainly possess the qualities of a human and a certain kind of animal at the same time. In addition to possessing the two forms of humans and beasts, the Vastals also have an extremely long lifespan. Some Vastals known in Rune lands have lived for thousands of years, and some are simply considered immortal. At first, this kind of creature only existed in Ionia, the Earth of Birth, but with the expansion of the scope of human activities, as the great westward migration took place, the bloodlines of the Vastians began to spread all over the world of Rune land. There are even some humans with very few Vastal bloodlines who have acquired the ability of Vastals to transform their forms. Chapter 57, Protoss Plan. From the ice field of Fruljord to the desert of Shurima, those who change form are scattered in every corner of the world. Although they cannot maintain the animal form for a long time like the Vastal, they can still control the distant ancestors. The magic, use freely to transform one's own form. Many of them are lost in the blood of their ancestors, allowing the bloodthirsty desires in the form of beasts to control their minds, causing a lot of killings everywhere, and they are gradually turning the changers into humans. The threat of, even the real Vastians were even affected. There will always be a way, things are man-made, if you don't work hard, things will never make any progress, maybe they can also learn to use the power of the stars. Soraka responded to Reed's question with a smile. It seemed that she was determined and wanted to treat the Vastians as her inheritors, and Reed shut up wisely. Don't talk about me, let me talk about your situation. How come there will be time to come and play with me here at Giant Mountain? Soraka saw that Reed was no longer talking, so she smiled and actively changed the subject. She was quite curious about this. After all, she didn't think Reed was like the kind of idle and okay person, although Reed actually often very idle. I was dragged by Zoe to watch a lively event and witnessed the fall of a protagonist, so I thought of an old friend here in the Giant Mountains. Reed answered Soraka's question with a smile while drinking tea, which made Soraka dumb for a while. So you come here to see if this old friend of yours is still alive? Don't worry, I won't die so easily. The power of the stars will protect me. After Soraka finished speaking, he asked Reed with some doubts. How exactly did Pansen die? Who killed her? And still killed her in front of you and Zoe? Soraka has learned about the fall of the War Protoss through her perception of the stars, but she doesn't know how the War Protoss died. She couldn't imagine who could be in it. In front of Da and Zoe, killed the warlike incarnation of the giant star spirit. Aurelian Thor, the star-casting dragon king, was summoned to Runeterra by her, and then killed her casually. Reed's answer can be said to be succinct and concise, but Soraka is a little dumbfounded. This is an unfolding that she did not expect, but it seems to be so natural. This. Soraka quickly took a sip of tea and was overwhelmed. She didn't know what to say for a while. In her opinion, the conspiracy carried out by star-casting Dragon King or Lion Soul was the most wrong of the Protoss. A plan, because they not only failed to achieve their ultimate goal, but provoke an existence that shouldn't be provoke. All celestial creatures understand what the existence of Lion Soul means, let alone his deity, even those of his creations, not ordinary celestial creatures can easily fight. Star-casting Dragon King Aurelian Soul is undoubtedly the Lord of the Stars. What are the Protoss plotting? Reed asked Soraka. This is a question that he has not been able to figure out in all these years. Didn't Zoe tell you? Isn't the relationship between the two of you pretty good? Soraka didn't directly answer Reed's question, but instead asked him one sentence, which made Reed understand that the Son of the Stars obviously didn't intend to tell him. Of course not. You don't know how unreliable that fellow Zoe is. It's weird if she can remember. Reed did ask Zoe this question, and Zoe just had a bitter face at the time, telling Reed very annoyed that she had forgotten, and said that when she remembered it, she would tell Reed. What can you do to Reed? Do it. I'm sorry, Reed, because I have abandoned the body of the Protoss and came to Runeland with this fragile body, so I don't remember what the Protoss are planning. Soraka's face was apologetic. She seemed to be embarrassed for not being able to help. Her expression was sincere. It seemed that she had forgotten, and she was not lying to Reed. Don't care, I'm just curious. Anyway, no matter what they are planning, I know you are on our side. This is enough, isn't it? Reed didn't continue to struggle with this problem. Although he didn't know what the Protoss were planning, there was no doubt that they had gradually begun to be distracted. This was reflected in many places. Of course, my friends, but I hope their plan is not a bad thing. I don't want to see the Protoss being unfavorable to Runeterra, and I don't want everyone to be enemies. Although it has been separated from the Protoss for a long time, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. However, Soraka still does not want the Protoss to become enemies with Runeland. This will make her dilemma, but she will eventually choose to stand on the side of Runeland, just like she gave up the Protoss body and chose to descend into the world. It's the same when you get to Runeland. The stars should give people a cure. Soraka has always implemented her own ideas, which makes her seem out of place among the Protoss, but this is actually normal. Most Protoss creatures are more extreme, such as Justice Protoss Ker. Most of them have a symbolic character. Kyle is extreme justice, and Soraka is salvation. Reed smiled. If Soraka's character is for him to describe, she is probably the real Virgin Mary. She is loving, and all the creatures in the world are the objects of her salvation, except for those who are unwilling to be saved. People. Soraka's magic has a characteristic, that is, the other party must be willing, and the other party must be willing to accept her treatment, so that the magic power can truly take effect. She also tried to save those who did not want to be saved, but her magic did not take effect, but was excreted by those people. She did not understand at first, but finally accepted the fact that the spirit of living beings is powerful. Even she could not violate the power of. Well, let's not talk about it, Soraka. What is your reputation among the Locker people? What are their attitudes toward you? Reed quickly switched a topic. The topic just now was obviously too serious. He was here to visit an old friend, but he didn't come here to block him. And the reason he asked this question was because he wanted to take a look at Leona and Atrus. By the way, Diana had already seen it, and the future goddess of dawn and indomitable spear were unreasonable. But go take a look. Chapter 58, Between the Stars. Probably, similar to a horned mountain legend. Soraka thought for a while, and then gave such a reply. Reed understood the meaning of her words, that is, she is not familiar with the people of the Lakal tribe. Is that so? Then forget it. Reed didn't force it either. Since Soraka and her neighbor, the Lacquer, were not familiar with each other, Nade simply gave up the idea of going to the Lacquer's territory. What's the matter? Do you have something to find the record? Soraka is a little curious. The Lacquer people living under the giant mountain range are undoubtedly the most watched humans by the Protoss. Many of the Protoss also use the bodies of the Lacquer people as their carrier of incarnation. The first choice. It's fine, I just asked casually. Reed did not explain his true purpose to Soraka, because he thought it was too troublesome to explain. After all, he was going to see two children who would carry the power of the Protoss in the future. How would he explain this to the other party? What? Seeing Reed didn't seem to be anxious, Soraka didn't continue to ask. After all, if the matter is related to the Lakal tribe, she can't help much. Let Reed think about it. Let's do it. The two old friends continued to chat, joking with each other while drinking tea, but it was also very relaxed and comfortable. Reed likes Soraka very much, because she is a person who can truly relax and stay by her side comfortably. When you are with this woman, you don't even have to worry about anything. There is no intrigue, no killing and tyranny, and some have only the peace from the heart. Her love and tolerance can melt the hardest and coldest heart in the world. Soon, time passed quickly in the chat between the two of them. The night sky began to be full of stars, and a huge moon rose, like a big roulette hanging overhead. This is a scene that often appears at night on Mount Titan. Reed and Soraka walked out of the haloed dome tent, and approached the night. The cold night of the Giant's Peak was as cold as usual, but this is indeed a place to watch. The perfect night of the stars, although a little bit cold, is refreshing and thorough. Soraka sat on the floor casually while holding Reed. The two were side by side and looked up at the twinkling stars. Among Soraka's senses, the stars were singing, which was a song that only she could hear. The starry sky above their heads is brighter than any place in the world under the dark sky. Soraka raised a hand and the trajectory of his fingertips traversed the heaven. Following her movements, the clouds were embroidered on the canvas of moonlight, and she outlined a young woman with pale hair. Opposite her was a woman with a sun-like face. The starry sky responded to Soraka's call, and the stars that formed the two constellations began to flash with joy. The constellation of the blazing sun over there, and the constellation of the bright moon over here, they form each other, but the twins repel each other. Soraka pointed to the two constellations that were flashing, and Reed nodded. Once they were twins, now they repel each other, and the brilliance of the blazing sun crushed the moon. The two constellations dimmed. On the other side, a samurai constellation began to flash. He was wearing a helmet and a cloak, and his spear pointed at the distant stars. That is the god of war seat. Soraka didn't say much, but as her fingertips slipped, the stars began to transform into various creatures. There are giant snakes with fangs and letters, war cows charging with sharp horns, cute spirit dogs, sly weasels with erratic stature, travelers with canes pointing far away, birds and sky shadow fish, saber-toothed beasts, cloud-piercing sheep. What appeared here was still normal, and the changes further down gradually became weird. The robust and agile interstellar rhinoceros, the phoenix that spreads its wings on fire, the majestic dragon of the other world, and the weird and terrifying behemoths of disaster, these are not creatures of Rune Land. Are those all celestial creatures? Reed asked Soraka that some of the constellations among the stars are Protoss, but the others have no symbolic meaning, so Reed had this kind of guess, and facts proved that his guess was not wrong. Yes, those are celestial creatures, some are very powerful, some are also very weak. The celestial realm has the natural laws of the celestial movement, and also has its own guardian. Soraka nodded. There is nothing among the stars. Apart from the known star-casting Dragon King Aurelian Soul, Astral Wanderer Bud, and the celestial spirits, there are still differences. Few celestial creatures exist. Interesting. Reed blinked, and his eyes hurt a bit because of these stars. With this brightness, he estimated that he and Soraka were not the only people who saw this scene. It is estimated that the local people at the foot of the mountain have already begun to go crazy at this time. www.readroom.com. After all, the stars have the greatest influence on them, and they are still following the guidance of the stars. Of course, the Pilpulf scientists may also be a little confused. After all, the strange reactions of these celestial bodies are unusual at first sight. Astrologists may suffer from collective insomnia, although they are destined to find nothing. Reed closed his eyes, his thoughts gradually sank to the bottom, and he soon fell asleep beside Soraka. The reassuring magic power of this woman, as the Yordles who are born with magical creatures, feel it particularly strongly, so Soraka is very popular among the Yordles. Soraka, who was staring at the stars, quickly noticed the state of Reed. She couldn't help but smile when she looked at Reed, who was lying down beside her, sleeping with her hands on her pillow. Reed was awakened by the sun. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a huge fireball hanging on his head. The huge star seemed to be close at hand, although it did not bring much warmth. Lifting the cloth blanket embroidered with delicate lace on the bed, Reed looked around. Soraka was not here, but a fragrance floated out of the dome, but it immediately aroused his appetite. Reed walked into the tent. Soraka sat by the fire, and a pot of soup was being boiled over the fire at this time. The aroma was obviously the pot of soup escaping. "Wake up! Did you sleep well?" Soraka saw Reed coming in and greeted him with a smile. She took the cloth blanket from Reed's hand. "Not bad, you are there after all." Reed got close to the pot of soup. He could smell it. It was a pot of vegan soup. Soraka couldn't eat meat, after all, she wouldn't kill at all. Chapter 59, My Hero. This is the first time I know that vegan soup can be made so delicious. Soraka, your cooking skills are really good. Reed put down the clean bowl and gave Soraka a thumbs up. Although his regular food is always fruit and meat, he actually loves meat more than vegetarian food, which makes him truly praised. Not much vegetarian food. Practice makes perfect. Soraka gave Reed another bowl. She didn't drink much herself, instead she kept watching Reed drinking. And Reed was not polite, he picked up the bowl and continued to drink. After all, this is not a delicacy that can be drunk often. While Soraka is next to him, she continues to watch him drink. She smiles very softly. This is the tone of life she likes. The scream of sheep sounded outside the tent. It seemed that some creatures followed the fragrance, and found Soraka's dome tent, and it sounded like there were a lot of them. "Is my friend?" Facing Reed's somewhat puzzled eyes, Soraka explained with a smile, and then she got up and walked out of the tent. Reed hesitated for a moment, put down the bowl in her hand, and walked outside with Soraka. "Get out! Vastayas? And a group of young starhorn beasts." Walking out of the tent, Reed saw a group of shining baby starhorn beasts. Each of them had very white down, and their bodies exuded the brilliance of stars. They had wings and unicorns, like a combination of sheep and horses. Adult starhorn beasts are creatures that can travel in the starry sky. Some meteors that pass through the night sky may be adult starhorn beasts, but they can't fly at all and can only grow slowly when they are young. Fortunately, the existence of this kind of creatures is not widely known to mankind. They only appear in the giant mountain range, because this is the closest place to the heavens. Once they learn to fly, they will fly to the heavens. This place itself is inaccessible. Coupled with the protection of the Vastal people living here, the starhorn beasts have avoided the fate of being hunted by humans outside, and most of them can grow to the age of being able to fly. And the ones who drove these baby starhorn beasts here were one old and one young, 2 Vastaians and a shepherd dog. They came from the one watched by Soraka, isolated from the world in the Titan mountain range. The Vastal tribe. "Eli, Ramel, and Osu, you are here." Soraka greeted the 2 Vastayas and the shepherd. She obviously knew them. These 2 shepherd Vastayas are related to their grandfather and granddaughter. The grandfather is called Ramel, the granddaughter is called Eli, and Osu is the name of the shepherd dog. Rummel looks very old. He is wearing a thick brown coat. His hair and beard are grey, and his long beard even drags to the ground. There are many small bells hanging on his body, clinking as he walks, and he is holding a stick that belongs to the shepherd. His skin is purple, he has a pair of small horns on his head, his palm has only 3 fingers, and his 2 feet are hooves. It looks like an upright old cow. Reed felt that he might have made a mistake, because this Rummel was obviously more like a Tauran, but his granddaughter Ili was more in line with the characteristics of the Vastayan. At least ignoring the horns, ears, and skin color, this girl is not much different from humans at first glance. "Dear Soraka, the son of the stars, I brought Ely to learn the cure for you. This child is too naughty. When you taught last time, she ran to play with the starhorn beasts. I have already taught her a lesson, thank you for your willingness to teach her again. Rummel saluted Soraka, his white hair had already covered his eyes, only a big nose and mouth were exposed, and he didn't know how to look at it. I already knew that I was wrong, Holy Spirit, I will never skip class again. Thank you for teaching me alone. The Vastaya girl named Ely lowered her head, and under her grandfather's gaze, she confessed to Soraka with some grievances. She was obviously not too convinced, just because of Rummel's majesty or it was a threat, and finally chose Furuan to come to Soraka for class. Soraka just smiled at this, she approached the girl and touched the child's black hair. Ely, do you know what abilities the starhorn beast possesses? The expression on Soraka's face slowly melted into a gentle smile, and she asked Ely a question very kindly. Healing power. Ely replied in a low voice, she likes the starhorn beast very much, so naturally she will not be ignorant of the ability of the starhorn beast. Yes, it is the healing ability. Adult starhorn beasts can freely manipulate their own healing ability, but baby starhorn beasts can't. They can't use it by themselves, but they can borrow it from others. Soraka nodded, and then continued, she obviously wanted to teach in accordance with her aptitude, and Reed could guess her thoughts. Then you have to know what kind of person www.readaloud.com can be recognized by the starhorn beasts, can borrow their abilities and become closer to them. Sure enough, Soraka's seeing the poor revealed her real purpose. She was stimulating Ely's own desire to learn, and she didn't want to force him to teach him. Will, a man who heals magic. Under Soraka's guidance, Ely gave the answer. She was a little skeptical, but the starhorn beast surrounding Soraka and the answer that her grandfather liked more than her, she seemed to have found it. Please teach me healing magic. Ely, who felt that she had snooked the truth of the matter, immediately asked Soraka loudly, and she also wanted to get closer to the starhorns. Soraka nodded with satisfaction. She can see the child's potential, which would be a good seed. That's great, Mr. Soraka. Reed was a little bit emotional. Sure enough, Soraka possesses the excellent qualities of a good wife and mother. The brilliance of her human nature is too shining, and Reed is a little embarrassed by the sparkle. Who is this? Reed's words attracted Rummel's attention, and he could see that Reed and Soraka had a very good relationship. A great hero who has saved Runeterra several times, and the leader who guided me on this path can also be said to be a great hero who saved me. Soraka introduced Reed with a smile. Her words made Reed a little speechless, which was too exaggerated. Salute to you, great hero. Rummler was very high-minded. He didn't ask much, and he directly bowed to Reed. It can be said that he was well-mannered. He believed Soraka's words. Chapter 60, Mysterious Star Spring. Are you a Vastaya too? Reed asked Rummel. He wanted to verify his own ideas. He still felt that this old guy was a Tauren, not a real Vastayan. Tauren and Vastal are not the same. They are not a kind of Vastal, but a separate race. Although they are also creatures that walk upright, they have almost zero human characteristics. I am not a Vastaya. I am a Tauren. Ely is a Vastaya. I just live here. Rummler's answer proves that Reed's guess is correct. After all, the difference between Tauren and Vastayan is still very obvious. Although there are some Vastayan tribes with few human characteristics, at least they are not. Like him, he basically has no human characteristics. Rummel is here to climb Mount Giant, but he is not as flexible as humans in the use of climbing tools, so he slipped and fell from the cliff, but his strong body saved his life, and he survived until the Vastaya people found him. He has settled here ever since. Soraka explained to Reed that she knows everyone here very well. In fact, Soraka also has the ability to see through the fate of mortals, so she can give people the correct guidance and inspiration. to help them discover their hidden potential. So the Vastal tribe here is a cow tribe. Looking at the pair of small horns and small ears on the head of Ely, the little girl of Vastia, Reed made a guess. No, they are the cloven-hoofed tribe of Vastal, not only cows, but also cloven-hoofed animals such as sheep and deer. Soraka shook his head. The composition of the Vastal tribe was more complicated than Reed thought. They were obviously not the natural Vastal tribes, but rather they were pieced together by different tribes. After all, in a traditional Vastian tribe, there are usually Vastias with the same biological characteristics. Above the holy stream, deep in the pool, healing fountain, shining light, twilight water, listening to the song of the river, the top of the crystal mountain. Under Reed's suspicious gaze, Soraka read a poem. This poem depicts a holy spring with healing power. This is a poem circulated by the otters. It talks about Xing Chuan, and they are the guardians of Xing Chuan. Soraka certainly did not recite the poem for no reason. This poem written by the Vastia otter tribe is also widely circulated among human beings. The mysterious star spring with healing power is also an attraction for adventure. One of the reasons why the people took the risk and came to climb the giant's peak. There is actually such a spring on the giant mountain, which I didn't expect, so is their talent for healing magic because of the influence of that spring water. Reed was surprised by this. After all, the last spring he knew of with healing power had already been destroyed in the curse of destruction. He didn't expect that there would be one on this giant peak, but he didn't know the effect. It is true. They have been guarding around Xing Chuan all year round, and their blood has been soaked by the sacred spring water, so they all have the talent to use healing magic. Soraka affirmed what Reed said. In fact, this is also easy to guess. After all, these even-hoofed Vastias should actually belong to several different ethnic groups. Their own talents should also be different. Therefore, 80% of the general healing magic talents appearing in them are induced by external causes, and the external cause is obviously Xing Chuan. You teach this kid, I want to go to that Xing Chuan to take a look, let this Rummel take me there, right? Reed has already raised his interest in the mysterious star spring, so he naturally wants to go and take a look. Of course there will be no problem. Although Rummel is a foreigner, he has already been recognized by the Vaisayas, so he can naturally take you to Xing Chuan. Soraka answered Reed with a smile, and Rummel was also slightly bowed when mentioned. Of course he would not have any opinion on this, after all, Reed was Soraka's friend. It's my pleasure. Rummler said to Reed and Soraka, and then he told the little Vastia girl Lily a few more words, and directly took Reed to go to see Star Spring. The location of Star Spring is higher than that of Soraka's home. It is in a valley between the two peaks. The spring water flows down the valley along the valley and leads to Vastia, the settlement of cloven-hoofed tribes. Rummel, who is this? Reed followed the old Rummel, walked through the hidden trails in the mountains, and quickly went to the entrance of the valley where Star Spring was located, and the Vastia spring keepers guarding here. Reading www.ukancha.com also stepped forward to stop the two of them. I am a friend of the Holy Spirit, I want to see Xing Chuan. When Rummel mentioned Soraka, the three Vaisayas with horns on their heads immediately became serious. Obviously they all respect Soraka very much. These Vastias are the Vastias that Reed recognizes. They have distinct human characteristics and the characteristics of the ancestral bloodline of Vastia Zairu. Three tall spring guards, one with long and pointed antlers, one with curved horns, and one with short and pointed horns, they were not of the same race. The friend of the Holy Spirit is our friend of Vastia, please go in, the sacred star spring will be opened for you. The three Vastia spring keepers stepped aside and watched Rummel and Reed enter the valley together. Until they really came to Star Spring, they met 3 or 4 waves of Vastal Spring Guardian groups along the way. It can be seen that they really value Star Spring. This is the source of Xing Chuan. Rummler looked at Xing Chuan with a pilgrimage expression. Although he was an alien Tauran, he had lived here for a long time and had already been assimilated. Besides, his life was caused by the Xing Chuan. Saved by water, so Xing Chuan is even more meaningful to him. Magic. Reed didn't know how to describe this star spring. Compared with the holy well on Halia on Fuguang Island, this star spring looked even taller. The source of this star spring is a few strange star rocks floating in the air. The gurgling star-white spring water flows out from the star rocks and flows down the stone platform below, like a waterfall, to the bottom of the cliff.